Blackstone Audio presents Earthborn by Orson Scott Card. To Jerry and Gail Argetsinger, before the pageant, before the costumes, before we were cast in the roles we play today, you taught me how to create a lasting love. Once, long ago, the computer of the starship Basilica had governed the planet Harmony for 40 million years. Now it watched over a much smaller population, and with far fewer powers to intervene. But the planet that it tended to was Earth, the ancient home of the human race. It was the starship Basilica that brought a group of humans home again, only to find that in the absence of humanity, two new species had reached the lofty pinnacle of intelligence. Now the three peoples shared a vast massif of high mountains, lush valleys, and a climate that varied more with elevation than with latitude. The diggers called themselves the Earth People, making tunnels through the soil and into the trunks of trees they hollowed out. The angels were the Sky People, building roofed nests in trees and hanging upside down from limbs to sleep, to argue, and to teach. The humans were the Middle People now, living in houses above the ground. There was no digger city without human houses on the ground above it, no angel village without the walled chambers of the Middle People providing artificial caves. The vast knowledge that the humans brought with them from the planet Harmony was only a fraction of what their ancestors had known on Earth before their exile 40 million years before. Now even that was mostly lost. Yet what remained was so far superior to what the people of the earth and sky had known that wherever the Middle People dwelt, they had great power and usually ruled. In the sky, however, the computer of the starship Basilica forgot nothing, and through satellites it had deployed around the earth, it watched, it collected data, and remembered everything it learned. Nor was it alone in its watching, for inside it lived a woman who had come to Earth with the first colonists. But then, clothed in the cloak of the Starmaster, she returned into the sky, to sleep long years and waken briefly, her body healed and helped by the cloak, so that death, if it could ever come to her at all, was still a far distant visitor. She remembered everything that mattered to her, remembered people who had once lived and now were gone. Birth and life and death, she had seen so much of it that she barely noticed it now. It was all generations to her, seasons in her garden, trees and grass and people, rising and falling, rising and falling. On Earth there was a little bit of memory as well. 2 books, written on thin sheets of metal, had been maintained since the return of the humans. One was in the hands of the king of the Nyafari, passed down from king to king. The other, less copious, had been passed to the brother of the first king, and from him to his sons who were not kings, not even famous men, until at last, unable now even to read the ancient script, the last of that line gave the smaller metal book into the hands of the man who was king in his day. Only in the pages of those books was there a memory that lasted, unchanged, from year to year. At the heart of the books, in the depths of the ship's records, and warm in the soul of the woman, the greatest of the memories was this, that the human beings had been brought back to Earth, called by an entity they did not understand, the one who was called the Keeper of Earth. The Keeper's voice was not clear, nor was the Keeper understandable as the ship's computer was, back in the days when it was called the Oversoul and people worshipped it as a god. Instead, the Keeper spoke through dreams, and while many received the dreams, and many believed that they had meaning, only a few knew who it was that sent them, or what it was the Keeper wanted from the people of Earth. Chapter 1. Captivity. Akma was born in a rich man's house. He remembered little from that time. One memory was of his father, Akmaro, carrying him up a high tower, and then handing him to another man there, who dangled him over the parapet until he screamed in fear. The man who held him laughed until father reached out and took Akma from him and held him close. Later, Mother told Akma that the man who tormented him on the tower was the king in the land of Sci-Fi, a man named Nuak. He was a very bad man, said Mother, but the people didn't seem to mind as long as he was a good king. But when the Eliamaki came and conquered the land of Sci-Fi, the people of Nuak hated him so much they burned him to death. Ever after she told him that story, Akma's memory changed, and when he dreamed of the laughing man holding him over the edge of the tower, he pictured the man covered with flames until the whole tower was burning, and instead of Father reaching out to rescue his little boy, Akmaro jumped down, falling and falling and falling, and Akma didn't know what to do, to stay on the tower and burn, or jump into the abyss after his father. From that dream he awoke screaming in terror. Another memory was of his father rushing into the house in the middle of the day, as Mother supervised 2 digger women in preparing a feast for that night. The look on Akmaro's face was terrible, and though he whispered to her, and Akma had no idea what he was saying, he knew that it was very bad, and it made Akma afraid. Father rushed from the house right away, and Mother at once had the diggers stop their work on the feast and start gathering supplies for a journey. Only a few minutes later, 4 human men with swords came to the door and demanded to see the traitor Akmaro. Mother pretended that Father was in the back of the house and tried to block them from coming in. The biggest man knocked her down and held a sword across her throat while the others ran to search the house for Akmaro. Little Akma was outraged and ran at the man who was threatening Mother. The man laughed at him when Akma cut himself on one of the stones of his sword, but Mother didn't laugh. She said, "Why are you laughing? This little boy had the courage to attack a man with a sword, while you only have enough courage to attack an unarmed woman." The man was angry then, but when the others returned without finding Father, they all went away. There was food, too. Akma was sure there had once been plenty of food, well prepared by digger slaves. But now, in his hunger, he couldn't remember it. He couldn't remember ever being full. Here in the maize fields under the hot sun, he couldn't remember a time without thirst, without a weary ache in his arms, in his back, in his legs, and throbbing behind his eyes. He wanted to cry, but he knew that this would shame his family. He wanted to scream at the digger taskmaster that he needed to drink and rest and eat, and it was stupid for him to keep them working without food because it would wear out more people like old Tiwiak, who dropped dead yesterday, dead just like that, keeled over into the maize and never so much as breathed out a goodbye to his wife, and even then she kept still, said nothing as she knelt weeping silently over his body. But the taskmaster beat her anyway for stopping work, and it was her own husband. Akma hated nothing in the world the way he hated diggers. His parents had been wrong to keep diggers as servants back in the land of Sci-Fi. The diggers should all have been killed before they ever came near to a real person. Father could talk all he wanted about how the diggers were only getting even for the long, cruel overlordship of Nuak. He could whisper late in the night about how the Keeper of Earth didn't want Earth people and Sky people and Middle people to be enemies. Akma knew the truth. There would be no safety in the world until all the diggers were dead. When the diggers came, Father refused to let any of his people fight. "You didn't follow me into the wilderness in order to become killers, did you?" he asked them. The Keeper wants no killing of his children. The only protest that Akma heard was Mother's whisper, "Her children," as if it mattered whether the Keeper had a plow or a pot between its legs. All that Akma knew was that the Keeper was a poor excuse for a god if it couldn't keep its worshippers from being enslaved by filthy, bestial, stupid, cruel diggers. But Akma said nothing about these thoughts, because the one time he did, Father grew silent and wouldn't speak to him for the rest of the night. That was unbearable. The silence during the days was bad enough. To have Father shut him out at night was the worst thing in the world. So Akma kept his hate for the diggers to himself, as well as his contempt for the Keeper, and at night he spoke in the barest whisper to his mother and father, and drank in their whispered words as if they were pure, cold water from a mountain stream. And then one day, a new boy appeared in the village. He wasn't thin and sun-browned like all the others, and his clothing was fine, bright-colored, and unpatched. His hair was clean and long, and the wind caught and tossed it when he stood on the brow of the low hill in the midst of the commons. After all that father and mother had said about the keeper of earth, Akhma was still unprepared for this vision of a god, and he stopped working just to behold the sight. The taskmaster shouted at Akhma, but he didn't hear. All sound had been swallowed up in this vision, all sensation except sight. Only when the shadow of the taskmaster loomed over him, his arm upraised to strike him with the length of the prod, did Akhma notice, and then he flinched and cowered, and almost by reflex, cried out to the boy who had the image of God on his face, "Don't let him hit me!" "Hold!" cried the boy. His voice rang out confident and strong as he strode down the hill, and, incredibly, the taskmaster immediately obeyed him. Father was far from Akhma, but Mother was near enough to whisper to Akhma's little sister Luette, and Luette took a few steps closer to Akhma so she could call softly to him. "He's the son of Father's enemy," she said. Akhma heard her, and immediately became wary. But the beauty of the older boy did not diminish as he approached. "What did she say to you?" asked the boy, his voice kind, his face smiling. "That your father is my father's enemy." "Ah, yes. But not by my father's choice," he said. That gave Akhma pause. No one had ever bothered to explain to the 7-year-old boy how his father had come to have so many enemies. It had never occurred to Akhma that it might be his father's fault. But he was suspicious. How could he believe the son of his father's enemy? And yet— "You stopped the taskmaster from hitting me," said Akhma. The boy looked at the taskmaster, whose face was inscrutable. "From now on," he said, "you are not to punish this one or his sister without my consent. My father says." The taskmaster bowed his head, but Akhma thought he didn't look happy about taking orders like this from a human boy. "My father is Pabulog," said the boy, "and my name is Didyul." "I'm Akhma. My father is Akhmaro." "Ro Akhma? Akhma the teacher?" Didyul smiled. "What does Ro have to teach that he didn't learn from Og?" Akhma wasn't sure what Og meant. Didyul seemed to know why he was confused. Og is the daykeeper, the chief of the priests. After the Ak, the king, no one is wiser than Og. King just means you have the power to kill anybody you don't like, unless they have an army like the Elyamaki. Akhma had heard his father say this many times. "And yet now my father rules over the Elyamaki of this land," said Didyul, "while Nuak is dead. They burned him up, you know." "Did you see it?" asked Akhma. "Walk with me. You're done with work for today." Didyul looked at the taskmaster. The digger, drawn up to his full height, was barely the same size as Didyul. When Didyul grew to manhood, he would tower over the digger like a mountain over a hill. But in the case of Didyul and the taskmaster, height had nothing to do with their silent confrontation. The digger wilted under his gaze. Akhma was in awe. As Didyul took his hand and led him away, Akhma asked him, "How do you do it?" "Do what?" asked Didyul. "Make the taskmaster look so useless?" asked Didyul. "So helpless and stupid and low?" Did the humans who were friends of the diggers hate them too? "It's simple," said Didyul. "He knows that if he doesn't obey me, I'll tell my father, and he'll lose his easy job here and go back to working on fortifications and tunnels, or going out on raids. And if he ever raised a hand against me, then of course my father would have him torn apart." It gave Akhma great satisfaction to imagine the taskmaster, all the taskmasters, being torn apart. "I saw them burn Nuak, yes. He was king, of course, so he led our soldiers in war. But he'd gotten old and soft and stupid and fearful. Everybody knew it. Father tried to compensate for it, but Og can only do so much when Ak is weak. One of the great soldiers, Teonig, vowed to kill him so a real king could be put in his place. Probably his second son Ilihi. But you don't know any of these people, do you? You must have been, 3 years old? How old are you now?" 7. 3, then, when your father committed treason and ran away like a coward into the wilderness and started plotting and conspiring against the pure human Yafari, trying to get humans and diggers and sky meat to live together as equals. Akma said nothing. That was what his father taught, but he had never thought of it as treason against the purely human kingdom where Akma had been born. "So what did you know? I bet you don't even remember being in court, do you? But you were there. I saw you, holding your father's hand. He presented you to the king." Akma shook his head. "I don't remember." "It was family day. We were all there, but you were just little. I remember you, though, because you weren't shy or scared or anything. Bold as you please. The king commented on it. This one's going to be a great man if he's already so brave. My father remembered. That's why he sent me to look for you." Akma felt a thrill of pleasure flutter inside his chest. Papulog had sent his son to seek him out because he had been brave as a baby. He remembered attacking the soldier who was threatening his mother. Until this moment he had never thought of himself as brave, but now he saw that it was true. Anyway, Nuak was at the point of being murdered by Teonig. They say that Teonig kept demanding that Nuak fight him, but Nuak kept answering, "I'm the king, I don't have to fight you." And Teonig kept shouting, "Don't make me shame you by killing you like a dog." Nuak fled up to the top of the tower, and Teonig was on the point of killing him when the king looked out to the border of the Eliamaki country and saw the hugest army of diggers you ever saw, flooding like a storm onto the land. So Teonig let him live so the king could lead the defense. But instead of a defense, Nuak ordered his army to run so they wouldn't be destroyed. It was cowardly and shameful, and men like Teonig didn't obey him. "But your father did," said Akma. "My father had to follow the king. It's what the priests do," said Didul. "The king commanded the soldiers to leave their wives and children behind, but father wouldn't do it, or at least anyway he took me. Carried me on his back and kept up with the others even though I wasn't all that little and he isn't all that young. So that's why I was there when the soldiers realized that their wives and children were probably being slaughtered back in the city. So they stripped old Nuak and staked him down and held burning sticks against his skin so he screamed and screamed." Didul smiled. "You wouldn't believe how he screamed, the old sausage." It sounded awful even to imagine it. It was frightening that Didul, who could remember having actually seen it, could be so complacent about it. Of course, along about then, father realized that the talk was turning to who else they ought to burn, and the priests would be an obvious target. So father said a few quiet words in the priest language, and he led us to safety. "Why didn't you go back to the city? Was it destroyed?" "No, but father says the people there weren't worthy to have true priests who knew the secret language and the calendar and everything. You know, reading and writing." Akma was puzzled. "Doesn't everybody learn how to read and write?" Didul suddenly looked angry. "That's the most terrible thing your father did, teaching everybody to read and write. All the people who believed his lies and sneaked out of the city to join him, even if they were just peasants, which they mostly were, even if they were turkey herds, everybody. He took solemn vows, you know. When he was made a priest, your father took those vows never to reveal the secrets of the priesthood to anybody, and then he taught everybody. Father says all the people should be priests." "People? Is that what he says?" Didul laughed. "Not just people, Akma. It isn't just people that he was going to teach to read." Akma imagined his father trying to teach the taskmaster to read. He tried to picture one of the diggers bowed over a book, trying to hold a stylus and make the marks in the wax of the tablets. It made him shudder. "Hungry?" asked Didul. Akma nodded. "Come eat with me and my brothers." Didul led him into the shade of a copse behind the hill of the commons. Akma knew the place. Until the diggers came and enslaved them, it was the place where mother used to gather the children to teach them and play quiet games with them, while father taught the adults at the hill. It gave him a strange feeling to see a large basket of fruit and cakes and a cask of wine there, with diggers serving the food to 3 humans. Diggers didn't belong in that place where his mother had led the children in play. But the humans did, or rather, they would belong wherever they were. One was little, barely as old as Akma. The other 2 were both older and larger than Didul. Men, really, not boys. One of the older ones looked much like Didul, only not as beautiful. The eyes were perhaps too close together, the chin just a bit too pronounced. Didul's image, but distorted, inferior, unfinished. The other man-sized boy was as unlike Didyul as could be imagined. Where Didyul was graceful, this boy was strong. Where Didyul's face looked open and light, this one looked brooding and private and dark. His body was so powerful-looking that Akhma marveled that he could pick up any of the fruit without crushing it. Didyul obviously saw which of his brothers it was that had drawn Akhma's attention. "Oh, yes, everybody looks at him like that. Pabul, my brother. He leads armies of diggers. He's killed with his bare hands." Hearing his words, Pabul looked up and glowered at Didyul. "Pabul doesn't like it when I tell about that, but I saw him once take a full-grown digger soldier and break his neck, just like a rotten dry branch. Snap! The beast peed all over everything." Pabul shook his head and went back to eating. "Have some food," said Didyul. "Sit down, join us. Brothers, this is Akhma, the son of the traitor." The older brother, who looked like Didyul, spat. "Don't be rude, Udad," said Didyul. "Tell him not to be rude, Pabul." "Tell him yourself," said Pabul quietly. But Udad reacted as if Pabul had threatened to kill him. He immediately fell silent and began concentrating on his eating. The younger brother gazed steadily at Akhma as if evaluating him. "I could beat you up," he said finally. "Shut up and eat, monkey," said Didyul. "This is the youngest, Muwu, and we're not sure he's human." "Shut up, Didyul," said the little one, suddenly furious, as if he knew what was coming. "We think father got drunk and mated with a she-digger to spawn him. See his little rat nose?" Muwu screamed in fury and launched himself at Didyul, who easily fended him off. "Stop it, Muwu, you'll get mud in the food. Stop it." "Stop it," said Pabul quietly, and Muwu immediately left off his assault on Didyul. "Eat," said Didyul. "You must be hungry." Akhma was hungry, and the food looked good. He was seating himself when Didyul said, "Our enemies go hungry, but our friends eat." That reminded Akhma that his mother and father were also hungry, as was his sister Luet. "Let me take some back to my sister and my parents," he said, "or let them all come and eat with us." Udad hooted. "Stupid," murmured Pabul. "You're the one I invited," said Didyul quietly. "Don't embarrass me by trying to trick me into feeding my father's enemies." Only then did Akhma understand what was happening here. Didyul might be beautiful and fascinating, full of stories and friendliness and wit, but he didn't actually care about Akhma. He was only trying to get Akhma to betray his family. That was why he kept saying those things about father, about how he was a traitor and all, so that Akhma would turn against his own family. That would be like becoming a friend to a digger. It was unnatural and wrong, and Akhma understood now that Didyul was like the jaguar, cunning and cruel. He was sleek and beautiful, but if you let him come near enough, he would leap and kill. "I'm not hungry," said Akhma. "He's lying," said Muwu. "No, I'm not," said Akhma. Pabul turned to face him for the first time. "Don't contradict my brother," he said. His voice sounded dead, but the menace was clear. "I was just saying that I wasn't lying," said Akhma. "But you are lying," said Didyul cheerfully. "You're starving to death. Your ribs are sticking out of your chest so sharp you could cut yourself on them." He laughed in delight and held out a maize cake. "Aren't you my friend, Akhma?" "No," said Akhma. "You're not my friend either. You only came to me because your father sent you." Udad laughed at his brother. "Well, aren't you the clever one, Didyul? You could make friends with him, said you. You could win him over the first day. Well, he saw right through you." Didyul glared at him. "He might not have till you spoke up." Akhma stood up, furious now. "You mean this was a game?" "Sit down," said Pabul. "No," said Akhma. Muwu giggled. "Break his leg, Pabul, like you did that other one." Pabul looked at Akhma as if considering it. Akhma wanted to plead with him, to say, "Please don't hurt me," but he knew instinctively that the one thing he couldn't do with someone like this was to act weak. Hadn't he seen his father stand before Pabulog himself and face him down, never showing a moment's fear? "Break my leg if you want," said Akhma. "I can't stop you because I'm half your size. But if you were in my place, Pabul, would you sit down and eat with your father's enemy?" Pabul cocked his head, then beckoned with a lazy hand. "Come here," he said. Akma felt the threat receding as Pabul calmly awaited his approach. But the moment Akma came within reach, Pabul's once lazy hand snaked out and took him by the throat and dragged him down to the ground, choking. Struggling for breath, Akma found himself staring into the hooded eyes of his enemy. "Why don't I kill you now and toss your body at your father's feet?" said Pabul mildly. "Or maybe just toss little bits of your body. Just one little bit each day. A toe here, a finger there, a nose, an ear, and then chunks of leg and arm. He could build you back together, and when he got all the parts, everybody'd be happy again, right?" Akma was almost sick with fear, believing Pabul perfectly capable of such a monstrous act. Thinking of the grief that his parents would feel when they saw his bloody body parts took his mind off the great hand that still gripped his throat, loosely enough now that he could breathe. Udad laughed. "Akma's supposed to be so thick with the Keeper of Earth. Maybe he can get the old invisible dream sender to work a miracle and turn all those body parts back into a real boy. Other gods do miracles all the time. Why not the Keeper?" Pabul didn't even look up when Udad spoke. It was as if his brother didn't exist. "Aren't you going to plead for your life?" asked Pabul softly. "Or at least for your toes?" "Get him to plead for his little water spout," suggested Mu'u. Akma didn't answer. He kept thinking of how his parents would grieve, how they must even now be filled with terror for him, wondering where this boy had led him. Mother had tried to warn him, sending Luet, but Didyul had been so beautiful, and then so friendly and charming, and now the price of it was this hand at his throat. Well, Akma would bear it in silence as long as he could. Even the king finally screamed when they tortured him, but Akma would last as long as he could. "I think you need to accept my brother's invitation now," said Pabul. "Eat." "Not with you," whispered Akma. "He's a stupid one," said Pabul. "We'll have to help him. Bring me food, boys, lots of food. He's very, very hungry." In moments, Pabul had forced open his mouth, and the others were jamming food into it, far faster than Akma could chew it or swallow it. When they saw that he was breathing through his nose, they began to jam crumbs into his nostrils, so that he had to gasp for breath, and then choked on the crumbs that got down his windpipe. Pabul let go of his throat and jaw at last, but only because, coughing, Akma was now so helpless that they could do whatever they wanted to him, which involved tearing open his clothing and smearing fruit and crumbs all over his body. Finally, the ordeal was over. Pabul delegated Didyul, and Didyul in turn assigned his older brother Udad to take the ungrateful, traitorous, and ill-mannered Akma back to his work. Udad seized Akma's wrists and yanked so harshly that Akma couldn't walk, but ended up being dragged, stumbling over the grassy ground to the top of the hill. Udad then threw him down the hill, and Akma tumbled head over heels as Udad's laughter echoed behind him. The taskmaster refused to let any of the humans stop their work to help him. Shamed and hurt and humiliated and furious, Akma rose to his feet and tried to clean off the worst of the food mess, at least from his nostrils and around his eyes. "Get to work," demanded the taskmaster. Udad shouted from the top of the hill, "Next time, maybe we'll bring your sister along for a meal." The threat made Akma's skin crawl, but he showed no sign of having heard. That was the only resistance left to him, stubborn silence, just like the adults. Akma took his place and worked the rest of the daylight hours. It wasn't until the sky was darkening and the taskmaster finally let them go that he was finally able to go to his mother and father, tell them what happened. They spoke in the darkness, their voices mere whispers, for the diggers patrolled the village at night, listening to hear any kind of meeting or plot, or even prayer to the Keeper of Earth, for Pabulog had declared that it was treason, punishable by death, since any prayer by a follower of the renegade priest Akmaro was an affront to all the gods. So as Mother scrubbed the dried-on fruit from his body, weeping softly, Akma told Father all that was said and all that was done. "So that's how Nuak died," said Father. "He was once a good king, but he was never a good man, and when I served him, I wasn't a good man either." "You were never really one of them," said Mother. Akma wanted to ask his father if everything else Pabulog's sons said was true too, But he dared not, for he wouldn't know what to do with the answer. If they were right, then his father was an oath-breaker, and so how could Akma trust anything he said? "You can't leave Akma like this," said Mother softly. "Don't you know how far they've torn him from you?" "I think Akma is old enough to know you can't believe a liar." "But they told him you were a liar, Kamaro," she said. "So how can he believe you?" It amazed Akma how his mother could see things in his mind that even he himself had barely grasped. Yet he also knew it was shameful to doubt your own father, and he shuddered at the look on his father's face. "So they did steal your heart from me? Is that it, Kamadis?" He called him Dis, which meant beloved child, not Ha, which meant honored heir, the name he used when he was especially proud of Akma. Kamaha, that was the name he wanted to hear from his father's lips, and it remained unspoken. Ha Akma, honor, not pity. He stood against them, Mother reminded him, and suffered for it, and he was brave. But they sowed the seeds of doubt in your heart, didn't they, Kamadis? Akma couldn't help it. It was too much for him. He cried at last. "Set his mind at rest, Kamaro," said Mother. "And how will I do that, Chabea?" asked Father. "I never broke my oath to the king. But when they drove me out and tried to have me killed, then, yes, I realized that Abindiro was right. The only reason to keep the common people from learning to read and write and speak the ancient language was to preserve the priests' monopoly on power. If everyone could read the calendar, if everyone could read the ancient records and the laws for themselves, then why would they need to submit to the power of the priests? So I broke the covenant and taught reading and writing to everyone who came to me. I revealed the calendar to them. But it isn't evil to break an evil covenant." Father turned to Mother. "He isn't understanding this, Chabea." "Shh," she said. They fell silent, only the sound of their breathing filling the hut. They could hear the pattering feet of a digger running through the village. "What do you suppose his errand is?" Mother whispered. Father pressed a finger to her lips. "Sleep," he said softly. "All of us. Sleep now." Mother lay down on the mat beside Louette, who had long since dropped off to sleep. Father lay down beside Mother, and Akma settled in on the other side of him. But he didn't want Father's arm cast over him. He wanted to sleep alone, to absorb his shame. The worst of his humiliations wasn't the gagging and choking. It wasn't the smearing with fruit. It wasn't tumbling down the hill. It wasn't facing all the people in tattered clothing covered with filth. The worst humiliation was that his father was an oath-breaker, and that he had to learn it from Pabulog's sons. Everyone knew that an oath-breaker was the worst kind of person. He would say one thing, but no one could count on him to do it. So you could do nothing with him. You could never trust him when you weren't there to watch. Hadn't Mother and Father taught him from earliest infancy that when he said he would do a thing, he had to do it, or he had no honor and could not be trusted? Akma tried to think about what Father said, that to break an evil covenant was good. But if it was an evil oath, why would you swear to it in the first place? Akma didn't understand. Was Father evil once when he took the evil oath, and then he stopped being evil? How did someone stop being evil once he started? And who decided what evil was, anyway? That soldier Didyul told him about, Teonig, he had the right idea. You kill your enemy. You don't sneak around behind his back breaking promises. None of the children would ever tolerate a sneak. If you had a quarrel, you stood up and yelled at each other, or wrestled in order to bend the other to your will. You could argue with a friend that way and still be a friend. But to go behind his back, then you weren't a friend at all. You were a traitor. No wonder Pabulog was angry at Father. That's what brought all this suffering down on us. Father was a sneak, hiding in the wilderness and breaking promises. Akma started to cry. These were terrible thoughts, and he hated them. Father was good and kind, and all the people loved him. How could he be an evil sneak? Everything the sons of Pabulog said had to be lies. Had to be. They were the evil ones. They were the ones who had tormented him and humiliated him. They were the liars. Except that Father admitted that what they said was true. How could bad people tell the truth and good people break oaths? The thoughts still spun crazily in Akma's head when he finally drifted off to sleep. Chapter 2. True Dreams. Mon climbed to the roof of the king's house to watch the setting of the dry sun as it funneled down between the mountains at the northern end of the valley. Bego, the royal librarian, told him once that when the humans first arrived on Earth, they believed that the sun set in the west and rose in the east. "This is because they came from a place with few mountains," said Bego, "so they couldn't tell north from west." "Or up from down?" Aronha had asked snidely. Were humans completely stupid before they had angels to teach them? Well, that was Aronha, always resentful of Bego's great learning. Why shouldn't Bego be proud of being a skyman, of the wisdom the sky people had accumulated? All through their hours at school, Aronha was always pointing out that the humans had brought this or that bit of wisdom to the sky people. Why, to hear Aronha go on about it, you'd think the sky people would still be sleeping upside down in the trees if it weren't for the humans. As for Mon, he never ceased envying the wings of the sky people. Even old Bego, who was so stout he could hardly glide down from an upper story to the ground, Mon yearned for even those old leathery wings. His greatest disappointment of childhood was when he learned that humans never grew up to be angels, that if wings weren't there, furry and useless, pressed against your body when you were born, they would never grow later. You would be cursed forever with naked, useless arms. At 9 years old, all Mon could do was climb to the roof at sunset and watch the young sky people, the ones his own age or even younger, but so much more free, as they frolicked over the trees by the river, over the fields, over the roofs of the houses, soaring, dipping, rising, madly tussling in the air, and dropping like stones until perilously near the earth, then spreading their wings and swooping out of the fall, hurtling down the streets between the houses like arrows as earthbound humans raised their fists and hollered about young hooligans being a menace to hard-working people just minding their own business. "Oh, that I were an angel," cried Mon within his heart. "Oh, that I could fly and look down on trees and mountains, rivers and fields. Oh, that I could spy out my father's enemies from far away and fly to him to give warning." But he would never fly. He would only sit on the roof and brood while others danced in the air. You know, it could be worse. He turned and grimaced at his sister. Etadea was the only one he had ever told about his yearning for wings. To her credit, she had never told anyone else, but when they were alone together, she teased him mercilessly. "There are those who envy you, Mon. The king's son, tall and strong, a mighty warrior is what they say you'll be." "Nobody knows from the height of the boy how tall the man will be," said Mon. "And I'm the king's second son. Anybody who envies me is a fool." "It could be worse," said Etadea. "So you said. You could be the king's daughter." There was a note of wistfulness in Etadea's voice. "Oh, well, if you have to be a girl at all, you might as well be the daughter of the queen," said Mon. "Our mother is dead, you might remember. The queen today is Dudagu Pupwad, and don't you dare forget it for a moment." The childish term Pupwad was translated as the much harsher Dermo in the ancient language of the kings, so that the children got a great deal of pleasure from calling their stepmother Dudagu Dermo. "Oh, that doesn't mean anything," said Mon, "except that poor little Kimin is hopelessly ugly compared to all the rest of Father's children." The 5-year-old was Dudagu's eldest and so far only child, and though she was constantly wangling to have him named Ha-Kimin in place of Ha-Aron, there was no chance that either father or the people would stand for replacing Aronha. Mon's and Etadea's older brother was 12 years old and already had enough of his man-height for people to see he would be a mighty soldier in battle. And he was a natural leader. Everyone saw it. Even now, if there was a call to war, there was no doubt that father would put a company of soldiers under Aronha's command, and those soldiers would proudly serve under the boy who would be king. Mon saw the way others looked at his brother, heard how they spoke of him, and he burned inside. Why did Father continue having sons after Mother gave him the perfect one first? The problem was that it was impossible to hate Aranha. The very qualities that made him such a good leader at age 12 also made his brothers and sister love him too. He never bullied, he rarely teased, he always helped and encouraged them. He was patient with Mon's moodiness and Ethadea's temper and Omener's snottiness. He was even kind to Kimin, even though he had to be aware of Dudagu's schemes to put her son in Aronha's place. The result, of course, was that Kimin worshipped Aronha. Ethadea speculated once that perhaps that was Aronha's plan, to make all his siblings love him desperately so they wouldn't be plotting against him. Then, the moment he succeeds to the throne, snip, snap, our throats are cut or our necks are broken. Ethadea only said that because she had been reading family history. It wasn't always nice. In fact, the first nice king in many generations had been Father's grandfather, the first Motiak, the one who left the land of Nyafai to join with the people of Darakemba. The earlier ones were all bloody-handed tyrants. But maybe that was how it had to be back then, when the Nyafari lived in constant warfare. For their survival, they couldn't afford to let there be any disputed successions, any civil wars. So new kings more than once put their siblings to death, along with nieces and nephews, and once one of them killed his own mother because, well, it was impossible to guess why those ancient people did all those terrible things. But old Bego loved telling those stories, and he always ended them with some reference to the fact that the Sky People never did such things when they ruled themselves. The coming of humans was the beginning of evil among the Sky People, he said once. To which Aranha had replied, "Ah, so you called the Earth People devils as a little jest? Teasing them, I suppose." Bego, as always, took Aranha's impertinence calmly. "We didn't let the Earth People dwell among us and set them up as our kings, so their evil could never infect us. It remained outside us because Sky People and devils never dwelt together." If we had never dwelt together, thought Mon, perhaps I wouldn't spend my days wishing I could fly. Perhaps I would be content to walk along the surface of the earth like a lizard or a snake. "Don't get so serious about it," said Ethadea. "Aranha won't cut anybody's throat." "I know," said Mon. "I know you were just teasing." Ethadea sat beside him. "Mon, do you believe those old stories about our ancestors? About Nyafai and Luet? How they could talk to the Oversoul? How Hushith could look at people and see how they connected together?" Mon shrugged. "Maybe it's true. Isyib and his flying chair, and how he could sometimes fly too, as long as he was in the land of Pristan. I wish it were true. And the magic ball, that you could hold in your hands and ask it questions and it would answer you." Ethadea was clearly caught up in her own reverie. Mon didn't look at her, just watched the last of the sun disappear above the distant river. The sparkling of the river also ended when the sun was gone. "Mon, do you think Father has that ball, the index?" "I don't know," said Mon. "Do you think when Aranha turns 13 and he gets brought into the secrets, Father will show him the index? And maybe Isyib's chair? Where would he hide something like that?" Ethadea shook her head. "I don't know. I'm just wondering why, if they had those wonderful things, we don't have them anymore." "Maybe we do." "Do you think?" Ethadea suddenly grew animated. "Mon, do you think that sometimes dreams are true? Because I keep dreaming the same dream. Every night, sometimes twice a night, 3 times. It feels so real, not like my other dreams. But I'm not a priest or anything. They don't talk to women anyway. If Mother were alive, I could ask her, but I'm not going to Dudagu Dermo." "I know less than anybody," said Mon. "I know," said Ethadea. "Thanks." "You know less, so you listen more." Mon blushed. "Can I tell you my dream?" He nodded. "I saw a little boy, Omener's age, and he had a sister the same age as Kimin." "You find out people's ages in your dreams?" asked Mon. "Hush, woodenhead. They were working in the fields, and they were being beaten. Their parents and all the other people. Starved and beaten. They were so hungry. And the people who were whipping them were diggers. Earth people, I mean." Mon thought about this. Father would never let diggers rule over us. But it wasn't us, don't you see? They were so real. I saw the boy getting beaten once, but not by diggers. It was by human boys who ruled over the diggers." "Eliamaki," murmured Mon. "The evil humans who had joined with the diggers and lived in their dank caves and ate the sky people they kidnapped and murdered. The boys were bigger than him. He was hungry, and so they tormented him by shoving more food than he could swallow into his mouth until he choked and gagged. And then they rubbed fruit and crumbs all over him and rolled him in the mud and grass so nobody could eat it. It was horrible, and he was so brave and never cried out against them. He just took it with such dignity, and I cried for him." "In the dream?" "No, when I woke up. I wake up crying. I wake up saying, we've got to help them, we've got to find them and bring them home." "We?" "Father, I suppose. Us, the Nyafari. Because I think those people are Nyafari." "So why don't they send sky people to find us and ask us for help? That's what people do when the Eliamaki are attacking them." Ethadea thought about this. "You know something, Mon? There wasn't a single angel among them." Mon turned to her then. "No sky people at all? Maybe the diggers killed them all." "Don't you remember?" he asked. "The people who left back in the days of Father's grandfather. The ones who hated Darakemba and wanted to go back and possess the land of Nyafai again?" "Zeph." "Zenyif," said Mon. "They said it was wrong for humans and sky people to live together. They didn't take a single angel with them. It's them. They're the ones you dreamed of. But they were all killed. We don't know that. We just know that we never heard from them again." Mon nodded. "They must still be alive." "So you think it's a real dream?" asked Ethadea. "Like the ones Luet had?" Mon shrugged. Something bothered him. "Your dream," he said. "I don't think it's exactly about the Zenyifi. I mean, it just doesn't feel complete. I think it's someone else." "Well, how can you know that?" she said. "You're the one who thought it was the Zenyifi, and it felt right when I said it, but now there's just something wrong with it. But you've got to tell Father." "You tell him," she said. "You'll see him at dinner." "And you when he comes to say good night." Ethadea grimaced. "Dudagudermo is always there. I never see Father alone." Mon blushed. "That isn't right of Father." "Yes, well, you're the one who always knows what's right." She punched him in the arm. "I'll tell him your dream at dinner. Tell him it was your dream." Mon shook his head. "I don't lie." "He won't listen if he thinks it's a woman's dream. All the other men at dinner will laugh." "I won't tell him whose dream it is until I'm done. How's that?" "Tell him this, too. In the last few dreams, the boy and his sister and his mother and father, they lie there in silence looking at me, saying nothing. Just lie there in the darkness, and without their saying a word, I know they're pleading with me to come and save them." "You?" "Well, me in the dream. I don't think that the real people, if there are any real people, would be sitting there hoping for a 10-year-old girl to come and deliver them. I wonder if Father will let Aronha go." "Do you think he'll really send somebody?" Mon shrugged. "It's dark. It's time for dinner soon. Listen." From the trees near the river, from the high, narrow houses of the sky people, the evening song arose. A few voices at first, then joined by more and more. Their high, lilting melodies intertwined, played with each other, madly inventing, challenging, resolving dissonance, and then subverting expected harmonies. A haunting sound that recalled an earlier time when life for the sky people was a short span of years that had to be enjoyed in the moment, for death was always near. The children stopped their playing and began drifting downward from the sky, going home to supper, to their singing mothers and fathers, to homes filled with music, as once the thatched shelters of the angels had filled with song in the high reaches of the trees. Tears came unbidden to Mon's eyes. This was why he spent the moment of evening song alone, for he would be teased about the tears if others saw them. Not Ethadea, though. Ethadea kissed Mon's cheek. "Thank you for believing me, Mon. Sometimes I think I might as well be a stump for all that anybody listens to me." Mon blushed again. When he turned around, she was already going down the ladder to the ground. He should go with her, of course, but now the human voices were beginning to join in the song, and so he could not go. From the windows of the great houses, the human servants, and in the streets, the field workers and the great men of the city sang, each voice with as much right to be heard in the evening song as any other. In some cities, human kings decreed that their human subjects must sing a certain song, usually with words that spoke of patriotism or dutiful worship of the king or the official gods. But in Darakemba, the old ways of the Nyafari were kept, and the humans made up their own melodies as freely as the angels did. The voices of the middle people were lower, slower, less deft in making rapid changes. But they did their best, and the sky people accepted their song and played with it, danced around it, decorated and subverted and fulfilled it, so that middle people and sky people together were a choir in a continuous, astonishing cantata with 10,000 composers and no soloists. Mon raised his own voice, high and sweet, so high that he did not have to sing among the low human voices. He could take a place in the bottom reaches of the sky people's song. From the street, a woman of the fields looked up at him and smiled. Mon answered her not with a smile, but with a rapid run, his best. And when she laughed and nodded and walked on, he felt good. Then he raised his eyes and saw, on the roof of a house 2 streets over, 2 young sky people who had perched there for a moment on their way home. They watched him, and Mon defiantly sang louder, though he knew his voice, high and quick as it was no match for the singing of the sky people. Still they heard him. They sang with him for a moment, and then they raised their left wings in salute to him. They must be twins, thought Mon, self and other self. Yet they took a moment to open their duet to include me. He raised his own left hand in answer, and they dropped down from the roof into the courtyard of their own house. Mon got up, and still singing, walked to the ladder. If he were an angel, he wouldn't have to use a ladder to climb down from the roof of the king's house. He could swoop down and come to rest before the door, and when dinner was over he could fly up into the night sky and go hunting by moonlight. His bare feet slapped against the rungs as he skimmed down the ladder. Keeper of Earth, why did you make me human? He sang as he walked through the courtyard of the king's house, heading for the raucous brotherhood of the king's table. But there was pain and loneliness in his song. Shedame woke up in her chamber in the starship Basilica, and saw at once that it wasn't one of her scheduled wakings. The calendar was all wrong, and to confirm it, she heard at once the voice of the Oversoul in her mind. The Keeper is sending dreams again. She felt a thrill of excitement run through her. For all these centuries, dipping into and out of life, kept young by the cloak of the Starmaster, but long since old and weary in her heart, she had waited to see what the Keeper's next move would be. She brought us here, thought Shedame, brought us here and kept us alive and sent us dreams, and then suddenly she fell silent and we were left to our own devices for so long. It was an old man first, among the Zenyifi, said the Oversoul. Shedame padded naked along the corridors of the ship and then up the central shaft to the library. They murdered him, but a priest named Akmaro believed him. I think he also had some dreams, but I'm not sure. With the old man dead and the ex-priest living in slavery, I wouldn't have woken you. But then the daughter of Motiak dreamed. Like Luette. I haven't seen a dreamer like this since Luette. What's her name? She was just a newborn when Ethadea. The women call her Dea. They know she's something, but the men don't listen, of course. I really don't like the way things have developed between men and women among the Nyafari, you know. My great-great-granddaughters shouldn't have to put up with such nonsense. I've seen worse, said the Oversoul. I have no doubt of that. But forgive me for asking, so what? It will change, the Oversoul said. It always does. How old is she now? Dea. 10. I sleep 10 years, and I still don't feel rested. She sat down at one of the library computers. All right, show me what I need to see. The Oversoul showed her Ethadea's dream and told her about Mon and his truth sense. Well, said Shedame, the powers of the parents are undiminished in the children. Shedame, does any of this make sense to you? Shedame almost laughed aloud. Do you hear yourself, my friend? You are the program that posed as a god back on the planet Harmony. You planned your plans, you plotted your plots, and you never asked humans for advice. Instead, you roped us in and dragged us to Earth, transformed our lives forever, and now you ask me if any of this makes sense? What happened to the master plan?" "My plan was simple," said the Oversoul. "Get back to Earth and ask the Keeper what I should do about the weakening power of the Oversoul of Harmony. I fulfilled that plan as far as I could. Here I am. And here I am. Don't you see, Shiedame? Your being here wasn't my plan. I needed human help to assemble one workable starship, but I didn't need to take any humans with me. I brought you because the Keeper of Earth was somehow sending you dreams, and sending them faster than light, I might add. The Keeper seemed to want you humans here, so I brought you. And I came, expecting to find technological marvels waiting for me. Machines that could repair me, replenish me, send me back to Harmony, able to restore the power of the Oversoul. Instead, I wait here. I've waited nearly 500 years. As have I, added Shiedame. You've slept through most of them, said the Oversoul. And you don't have responsibility for a planet 100 light-years distant where technology is beginning to blossom and devastating wars are only a few generations away. I don't have time for this. Except that if the Keeper thinks I have time for it, I probably do. Why doesn't the Keeper talk to me? When no one was hearing anything for all these years, I could be patient. But now humans are dreaming again. The Keeper is on the move again. And yet still it says nothing to me. And you ask me? Said Shiedame. You're the one who should have memories dating back to the time when you were created. The Keeper sent you, right? Where was it then? What was it then? I don't know. If a computer could shrug, Shiedame imagined the Oversoul would do it now. Do you think I haven't searched my memory? Before your husband died, he helped me search, and we found nothing. I remember the Keeper always being present. I remember knowing that certain vital instructions had been programmed into me by the Keeper. But as to who or what the Keeper is or was or even might have been, I know as little as you. Fascinating, said Shiedame. Let's see if we can think of a way to get the Keeper to talk to you, or at least to show her hand. Mon was seated as usual down at the steward's end of the table. His father told him that the king's second son was placed there in order to show respect for the record-keepers and message-bearers and treasurers and provisioners, for, as father said, if it weren't for them, there'd be no kingdom for the soldiers to protect. When father said that, Mon had answered in his most neutral voice, "But if you really wanted to show your respect for them, you'd place Ha'aron among them." To which father mildly replied, "If it weren't for the army, all the stewards would be dead." So Mon, the second son, was all that the second rank of leaders in the kingdom merited. The first son was the honor of the first rank, the military men, the people who really mattered. And that was how the business of dinner was conducted, too. The king's supper had begun many generations ago as a council of war. That was when women began to be excluded. In those days, it was only once a week that the council ate together. But for generations now, it had been every night, and human men of wealth and standing imitated the king in their own homes, dining separately from their wives and daughters. It wasn't that way among the sky people, though. Even those who shared the king's table went home and sat with their wives and children for another meal. Which was why, sitting at Mon's left hand, the chief clerk, the old angel named Bigot, was barely picking at his food. It was well known that Bigot's wife became quite miffed if he showed no appetite at her table, and father had always refused to be offended that Bigot apparently feared his wife more than he feared the king. Bigot was senior among the clerks, though as head of the census he was certainly not as powerful as the treasure master and the provisioner. He was also a surly conversationalist, and Mon hated having to sit with him. Beyond Bigot, though, his other self, Bego, was far more talkative, and had a much sturdier appetite, mostly because he had never married. Bego, the record-keeper, was only a minute and a half less senior than Bigot, but one would hardly imagine that they were the same age. Bego had so much energy, so much vigor, so much anger, Mon thought sometimes. Mon loved school whenever Bego was their tutor, but he sometimes wondered if father really knew how much rage seethed under the surface of his record-keeper. Not disloyalty. Mon would report that at once. Just a sort of general anger at life. Aronha said it was because he had never once mated with a female in his life. But then Aronha had sex on the brain these days and thought that lust explained everything, which in the case of Aronha and all his friends was no doubt true. Mon didn't know why Bego was so angry. He just knew that it put a delicious, skeptical edge on all of Bego's lessons, and even on his eating, a sort of savagery in the way he lifted the pan bread rolled up with bean paste to his lips and bit down on it, the way he ground the food in his jaws when he chewed, slowly, methodically, glaring out at the rest of the court. On Mon's right, the treasure master and the provisioner were caught up in their own business conversation, quietly, of course, so as not to distract from the real meeting going on at the king's end of the table, where the soldiers were regaling each other with anecdotes from recent raids and skirmishes. Being adult humans, the treasure master and provisioner were much taller than Mon, and generally ignored him after the initial courtesies. Mon was more the height of the sky people to his left, and besides he knew Bego better, and so when he talked at all it was to them. "I have something I want to tell Father," said Mon to Bego. Bego chewed twice more and swallowed, fixing Mon with his weary gaze all the while. "Then tell him," he said. "Exactly," murmured Bego. "It's a dream," said Mon. "Then tell your mother," said Bego. "Middle women still pay attention to such things." "Right," murmured Bego. "But it's a true dream," said Mon. Bego sat up straight. "And how would you know that?" Mon shrugged. "I know it." Bego turned to Bego, who turned to him. They gazed at each other, as if some silent communication were passing between them. Then Bego turned back to Mon. "Be careful about making claims like that." "I am," said Mon. "Only when I'm sure, only when it matters." That was something Bego had taught them in school, about making judgments. Whenever you can get away with making no decision at all, then that's what you should do. Make decisions only when you're sure and only when it matters. Bego nodded now, to hear Mon repeat his precept back to him. "If he believes me, then it's a matter for the War Council," said Mon. Bego studied him. Bego did too, for a moment, but then rolled his eyes and slumped back in his chair. "I feel an embarrassing scene coming on," he murmured. "Embarrassing only if the prince is a fool," said Bego. "Are you?" "No," said Mon. "Not about this, anyway." Even as he said it, though, Mon wondered if, in fact, he was a fool. After all, it was Ethadea's dream, not his own. And there was something about his interpretation of it that made him uneasy. Yet one thing was certain. It was a true dream, and it meant that somewhere humans, Nyafari humans, lived in painful bondage under the whips of Eliamaki diggers. Bego waited for another moment, as if to be sure that Mon wasn't going to back down. Then he raised his left wing. "Father Motiak," he said loudly. His abrasive voice cut through the noisy conversation at the military end of the table. Monyush, for many years the mightiest warrior in the kingdom, the man for whom Mon had been named, was interrupted in the middle of a story. Mon winced. Couldn't Bego have waited for a natural lull in the conversation? Father's normally benign expression did not change. "Bego, the memory of my people. What do you have to say during the War Council?" His words held a bit of menace, but his voice was calm and kind as always. "While the soldiers are still at table," said Bego, "one of the worthies of your kingdom has information that, if you choose to heed it, will be a matter for a council of war." "And who is this worthy? What is his information?" asked Father. "He sits beside my other self," said Bego, "and he can give you his information for himself." All eyes turned to Mon, and for a moment he wanted to turn and flee from the room. Had Ethadea realized how awful this moment would be when she asked him to do this? But Mon knew he could not shrink from this now. To back down would humiliate Bego and shame himself. Even if his message was disbelieved, he had to give it, and boldly, too. Mon rose to his feet, and, as he had seen his father do before speaking, he looked each of the leading men of the kingdom in the eyes. In their faces he saw surprise, amusement, deliberate patience. Last of all he looked at Aronha, and to his relief he saw that Aronha looked serious and interested, not teasing or embarrassed. "Aronha, thank you for giving me respect." "My information comes from a true dream," Mon said at last. There was a murmur around the table. Who had dared to claim a true dream in many generations, and at the king's table? "How do you know it's a true dream?" asked Father. It was something Mon had never been able to explain to anyone, or even to himself. He didn't try now. "It's a true dream," he said. Again there was a whisper around the table, and while some of the impatient faces changed to amusement, some that had been amused now looked serious. "At least they're paying attention," murmured Bigot. Father spoke again, a hint of consternation in his voice. "Tell us the dream, then, and why it's a matter for the Council of War." "The same dream over and over for many nights," said Mon. He was careful to give no hint of who the dreamer was. He knew they would assume that it was him, but no one would be able to call him a liar. "A little boy and his sister, the ages of Omener and Kimin. They were working in the fields as slaves, faint with hunger, and the taskmasters who whipped them at their work were Earth people." He had their attention now, all of them. Diggers with humans as slaves. It made all of them angry, though they all knew that it must happen from time to time. "One time in the dream, the boy was beaten by human boys, humans who ruled over the diggers. The boy was brave and never cried out as they humiliated him. He was worthy." The soldiers all nodded. They understood what he was saying. "At night, the boy and his sister and his father and mother lay in silence. I think they were forbidden to speak aloud. But they asked for help. They asked for someone to come and deliver them from bondage." Mon paused for a moment, and into the silence came Monyush's voice. "I have no doubt that this dream is true enough because we know that many humans and angels are kept as slaves among the Eliamaki. But what can we do? It takes all our strength to keep our own people free." "But Monyush," said Mon, "these are our people." Now the whispers were filled with excitement and outrage. "Let me hear my son speak," said Father. The whispers ceased. Mon blushed. Father had admitted him to be his son, yes, that was good, but he had not used the formal locution, "Let me hear my counselor," which would have meant that he absolutely accepted what Mon was saying. He was still on trial here. "Thanks, Ethadea. This could shame me for my whole life if it goes badly. I would always be known as the second son who spoke foolishness out of turn in a war council." "They have no sky people among them," said Mon. "Who has ever heard of such a kingdom? They are the Zenyifi, and they call to us for help." Husu, the angel who served the king as his chief spy, leading hundreds of strong, brave sky people who kept constant watch on the borders of the kingdom, raised his right wing, and Mon nodded to give him the king's ear. He had seen this done before at council, but since he had never had the king's ear himself, this was the first time he had ever been able to take part in the niceties of formal discussion. "Even if the dream is true, and the Zenyifi are calling out to us in dreams," said Husu, "what claim do they have upon us? They rejected the decision of the first King Motiak, and refused to live in a place where sky people outnumbered middle people 5-1. They left Darakemba of their own free will to return to the land of Niafai. We thought they must have been destroyed. If we learn now that they are alive, we're glad, but it means nothing more than that to us. If we learn now that they're in bondage, we're sad, but again, it means nothing more than that." When his speech was finished, Mon looked to the king for permission to speak again. "How do you know they're the Zenyifi?" asked Father. Again, Mon could say nothing more than to repeat what he knew was true. Only this was exactly the point that he wasn't sure of. They were the Zenyifi, but they were not the Zenyifi. Or something else. They used to be Zenyifi, was that it? Or are they simply a part of the Zenyifi? "They are Zenyifi," said Mon, and as he said it, he knew that it was right, or right enough. They may not be the Zenyifi, the whole people, but they are Zenyifi, even if somewhere else there might be others. But Mon's answer gave Father little to go on. "A dream," he said. "The first king of the Nyafari had true dreams." "As did his wife," said Bego. "The great Queen Luet," said Father, nodding. "Bego is wise to remind us of history. Both were true dreamers, and there were other true dreamers among them, and among the sky people, and among the earth people too in those days. But that was the age of heroes." Mon wanted to insist, "It is a true dream." But he had seen at council before how Father resisted when men tried to press their case by saying the same thing again and again. If they had new evidence, fine, let them speak, and Father would hear. But if they were merely insisting on the same old story, Father merely believed them less and less the more they pushed. So Mon held his tongue and merely continued to look his father in the eye, unabashed. He heard Begau's soft murmur as he spoke to his other self. "I know what the gossips will be chatting about for the next week." "The boy has courage," Begau answered softly. "So do you," said Begau. In the silence, Aronha stood from the table, but instead of asking Mon for the king's ear, he walked around behind the chairs to stand behind his father. It was a privilege that only the king's heir had, to speak to the king privately in front of his other counselors without giving offense, for it was not presumption for the heir to display a special privacy with the king. Father listened to Aronha, then nodded. "This can be said aloud," he said, granting permission. Aronha returned to his seat. "I know my brother," he said. "He does not lie." "Of course not," said Monyush, and Husu echoed him. "More than that," said Aronha. "Mon never claims to know what he doesn't know. When he's unsure, he says so. And when he's sure, he's always right." Mon felt a thrill run through him to hear such words from his brother's mouth. Aronha wasn't just standing up for him. He was asserting something so outrageous that Mon was frightened for him. How could he make such a claim? "Begau and I have noticed it," said Aronha. "Why else do you suppose Begau risked his own place at the king's table in order to introduce Mon's words? I don't think Mon realizes it himself. Most of the time he is uncertain of himself. He can be persuaded easily. He never argues. But when he truly knows a thing, he never backs down, never, no matter how much we argue. And when he digs in his heels like that, Begau and I both know well he's never been wrong. Not once. I would stake my honor and the lives of good men on the truth of what he says today. Even though I think the dream was not his own, if he says it's a true dream and the people are the Zenyifi, then I know that it's the truth as surely as if I saw old Zenyif with my own eyes." "Why do you think the dream is not his own?" asked Father, suddenly wary. "Because he never said it was," said Aronha. "If it was, he would have said it. He didn't, so it wasn't." "Whose dream was it?" demanded the king. "The daughter of Towaledwa," said Mon immediately. There was an immediate uproar at the table, partly because Mon had dared to mention the name of the dead queen at a celebratory occasion, but mostly because he had brought the counsel of a woman to the king's table. "We would not have heard that voice here," cried one of the old captains. Father raised his hands, and everyone fell silent. "You're right. We would not have heard that voice here. But my son believes that the message of that voice needed to be heard, and so he dared to bring it, and Ha'aron has declared his belief in it. So now the only question before this council is, what shall we do, now that we know the Zenyifi are calling to us for help?" The discussion immediately passed beyond any realm where Mon would be consulted, and he sat down, listening. He scarcely trusted himself to look at anyone, for fear he would break discipline and show a smile of such relief, such gratification, that everyone would know that he was still only a child, the second son. Husu opposed sending any sky people to risk their lives rescuing the Zenyifi. In vain did Monyush argue that the first generation, the one that had rejected all human association with angels, was surely dead by now. As they discussed the issue, with other counselors chiming in with their own points, Mon risked a glance at his brother. To his chagrin, Aronha was looking right at him, grinning. Mon ducked his head to hide his own grin, but he was happier at this moment than he had ever been before in his life. He turned then to glance at Begau, but it was Begau who whispered to him, "What if 100 die for this dream of Ethadea's?" The words struck Mon through the heart. He hadn't thought of that. To send an army so far into Elyamaki territory, up the endless narrow canyons where ambush was possible anywhere, it was dangerous, it was foolhardy. Yet the War Council was arguing not about whether to risk it, but whom to take on the raid. "Don't ruin the boy's triumph," murmured Bego. "Nobody's making the soldiers go. He told the truth, and he did it boldly. Honor to him." Bego raised his glass of mulled wine. Mon knew to raise his own glass of twice-cut wine. "It was your voice opened the door, Ro Bego." Bego sipped his wine, frowning. "None of your middle-being titles for me, boy." Bego grinned, a rare expression for him, and said, "My other self is beside himself with pleasure. You must excuse him. It always makes him surly." Father proposed the compromise. "Let Husu's spies guard Monyush's human soldiers until they find a way past the outposts of the Elyamaki. From what we understand, there's chaos among the kingdoms in the land of Nyafai these days, and it may be far safer than usual to get in. Then, when Monyush passes within the guarded borders, the spies hold back and wait for them to emerge again." "How long?" asked Husu. 80 days, said Monyush. "In the wet season in high country," said Husu. "Are we to freeze or starve? What is the plan?" "Keep 5 men there for 10 days, said the king. "Then another 5 and another for 10 days each." Monyush raised his left hand in agreement. Husu raised his left wing, but muttered nonetheless. "To bring back worthless bigots, yes, I'm sure that's worth the trouble." Mon was surprised that Husu was allowed to speak so boldly. "I understand the anger the Sky People feel toward the Zenifi," said Father. "That's why I take no offense at the mockery in your acceptance of my proposal." Husu bowed his head. "My king is kinder than his servant deserves." "That's the truth," muttered Bego. "Someday Husu will go too far, and the rest of us will pay for it." The rest of us? He must mean the Sky People as a whole, thought Mon. It was a disturbing thought that somehow the Sky People would all be held responsible for Husu's audacity. "That wouldn't be fair," said Mon. Bego chuckled softly. "Listen to him, Bego. He says it isn't fair, as if that means it couldn't happen." "In the secret heart of every human man," whispered Bego, "the Sky People are nothing more than impertinent beasts." "That's not true," said Mon. "You're wrong." Bego looked at him bemused. "I'm a human, aren't I?" demanded Mon. "And in my heart the angels are the most beautiful and glorious people." Mon had not been shouting, but the intensity in his voice had stilled all other voices. In the sudden silence he realized that everyone had heard him. He looked at his father's surprised expression and blushed. "It seems to me," said Father, "that some of the council have forgotten that only those with the king's ear can speak here." Mon rose to his feet, hot with shame. "Forgive me, sir." Father smiled. "I believe it was Aronha who said that when you dug in your heels you were always right." He turned to Aronha. "Do you stand by that?" A bit uncertain, Aronha looked his father in the eye and said, "Yes, sir." "Then I believe it is the opinion of this council that the angels are indeed the most beautiful and glorious people." And Father raised his glass to Husu. Husu stood, bowed, and lifted his glass in response. Both drank. Then Father looked at Monyush, who laughed, stood, and lifted his glass to drink as well. "The words of my second son have brought peace to this table," said Father. "That is always wisdom, to these ears at least. Come, have done. The council is over, and there is nothing more for us here except to eat, and ponder how the dreams of young girls, brought by young boys, have set in motion the feet and wings of warriors." Ethadea waited for her father to come to her small room to talk with her, as he did every night. Usually she was happy that he was coming, eager to tell him how she did in school, to show off a new word or phrase in the ancient language, to tell him of some adventure or gossip or achievement of the day. Tonight, though, she was afraid, and she wasn't sure which she feared more, that Mon had told Father of her dream, or that he hadn't. If he hadn't, then she would have to tell him now herself, and then he might pat her shoulder and tell her that the dream was strange and wonderful, and then he would just ignore it, not realizing that it was a true dream. When he came to her doorway, though, Ethadea knew that Mon had told him. His eyes were sharp and searching. He stood in silence, his arms bracing the doorframe, Finally he nodded. "So the spirit of Luet is awake in my daughter." She looked down at the floor, unsure whether he was angry or proud. "And the spirit of Nyafai in my second son." Ah, so he wasn't angry. "Don't bother explaining why you couldn't tell me this yourself," said Father. "I know why, and I'm ashamed. Luet never had to use subterfuge to get her husband's ear, nor did Shvea have to get her brother or her husband to speak for her when she had wisdom that others needed to know." In one motion he knelt before her and took her hands in his. "I looked around the king's council tonight as we finished our meal, thoughts of danger and war in our minds, of the Zenifi in bondage and needing to be saved, and all I could think of was, why have we forgotten what our first ancestors knew, that the Keeper of Earth cares not whether he speaks to a woman or a man?" "What if it's not so?" she whispered. "What, you doubt it now?" asked Father. "I dreamed the dream, and it was true. But it was Mon who said it was the Zenifi. I didn't understand it at all till he said that." "Keep talking to Mon when you have true dreams," said Father. "I know this. When Mon spoke, I felt a fire kindle in my heart, and I thought—" The words came into my mind as clearly as if someone had spoken them in my ear. "I thought, a mighty man stands here in boy shape. And then I learned the dream was yours, and again the voice came into my mind. The man who listens to Ethadea will be the true steward of the Keeper of Earth." "Was it the Keeper who spoke to you?" asked Ethadea. "Who knows?" said Father. "Maybe it was fatherly pride. Maybe it was wishful thinking. Maybe it was the voice of the Keeper. Maybe it was the second glass of wine." He laughed. "I miss your mother," he said. "She would know better than I what to make of you." "I'm doing my best with her," said Dudagu from the door. Ethadea gasped in surprise. Dudagu had a way of moving around silently so that no one knew where she might be eavesdropping. Father rose to his feet. "But I have never charged you with my daughter's education," said Father gently. "So what in the world would you be doing your best at?" He grinned at Dudagu, and then strode out of Ethadea's room. Dudagu glared at Ethadea. "Don't think this dream business can get you anywhere, little girl," she said. Then she smiled. "What you say to him in here, I can always unsay to him on his pillow." Ethadea smiled her prettiest smile back at her stepmother. Then she opened her mouth and jammed her finger down her throat as if to make herself throw up. A moment later she was smiling prettily again. Dudagu shrugged. "4 more years till I can have you married off," she said. "Believe me, I already have my women looking for someone suitable, someone far away from here." She glided silently away from the door and down the hall. Ethadea threw herself back on her bed and murmured, "I would dearly love to have a true dream of Dudagu Dermo in a boating accident. If you arrange those things, dear Keeper of Earth, keep in mind that she doesn't swim, but she's very tall, so the water must be deep." The next day all the talk was of the expedition to find the Zenifi, and the morning after that the lofty people and the officials of the city turned out to see the soldiers march away, the spies flying their daredevil maneuvers in the sky above them. Ethadea thought, as she watched them go, "So this is what a dream can do." And then she thought, "I should have more such dreams." At once she was ashamed of herself. If I ever lie about my dreams and claim a true one when it isn't so, then may the Keeper take all my dreams away from me. 16 human soldiers, with a dozen spies shadowing them from the air, set out from Darakemba. It was not an army, was not even large enough to be a serious raiding party, and so their departure caused only a momentary stir in the city. Mon watched, though, with Aronha and Ethadea standing beside him on the roof. "They should have let me go with them," said Aronha angrily. "Are you that generous, that you want the kingdom to come to me?" asked Mon. "Nobody's going to be killed," said Aronha. Mon didn't bother to answer. He was perfectly aware that Aronha knew Father was right. There was a touch of madness to this expedition. It was a search party trying to find the location of a dream. Father took only volunteers, and it was only with great reluctance that he let the great soldier Monyush lead them. There was no chance that he would send his heir. "They'd spend all their time worrying about your safety instead of the mission I'm sending them on," Father had said. "Don't worry, Aronha. You'll have your first sight of bloody battle far too soon, I'm sure. If I sent you out this time, though, your mother would rise up from the grave to scold me." Mon had felt a thrill of fear when he heard this, until he saw that everyone else was taking it as a joke. Everyone but Aronha, of course, who really was furious at not being included. "My sister can have the dream, my brother can tell you the dream, and what is for me? Tell me that, Father." "Why, Aronha, I have given you exactly as much involvement as I have given myself, to stand and watch them go." Well, now they were doing just that, standing and watching them go. Normally, Aronha would have seen the soldiers off from the steps of the king's house, but he claimed it would be too humiliating to stand beside the king when he had been declared too useless to go. Father didn't argue with him, just let him go to the roof. And now here he stood, furious even though he had already admitted to Mon that if he were in Father's place he'd make the same decision. Just because Father's right doesn't mean I have to be happy about it. Ethadea laughed. "By the cottonmouth, Aronha, that's when Father makes us the maddest." "Don't swear by the legless one," said Aronha sharply. "Father says it's just a dangerous snake and not a real god, so why not?" said Ethadea defiantly. "You're not superstitious now, are you, Aronha?" asked Mon. "Father says to have respect for the beliefs of others, and you know half the digger servants still hold the legless one sacred," said Aronha. "Yes," said Ethadea, "and they're always swearing by him." "They don't say his name outright," said Aronha. "But, Aronha, it's just a snake." Ethadea wagged her head back and forth like a maize tassel. In spite of himself, Aronha laughed. Then his face got serious again, and he looked back at the 16 soldiers, jogging out among the fields in single file, heading up the river to the southern border. "Will they find my dream?" asked Ethadea. "If the keeper sent you the dream," said Aronha, "it must mean he wants the Zenyifi found." "But that doesn't mean that anybody in Monyush's party even knows how to hear the keeper when she speaks," said Ethadea. Aronha glared but didn't look at her. "He decides whom he's going to speak to. It's not a matter of knowing how. She can only speak to people who know how to listen, which is why our ancestor Luet was so famous as the water seer, and her sister Hushith and her niece Shvea as ravelers. They had great power in them, and the power wasn't in them," said Aronha. "It was in the keeper. He chose them, his favorites, and I might point out that none of them was greater than Yafai himself, who had the cloak of the Starmaster and commanded the heavens with his— "Bego says it's all silliness," said Mon. The others fell silent. "He does?" said Aronha after a while. "You've heard him say so, haven't you?" asked Mon. "Never to me," said Aronha. "What does he say is silliness, the keeper?" "The idea of our heroic ancestors," said Mon. "Everybody claims to have heroic ancestors, he says. By the time enough generations have passed, they become gods. He says that's where gods come from. Gods in human shape, anyway." "How interesting," said Aronha. "He teaches the king's son that the king's ancestors are made up." Only now did Mon realize that he might be causing trouble for his tutor. "No," he said. "Not in so many words. He just raised the possibility." Aronha nodded. "So you don't want me to turn him in?" He didn't say it outright. "Just remember this, Mon," said Aronha. "Bego might be right, and our stories of great human ancestors with extraordinary powers granted by the Keeper of Earth, those stories might all be exaggerated or even outright fantasies or whatever. But we middle people aren't the only ones who might want to revise history to fit our present needs. Don't you think a patriotic sky man might want to cast doubt on the stories of greatness among the ancestors of the middle people, especially the ancestors of the king?" "Bego's not a liar," said Mon. "He's a scholar." "I didn't say he was lying," said Aronha. "He says we believe in these tales because it's so useful and satisfying to us. Maybe he doubts the same tales because the doubt is useful and satisfying to him." Mon frowned. "Then how can we ever know what's true?" "We can't," said Aronha. "That's what I figured out a long time ago." "So you don't believe in anything?" "I believe "In everything that seems most true to me right now," said Aronha. "I just refuse to be surprised when some of those things I believe now turn out to be false later. It helps keep me from being upset." Ethadea laughed. "And where did you learn that idea?" Aronha turned to her, mildly offended. "You don't think I could think it up myself?" "No," she said. "Monyush taught me that," said Aronha. "One day when I asked him if there really was a keeper of Earth. After all, according to the old stories, there once was a god called the Oversoul, and that turned out to be a machine inside an ancient boat." "An ancient boat that flew through the air," said Mon. "Bego says that only the sky people fly, and that our ancestors invented that flying boat story because Middle people were so jealous of the fact that sky people could fly." "Some sky people can fly," said Ethadea. "I'll bet old Bego is so old and fat and creaky he can't even get off the ground anymore." "But he could when he was young," said Mon. "He can remember." "And you can imagine," said Aronha. Mon shook his head. "To remember is real. To imagine is nothing." Ethadea laughed. "That's silly, Mon. Most of the things people say they remember they only imagine anyway." "And where did you learn that?" asked Aronha with a smirk. Ethadea rolled her eyes. "From Us. And you can laugh if you want, but she's a glorified housemaid," said Aronha. "She's the only friend I had after Mother died," said Ethadea firmly. "And she's very wise." "She's a digger," said Mon softly. "But not an Elyamaku," said Ethadea. "Her family has served the kings of the Nyafari for 5 generations." "As slaves," said Mon. Aronha laughed. "Mon listens to an old angel, Ethadea to a fat old digger slave woman, and I listen to a soldier who is known for his courage and cleverness in war, but not for his scholarship. We all choose our own teachers, don't we? I wonder if our choice of teacher shows anything about what our lives will be." They thought about that in silence, as they watched the small swarm of spies that marked the location of Monyush's party as they continued their journey far up the valley of the Tsidorek. Chapter 3. Resistance. "Nyafai told me something once," said Shedame to the Oversoul. The Oversoul, being endlessly patient, waited for her to go on. "Back before you chose him." "I remember the time," said the Oversoul, perhaps not endlessly patient after all. "Back when you were still trying to keep him and Isyeb from discovering too much about you. It was Isyeb who was the real problem, you know. He's the one who thought of opposing me." "Yes, well, but he didn't succeed until Nyafai joined him." "It was a concern for a while." "Yes, I imagine. Both of them struggling as hard as they could. You had to devote all your resources to dealing with them." "Never all. Never even close to all. Enough that you finally gave up. Took them into my confidence. Stopped struggling against them and enlisted them on your side. You had no choice, right?" "I knew all along that they were valuable. I decided at that point that they were the ones I would use to assemble a working starship." "Would you have chosen them if they hadn't been causing so much trouble for you?" "I had already chosen their father to start things moving." "But it was Luet you wanted, wasn't it?" "Nyafai was very insistent, very ambitious. He couldn't stand not to be in the midst of whatever was going on. I decided that was useful, and I never had to choose between him and Luet because they ended up together. Yes, I'm sure everything worked out exactly according to plan. I was programmed to be infinitely adaptable as long as I continue working toward the highest priorities. My plan changed, but its goal never did." "All right, then. That's the entire point I was trying to make." Shedame laughed. "If I didn't know better, Lady Oversoul, I would suppose you were protecting your pride." "I have no pride." "I'm relieved to hear it," said Shedame. "I discarded my own long ago." "What was the point you were trying to make?" "Nyafai forced you to listen to him, to notice him, to take him into account. Nyafai and Isyeb. They did it by resisting you, and doing it in such a way that you had to adapt your plans to fit their, what did you say, their ambition. Isyeb was stubborn, Nyafai was ambitious. I'm sure you have lists of adjectives appended to all our names in your files. Don't be snippy, Shedame. It isn't becoming to a woman who has abandoned her pride." "Will you listen to my plan?" "Oh, not a point, then, a plan." You still have the power to influence human beings. In a small area of the world, yes. It doesn't have to be on the other side of the planet, Just there in the Gornaya. Anywhere in the Gornaya, yes, I can have some influence. And that technique you used back on Harmony to keep us from developing dangerous technologies? Making people temporarily stupid. And you can still send dreams. Not the powerful dreams the Keeper sends. Dreams, though. Clear ones. Much clearer than the Keeper's dreams, said the Oversoul. Well then, we have a party of Nyafari soldiers headed up the valley of the Tsidorek. When they come near Lake Sidonod, the area is so thickly settled with Elyamaki that they'll have to take a dangerous route high up on the mountainside. But the mountain range is ragged there. At some points the crest is very low, so the valleys connect through a narrow pass. If they can sneak through that pass, they'll come down a canyon that will lead them straight to Chelem, where Akmaros people are held as slaves to the Elyamaki. Slaves to Pabulog and his sons, you mean. So when they near that pass, the Keeper will naturally try to steer them that way. One would think, said the Oversoul. So, why not make them very stupid until they've missed the chance? The Keeper will just send them back, said the Oversoul. And why would I want to keep them from rescuing Akmaro? The Keeper will try to send them back, but in the meantime you'll lead them along the mountainside until they drop down into the canyon where the river Zidomeg forms. Zinom, said the Oversoul, understanding now. Where the main body of the Zenyifi are also enslaved, more or less, by the Elyamaki. Exactly, said Shedeme. Monyush will think he's fulfilled his mission. He'll have found a group of Zenyifi in bondage to diggers. He'll figure out a way to bring them to safety. He'll bring them home. He can't take that whole population along the mountainside. No, said Shedeme. You'll have to send him dreams that will bring him home by going up the valley of the Ureg, and then over the pass that leads down to the valley of the Padurek. That takes them right past Akmaro's group. And the Keeper will try to get Monyush to find Akmaro's people again. And I interfere again, said the Oversoul. That's not what I'm supposed to do, Shedeme. My purpose is not to interfere with the Keeper of Earth. No, your purpose is to get the Keeper's help so you can return to Harmony. Well, if you cause her enough trouble, my dear, perhaps she'll send you back to Harmony in order to stop you from interfering. I don't think I can do that. The Oversoul paused. My programming may stop me from consciously rebelling against what I think the Keeper wants. Well, you figure it out, said Shedeme. But in the meantime, keep this in mind. As long as the Keeper isn't telling you anything, how do you know the Keeper doesn't want you to pull exactly the kind of stunt I'm suggesting? Just to prove your mettle? Shedeme, you're romanticizing again, said the Oversoul. I'm a machine, not a puppet wishing to be made alive. There are no tests. I do what I'm programmed to do. Do you? asked Shedeme. You're programmed to take initiative. Here's a chance. If the Keeper doesn't like it, all she has to do is tell you to stop. But at least you'll be talking then. I'll think about it, said the Oversoul. Good, said Shedeme. All right, said the Oversoul. I've thought about it. We'll do it. That quickly? Shedeme knew the Oversoul was a computer, but it still surprised her how much the old machine could do in the time it took a human to say a single word. I made a test run and found that nothing in my programming interferes. I can do it. So we'll give it a try when Monyush gets to the right place and find out how much the Keeper will put up with before deigning to make contact with me. Shedeme laughed. Why can't you admit it, you old fake? Admit what? You're really pissed off at the Keeper. I am not, said the Oversoul. I'm worried about what might be happening on Harmony. Relax, said Shedeme. Your other self is there, as the angels would say. I'm not an angel, said the Oversoul. Neither am I, my friend, said Shedeme. You sound wistful. I'm a gardener. I miss the feel of earth under my feet. Time for another trip to the surface? No, said Shedeme. No point in it. Nothing I planted last time will be ready for measurement. It would be a waste and a risk. You are allowed to have fun, said the Oversoul. Even the one who wears the cloak of the Star Master is allowed to do a few things simply because of the joy of doing them. Yes, and I'll do it when the time comes. You have a will of steel, said the Oversoul. And a heart of glass, said Shedeme. Brittle and cold. I'm going to take a nap. Why don't you use the time to design a dream? Don't you have dreams enough on your own? Not for me, said Shedeme. For Monyush. I was making a joke, said the Oversoul. Well, next time wink at me or something so I know." Shedeme got up from the terminal and padded off to bed. Monyush and his men slept yet another night on yet another narrow shelf of rock high above the valley floor. The torches in the digger village far below burned late. Monyush's 15 companions watched most of them until they guttered and winked out. It was hard to sleep, weary as they were, for if they rolled over in the night they would plunge 20 rods before so much as a knob of stone would break their fall, and no doubt the first of many bones. They all pushed sharp stakes into the rock, or, if there was no slight crevice to hold them, they piled them so they might feel them if they started to roll toward the edge in their sleep. But all in all it was a precarious slumber indeed, and there was probably no moment when more than half the men were asleep. Despite all this, tonight Monyush slept well enough to dream, and when he awoke he knew the path that he had to take in order to find the Zenifi. This high path would widen and slope downward, but at a certain place, if he should climb, he would come to a pass over these mountains and down into another valley. There he would see a large lake, and by passing down the valley of the river that flowed from it, in due time he would come to the place that Ethadea had dreamed of. He awoke from the dream just as the sky was beginning to lighten overhead. Carefully he pulled out the stakes he had pushed by hand into the stone and put them back into his bag. Then he gnawed on the cold maize cake that would be his only meal of the day, unless they found food somewhere on the journey, unlikely on such steep cliffs and so high in the thin air. This was the region called Crown of the Gornaya, the highest region of the great massif of mountain ranges that had long harbored Earth People, Middle People, and Sky People. It was here that the 7 lakes had formed, all of them holy, but none holier than Sidonod, the pure source of the Tsidorek, the sacred river that flowed through the heart of Darakemba. Some of the men had hoped to set eyes on Sidonod itself, but now Monyush knew that they would not. The pass would come too soon, within the first hour. Wordlessly, for sound carried far in the thin, dry mountain air, Monyush gave the signal to move. All the men were awake now, and they walked, slowly and stiffly at first, along the narrow shelf of rock. Twice they came to places where the shelf gave out, and they had to climb, once up, once down, to another shelf that allowed them to walk on. Then they reached the spot where the shelf widened and started to lead downward to an area of easier travel. Monyush recognized the place at once and thought what? He couldn't remember. Something about this spot. "What is it?" asked Chem, his second. In a whisper, of course. Monyush shook his head. It kept coming just to the tip of his tongue, some word, some idea, but he couldn't remember why. Ah, a dream. But the dream had fled. He couldn't think of what the dream had been or what it meant at all. How foolish, thought Monyush. Foolish of me to think my dreams could tell me true things the way Ethadea's did. He beckoned the men to follow him as he led onward, down the broadening path. Within half an hour they rounded a curve and saw what so many men dreamed of but never dared to hope to see. Holy Sidonod, shining in the first sunlight to crest the mountain. Below them, along the shores of the lake, there were villages, each with its cook fires. Of course, only the humans would live in the huts, and now and then houses. The diggers lived in hollowed trees and in tunnels under the earth nearby. The scene looked so peaceful. Yet they knew that if the men there, diggers or humans, knew of the Nyafari walking along this narrow shelf of land, there would be such an outcry, and soon war parties would be scaling the cliff walls. Not that this spelled sure death, outnumbered though they might be. Even diggers, born to climb, would have a hard time getting up the rocks. But eventually the Elyamaki would either reach their shelf and force them to fight to the last man, or the Nyafari would have to climb higher and higher until they reached the altitudes where men freeze or faint or grow mad. So they continued to move silently and smoothly along the rock, wearing their earth-colored tunics and leggings, their earth-colored blankets draped and pinned over their shoulders, their very skin and hair smeared with dirt to make them blend better into the stony cliff. If only we could find a way to go up and over these mountains and avoid this heavily populated lake, thought Monyush. And then a thought burst into his mind. Of course we can. Just back there behind us, there's a... He couldn't remember. What was it he was thinking of? Something behind them? Why? There were no pursuers. Had he forgotten one of his men? He stopped and made a quick count. All were there, and because they had stopped, most were gaping down at the holy lake below them. Monyush beckoned them on. The shelf rose again. They passed by the long lake, sleeping only 2 nights with it in view. After the lake they passed through easier country, though it was all the more dangerous. It was a large region of lowish mountains, green to their tops, and every valley had at least some people in it, usually diggers, often humans as well, and now and then an isolated settlement of angels, though most of these were either slaves to a nearby Elyamaki village or were free, but still tributary to one Elyamaki king or another. Several times they were spotted by angels soaring overhead, but instead of crying out a warning, the angels always flew on, ignoring them. One angel even swooped low and landed on a nearby branch, then pointed down the ridge that Monyush and his men were following and shook his head. "Don't go this way," he was saying. Monyush nodded, bowed to him as to a friend, and the angel rose up into the air and flew away. It's good for us, at least, thought Monyush, that the Elyamaki are so harsh on the few angels forced to live among them. It gives us friends wherever we go. Weak friends, it's true, but friends are all welcome in the land of our enemies. On the 40th day of their expedition, they came to a place where 4 streams met within a few rods. The water was turbulent, and yet no diggers or humans or angels lived near it. "A holy place like this," whispered Chem, "and yet no one dwells here to receive the gift?" Monyush nodded, then smiled. Perhaps they received the gift downstream. He led them on, just a little way, and as they moved downstream they saw that no new hills seemed to rise up ahead of them. The land was about to change. And suddenly they understood, for the ground dropped away in front of them. The water of the river soared out like an arrow's flight, spouting into the air, and then falling as perpetual rain down onto the valley below. It was a place of power, the only place that Monyush had ever seen or heard of, where water from a stream turned directly into rain without first rising up into the sky as clouds. "Is there a way down?" asked Chem. "As you said," answered Monyush. "It's a holy place. See? Many feet have come up this cliff." It was almost a stairway. The descent was so artificial. Steps cut into the stone, earth held in place by planks. "A cripple could climb here," said Alekiam, the one who spoke the dialect of digger language that was most common among the Elyamaki. Not that they were likely to run across many diggers who hadn't adopted Torg, the trading language that was mostly the original human language, with pronunciations adapted to the mouths of diggers and angels and thousands of their words thrown in. But it was possible, here in these high mountains, where it was said that in some remote valleys diggers and angels still lived together in the old way, the diggers stealing statues made by the angels and bringing them home to worship them as gods, even as they sent raiding parties to kidnap the children of the angels and eat them. No one in living memory had run across such a place, but few doubted that people like that might yet survive. Diggers who called the angels sky meat, and angels who called the diggers devils, both with good reason. "Quiet," said Monyush. "This place is well-traveled. Who knows who might be at the bottom?" But there was no one at the bottom, and the land, being lower, had different fruits in season. Monyush led his men to the brow of a hill overlooking the river that flowed away from the perpetual rainstorm at the base of the cliff. He told 12 of them to stay there and keep watch, eating what fruit they could find within sight of each other, while Monyush himself took Alekiam, Chem, and a strong soldier named Lemech, who could break a man's neck just by slapping him on the ear. As they moved carefully along the river course, they could see signs that once this land had been heavily settled. The boundaries of old fields could still be clearly seen, though they were overgrown, and here and there they passed an area that had been cleared and crusted over with stone, so that no diggers could get silently underneath and burrow their way into people's homes. "Where are all the people?" asked Cem, as they stood in the middle of one such place. "They built well, and now they're gone." "No, they're not," said Lemech. A tall young human stood at the forest's edge. He had not been there a moment before. "Hail, friend," said Monyush, for he could hardly hope to avoid an encounter now. At a signal from the tall young man, at least 30 soldiers stepped onto the platform of stone. Where had they been? Hadn't they circled this place before stepping out onto it? "Lay down your weapons," said Monyush softly. "In a digger's heart I will," said Lemech. "They have us," said Monyush. "If we surrender, perhaps we'll live long enough for the others to find us." "For all we know, these are the people we've come to find," said Cem. "Not a digger among them." That was true enough, so they laid down their weapons on the stone floor of the platform. At once the strangers closed on them, seized them, bound them, and forced them to run with them through the woods, until they came to a place where 20 such platforms were clustered. On them many buildings rose, most of them houses, but not humble ones, and some of the buildings could not have been houses at all, but rather were palaces and game courts, temples, and, most prominent of all, one solitary tower rising taller than any of the trees. From that tower you could sure look out over this whole land, thought Monyush, and see any enemies that might be approaching. If the soldiers hadn't gagged Monyush and his men, he might have asked them if they were the Zenyifi. As it was, they were thrown into a room that must have been built for storing food, but now was empty except for the 4 bound prisoners. In Ethadea's dream, thought Monyush, weren't the Zenyifi asking to be rescued? Akhma awoke from his dream, trembling with fear. But he dared not cry aloud, for they had learned that the diggers who guarded them regarded all loud voices in the night as prayers to the keeper, and Pabulog had decreed that any praying to the keeper by these followers of Akhmaro was blasphemy, to be punished by death. Not that a single cry in the night would have a child killed, but the diggers would have dragged them out of their tent and beaten them, demanding that they confess that one of them had been praying. The children had learned to waken silently, no matter how terrible the dream. Still, he had to speak of it while it was fresh in mind. He wanted to waken his mother, wanted her to enfold him in her arms and comfort him. But he was too old for that, he knew. He would be ashamed of needing her comfort, even as he gratefully received it. So it was his father, Akhmaro, that he nudged, until his father rolled over and whispered, "What is it, Akhma?" "I dreamed." "A true dream?" "The keeper sent men to rescue us, but a cloud of darkness and a mist of water blocked their view, and they lost the path to us. Now they will never come." "How did you know the keeper sent them?" "I just knew." "Very well," said Akhmaro. "I will think about this. Go back to sleep." Akhma knew that he had done all he could do. Now it was in his father's hands. He should have been satisfied, but he was not satisfied at all. In fact, he was angry. He didn't want his father to think about it. He wanted his father to talk about it. He wanted to help come up with the interpretation of the dream. It was his own dream, after all. But his father listened, took the dream seriously enough, but then assumed that it was up to him alone to decide what to do about it, as if Akhma were a machine, like the index in the ancient stories. "I'm not a machine," said Akhma silently, "and I can think of what this means as well as anyone. It means that the keeper sent men to rescue us, and they lost the way. What else could it mean? How could Father interpret it any differently? Maybe it isn't the interpretation of the dream that Father is thinking about. Maybe he's thinking about what to do next. If the keeper was just going to send another party of rescuers, then why send me such a dream? It must mean that there will be no other rescuers, so it's up to us to save ourselves." And Akhma drifted off to sleep with dreams of battle in his mind, standing sword in hand, facing down his tormentors. He saw himself standing over the beheaded body of Pabul. He heard Udad groan with his guts spilled out into his lap as he sat on the ground, marveling at the mess young Akhma had made of his body. As for Didul, Akhma imagined a long confrontation between them, with Didul finally pleading for his life, the arrogance wiped off his face, his beautiful cheeks streaked with tears. Shall I let you live, after you beat me and taunted me every day for weeks and weeks? For the insult to me I might forgive you, but shall I let you live, after you slapped my sister so many times until she cried? Shall I let you live, after you drove the other children to exhaustion until the weakest of them collapsed in the hot sun, and you laughed as you covered them with mud as if they were dead? Shall I let you live, as you did all these things in front of the parents of these children, knowing that they were helpless to protect their young ones? That was the cruelest thing, to humiliate our parents, to make them weak in front of their own children. And for that, for that, the blade through the neck, your head spinning in the air, bouncing and dancing along the ground before it rolls to rest at the feet of your own father. Let him weep, that cruel tyrant. Let him try to push your head back into place and make your vicious little smile come back to your lips, but he can't do it, can he? Powerless, isn't he? Standing there with little Moo clinging to his leg, begging me to spare him at least one son, at least the last of his boys, but I'll spare no one because you spared no one. With such wistful imaginings did Akma go back to sleep. Monyush was dragged out of his sleep by two men, who seized him by his bound arms and hauled him out of the dank storehouse. He could hear that the others were being treated the same, but he could see nothing because the light of day dazzled his eyes. He was barely able to see clearly when he was hauled before the court of the king, for that is who it clearly was, though he was the same man who had shown himself before them on the day they were taken. He had not looked like a king then, and even now Monyush thought he was young and seemed unsure of himself. He sat well on the throne, and he commanded with certainty and assurance, but Monyush couldn't place what was wrong, except, perhaps, that this man did not seem to want to be where he was. What was this strange reluctance? Did he not want to be sitting in judgment on these two strangers? Or did he not want to be king? "Do you understand my language?" asked the king. "Yes," said Monyush. The accent was a little odd, but nothing to be much remarked upon. No one in Darakemba would have mistaken him for one of the Elyamaki. "I am Ak Ilihi, son of Nuab, who once was Nuak, the king of the Zenyifi. My grandfather, Zenyifab, led our people out of the land of Darakemba to possess again the land of Nyafai, which was the proper inheritance of the Nyafari, and he was made king by the voice of the people. It is by that same right that I now rule. Now tell me why you were so bold as to come near the walls of the city of Zidom, while I myself was outside the city with my guards. It was because of your boldness and fearlessness that I decided not to allow my guards to put you to death without first knowing from your own lips how you dared to violate every treaty and defy our rule within the boundaries of that small kingdom that the Elyamaki have left to us." The king waited. "You are now permitted to speak," the king said. Monyush took a step forward and bowed before Ilihiak. "O king, I am very grateful before the Keeper of Earth that I have been left alive, and that you permit me to speak, and I will speak freely because I know now that if you had realized who I am, and who these are that follow me, you would never have suffered us to be bound and held prisoner. My name, O king, is Mon, and it was by the pleasure of King Motiak of Darakemba that men now call me Monyush." "Motiak," said the king. "Not Motiab, who ruled when your grandfather left Darakemba, but his grandson. He was the one who sent us to search for the Zenyifi, for there was a dream from the keeper that said that the Zenyifi were in bondage to the Elyamaki and yearning to be free." Ilihiak rose to his feet. "Now I will rejoice, and when I tell the people they will rejoice also." His words were formal, but Monyush could see that they were also heartfelt. "Unbind them," he said to his guards. With the bands removed from his arms and legs, Monyush could hardly stand upright for a few moments, but the guards who had before dragged him now held him up with steady hands. "I tell you freely, Monyush, for I'm sure you deserve that name from all kings, if Motiak has so named you, that if our brothers from Darakemba can set us free of the heavy taxes and the cruelty of the Elyamaki, we will gladly be your slaves, for it is better to be slaves to the Nyafari than to have the Elyamaki rip from us all that we produce." "Ilihiak," said Monyush, I am not the great Akmoti, but I can assure you that he is not such a man as to send us to find you only to make you slaves in Darakemba. Whether he will allow you to continue to be a separate people within the borders of Darakemba, and whether he will confirm your throne as under-king, I have no power to say. But I do know that Motiak is a kind and just man, chosen by the Keeper, and he will not enslave those who wish to be loyal citizens. If he allows us to dwell within his borders and under his protection, we will feel it to be the greatest kindness ever offered, and we would not think to ask for more." Monyush heard this, but knew enough of the doings of kings to know perfectly well that Ilihiak would no doubt be a tough bargainer, holding out for all the independence and power he could get from Motiak. But that was a matter for kings, not soldiers. "Ilihiak, we are not many, but we are more than 4. Will you permit me to—" "Go at once. You are free men. If you want to punish us for imprisoning you, you have only to leave, and we will make no effort to stop you. But if you have mercy on us, come back with the rest of your companions, and let us counsel together on what we can do to win free of the Elyamaki." Chebea worked in silence, trying not to watch as 2 of Pabiolog's sons kept knocking Luet down. It made her want to scream, and yet she knew that any protest would only make things worse for everyone. Yet what kind of woman can bear to let her little child be mistreated by thugs and do nothing, say nothing, simply continue to work as if she didn't care? Luet began to cry. Chebea stood upright. Immediately 2 of the diggers started toward her with their heavy whips. Of course, they were watching her, every move she made, because she was Luet's mother. So she stopped. She said nothing, just stood there. "Back to work," said the digger. Chebea looked at him defiantly for a moment, then bowed down again to hoe the maize. Where was the Keeper of Earth? In the days since Akma had his dream that the rescuers weren't coming, Chebea had asked the same question over and over. If the Keeper cares enough about us to send Akma a dream, why doesn't she do something? Akmaro said that the Keeper is testing us, but what is the test, and how do we pass it? Does the Keeper want us to turn into a nation of cowards? Or does she want us to revolt against Pabiolog's hideous children and so die? We must each think of a way, Akmaro had said. We must find a way out of this dilemma ourselves. That is the test that the Keeper has set for us. And once we find that way, the Keeper will help us. Well, if the Keeper was so smart, why didn't she come up with a few suggestions herself? No one knew better than Chebea how their slavery was destroying them. Few knew of her gift, and those only women, except of course for her husband. But where once she had been able to alert Akmaro to small rifts in the community before they could become open quarrels, now all she could do was watch in despair as the bonds connecting friend to friend, parent to child, brother to sister, all weakened, thinned to almost nothingness. They are making us into animals, depriving us of our human affections. All we care about now is survival, avoiding the whip. Each time we cower and let our children be mistreated, we love those children a little less, because it is only by not loving them as much that we can bear it to see them suffer. Not Akmaro, though. He loved his children more and more. In the night he whispered to her how proud he was of their strength, their courage, their understanding. But perhaps this was because Akmaro had a seemingly limitless tolerance for emotional pain. He could suffer for his children. No one knew better than Chebea how much he suffered, and yet he clung all the tighter to them because of it. He is not afraid of his own love for them, the way so many other parents are. Am I like him, or like them? What worried Chebea most in her own family was the way young Akma seemed to be growing more and more distant from his father. Could the boy be blaming Akmaro for not saving him from the persecution of the sons of Pabiolog? It couldn't be that. If Luet could understand, Akma could also. So what was it that made Akma flee from what had once been a tight connection between him and his father? Chebea mocked herself silently. Why am I worrying about tension between father and son? In a week or a month or a year, we'll all be dead, murdered, or dead of hunger or disease. Then what will it matter why Akma didn't have the same loyalty to his father that he used to have? I wish I could talk to Hushith or Shvea, one of the ancient ravelers. They must have understood better than I do the things that I see. Does Akma hate his father? Is it anger? Fear? I watch the loyalties shift and change, and sometimes it's obvious why the changes come, and sometimes I have almost no idea. Hushith and Shvea were never uncertain. They always knew what to do. They were always wise. But I am not wise. I only know that my husband is losing our son's love, and what will I be in Luette's eyes, her own mother, when I stand by in silence and let these bullies mistreat her? Chebea felt herself filled with a sudden and irresistible resolve. They mean to kill us eventually. Better to die with Luette certain that her mother loves her. Chebea stood upright again. The diggers had already looked away from her, but they noticed soon enough that she had stopped her work. They moved toward her. Chebea pitched her voice to be heard clearly by the sons of Pabulog. "Why are you so frightened of me?" she said. It worked. One of the boys answered her, the third son, the one called Didul. "I'm not frightened of you." "Then why don't you push me down, instead of a little girl half your size?" Chebea let her voice fill with scorn, and saw with pleasure how Didul's face flushed. Around her other adults were muttering, "Hush, enough, quiet now. They'll beat us all." Chebea ignored them. She also ignored the digger guards with their upraised whips, who were already almost upon her. "Didul, if you aren't a coward, take a whip and beat me yourself." One of the diggers' whips landed on her back. She winced and staggered under the weight of the blow. "You're just like your father," she cried out to him. "Afraid to do anything yourself." Another blow fell. But then Didul called out, "Stop!" The diggers each let one more blow fall before they obeyed him. It brought Chebea to her knees, and she could feel the blood flowing down her back. But Didul was coming to her, and so she used the precious moments before he arrived. Rising slowly to her feet, she looked him in the eye and spoke to him. "So the boy Didul has some pride. How could that happen? The children of Akmaro have courage. No matter how you torment them, have you ever heard them beg for mercy? Do you think that if your father were beaten the way you beat these little children, he would be as brave?" "Don't speak of my father, blasphemer!" shouted Didul. But Chebea could see what Didul could not, that she had troubled him. The connection between him and his brothers was just a little weaker because of her words. "See what your father teaches you? To bully little children. But you have pride. It makes you ashamed to do what your father tells you to do." Didul took the whip from the hands of one of the diggers. "I'll show you my pride, blasphemer." "Is it your pride that lets you raise a whip against an unarmed woman?" The words stung. She could see it. "No, a true son of Pabulog can only strike out at people who are helpless. Have you ever seen your father stand in battle like a man?" "He would if he had any real men to fight," shouted Didul. Chebea searched her mind for the retort that would work the best. "I think that in your heart, Didul, you understand what your father is doing to you. Why do you think he sent you here to torment us? Why do you think he told you to mistreat the little children? Because he knew that you would be ashamed of yourself for doing it. Because he knew that once you had made little children cry, you would know that you were as low and cowardly as he is, so that he would never have to hear his children taunt him, for he will always be able to answer you, 'Yes, but who was it who beat up on little girls?'" Infuriated, Didul lashed out. The whip caught her across the shoulder, and the end of it wrapped around her and caught her on the cheek. Blood splashed into her eyes, and she was blinded for a moment. "Don't call my father a coward!" cried Didul. "Even at this very moment," she said, "you hate him for making you the kind of coward who answers a woman's words with a whip. If the things I said were not the truth, Didul, they wouldn't make you so angry." "Nothing that you said is true." "Everything I said is true, and the proof of it is that when you walk away from here, these guards will beat me to death, just so you never have to listen to me again." Chebea spoke with conviction. She feared that what she was saying just might be the truth. If they beat you, it will be to punish you for lying." "If you didn't believe me, did you? You would just laugh at what I said." Now she had him. She could see the new thread that bound him to her. She was winning him away, tearing at his loyalty to his father. "I don't believe you," he said. "You believe me, did you? Because every time you hit one of these little children, you're ashamed. I can see it in your eyes. You laugh just like your brothers, but you hate yourself for it. You're afraid that you're just like your father." "I want to be just like my father." "Really? Then why are you here? Your father doesn't dirty himself by beating up on children with his own hands. He always sends thugs and bullies to do it for him. No, you can't be like your father, because there's still a man inside you. But don't worry. A few more years of beating up on babies and there will be no trace of manhood left in your heart." As she talked, Udad, Didul's next older brother, had come up behind him. "Why are you listening to this witch?" Udad demanded. "Have them kill her." "That's the voice of your father," said Chebeah. "Kill anyone who dares to tell you the truth. Only don't do it yourself. Have someone else do it for you." Udad turned to the diggers. "Why are you standing there letting her do this? She's got some kind of magic control of my stupid brother." With a cry of rage, Didul turned around and made as if to lash his brother with a whip. Udad cringed and covered his face with his hands and screeched, "Don't hit me! Don't hit me!" "There, you see it," said Chebeah. "That's what you'll become when your father is through with you." She could see the last threads binding Didul to Udad turn to rage and shame, a negative connection. "But are you already like him, Didul? Or is there a man inside you?" Udad, shamed now, backed away. "I'm going to tell Pabiel that you're letting Akmaro's wife turn you against us all." "Does that frighten you, Didul?" asked Chebeah. "He's going to tell on you. Does that frighten you?" "I'm leaving," said Didul. "I don't want to hear any more of your lies." "Yes, leaving me so the guards can kill me," said Chebeah. "But I promise you that if I die here today, you'll hear my voice inside your heart forever." Defiant anger sparking in his eyes, Didul turned to the diggers. "I want to see her alive tomorrow, with no more lashes on her than she already has." "That's not what your father said," one of them retorted. Didul grinned savagely at him. "He said to obey his sons. If this woman is harmed, I'll have you skinned alive. Do you doubt me?" Ah, the fire in his eyes. Chebeah could see that he had the gift of command. She had kindled his pride, and now it was burning, burning in his heart. The diggers backed off. Didul tossed the whip back to the one who had lent it to him. Then he spoke one more time to Chebeah. "Get back to work, woman." She looked him in the eye. "I obey the lash. But someday, wouldn't you like to see someone obey you out of true respect?" Despite the pain of the wounds on her back and the blood in her eye, she bent over and picked up her hoe. She scratched ineffectually at the soil. She could hear him walk away. "I'll kill her," said one of the diggers. "What can he do about it? His father would never approve of him listening to her." "Fool," said the other. "If he wants his father to kill us, do you think he'll tell him the truth?" "So let's us tell him first." "Oh, great idea. Go to Pabiolog and tell him that his son let this woman talk him down. How long do you think we'd live if we were going around telling that story?" Chebeah listened to them with amusement. Her words had had their effect on these diggers, too. It wasn't much of a plan to stir up trouble among Pabiolog's sons and soldiers, and they might kill her yet. As it was, she'd be paying for this day's work in pain for many days to come. "That was a stupid thing to do," someone muttered. "You could have got us all killed." "Who cares?" someone else whispered. "Didn't Akmaro spread the word for us to think of how we might deliver ourselves? At least she thought of something." Didul and Udad were back near where Luet and Akma worked. Luet flinched from them, but Akma stood his ground. How much of what she said had he heard? Perhaps all of it, perhaps little, but he stood his ground. Udad reached out and pushed at Akma, who staggered backward but did not fall. There was no surprise in that. No, the surprise came when Didul lunged at Udad and sent him sprawling in the dirt. Udad immediately sprang up, ready to fight his younger brother. "What was that? Do you want me to beat you up?" Didul stood and looked him in the eye. "Is that all you can do? Beat up on people who are smaller than you? If you touch me, then you prove that everything she said about us is true." Udad stood there, flustered, confused. Chebea could see the ties of loyalty shifting even as she watched. Udad, uncertain now, suddenly wanted Didul's good opinion more than anything, for he was ashamed not to have it, just as Didul in turn wanted Chebea's good opinion. That was the beginning of loyalty. Wouldn't that be the perfect vengeance, to turn Pabulog's own sons against him? No, not vengeance. Deliverance. That's what we're trying for, to save ourselves, since the Keeper seems unwilling to do it. "I can't tell," said the Oversoul. "Is our plan working or not?" Chiedame chuckled wryly. "Well, at least the Keeper noticed us. That dream she sent to Akma, and Chebea's sudden impulse to defy Pabulog's sons. If that was the Keeper. Yet the Keeper still says nothing to us. We're a gnat buzzing in the Keeper's ear. We are brushed away. So let's go back and keep buzzing. The Keeper's plans will go forward regardless of what we do or don't do," said the Oversoul. "I hope so," said Chiedame. "But I do think she cares very much what people do. Down there on Earth, of course. But also here in this ship. She cares what happens. Maybe all the Keeper cares about is the people of Earth. Maybe she no longer cares about the people of Harmony. Maybe I should go home to Harmony now and tell my other self that our mission is over and we can let humans there do whatever they want. Or maybe the Keeper still wants you here," said Chiedame. Then a new thought occurred to her. Maybe she still needs the powers of the starship, the cloak of the Starmaster. "Maybe the Keeper needs you," said the Oversoul. Chiedame laughed. "What, I have some seeds and embryos up here that she wants me to put down somewhere on Earth? All she has to do is send me a dream and I'll plant wherever she says." "So we go on waiting," said the Oversoul. "No, we go on prodding," answered Chiedame. "Like Chebea did. We roust the old she-bear from her den and goad her." "I'm not sure I like the implications of your metaphor. She-bears are destructive and dangerous when they've been goaded." "But they do give you their undivided attention." Chiedame laughed again. "I don't think you have enough respect yet for the power of the Keeper." "What power? All we've seen from the Keeper up to now is dreams." "If that's all you've seen," said the Oversoul, "then you haven't been looking." "Really?" "The Gornaya, for instance. That massif of impossibly high mountains. The ancient geological data from before the departure of humans 40 million years ago shows no tectonic formation or movement that could have caused this. The plates in this area weren't moving in the right direction to cause such incredible folding and uplift. Then suddenly, the Cocos Plate started moving northward with far more speed and force than any tectonic movement ever recorded. It attacked the Caribbean Plate far faster than it could be subducted." Chiedame sighed. "I'm a biologist. Geology is barely comprehensible to me. You understand this, though. A dozen ranges of mountains with peaks above 10 kilometers in height, and they were lifted up within the first 10 million years. Is that fast? Even now, the Cocos Plate is still moving northward 3 times faster than any other plate on Earth. That means that underneath the Earth's crust, there's a current of molten rock that is flowing northward very rapidly. The same current that caused North America to rift along the Mississippi Valley. The same current that crumpled all of Central America into pieces and jammed them together and—" The Oversoul fell silent. "What?" "I'm doing a little research for a moment." "Well, pardon me for interrupting," said Chiedame. "This has to have begun before humans left Earth," said the Oversoul. "Yes." "The earthquakes, the volcanoes out along the Galapagos Ridge. What was it that encased the Earth in ice for a while? In my memory, it was all linked with human misbehavior, with wars, nuclear and biological weapons. But how exactly did those things cause the Earth to become uninhabitable?" "I love watching a brilliant mind at work," said Chiedame. "I will have to search all my records from that time period," said the Oversoul, "and see whether I can rule out the possibility that it was the movement of the Cocos Plate, and not the warfare directly, that caused the destruction of the habitable zones of Earth." "You're saying that the warfare might have caused the Cocos Plate to move?" That's absurd." The Oversoul ignored her, scoffing. "Why did all human life leave Earth? The diggers and angels managed to survive. I never thought to question it till now, Starmaster, but don't you find it a bit suspicious? Surely some group of humans could have survived, in some equatorial zone." "Please, I know creativity and serendipity are designed into your thinking algorithms," said Chedame, "but are you seriously entertaining the notion that human misdeeds could have caused the Cocos Plate to move? I'm saying that perhaps human misdeeds could cause the Keeper of Earth to cause the Cocos Plate to move. And how could she possibly do that? I can't imagine any entity of any kind with power enough to move the currents of magma under the crust of the planet," said the Oversoul. "But I also can't imagine any natural force that could have caused the many anomalies that created the Gornaya. The world is full of strange and unnatural things, Chedame, like the symbiotic interdependence that the diggers and angels used to have. You said yourself that it was artificial. And my hypothesis is that these changes were deliberately introduced by human beings before they left. But why would they do it, Chedame? Whose purpose were they fulfilling? Why would they even care, knowing that they would leave this planet and believing that they would never come back? I think it's possible for us to ascribe too many events to the plots and plans of the Keeper of Earth," said Chedame. "She causes dreams and influences human behavior. We have no evidence for anything else." "We have no evidence. Or we have the most obvious evidence imaginable. I must do research. There are gaps in my knowledge. The truth has been hidden from me, but I know that the Keeper is involved in all of this." "Search all you want. I'll be fascinated to know the outcome. It may be that I'm programmed not to find the truth, you know," said the Oversoul, "and that I'm programmed not to find the way I've been programmed to hide the truth from me." "How circular." "I may need your help. I may need a nap." She yawned. "I don't believe that any computer, even the Keeper of Earth, has power over such things as currents of magma. But I'll help if I can. Maybe in pursuing this worthless hypothesis you'll come across something useful." "At least you're keeping an open mind," said the Oversoul. "I'm sure you meant that in the nicest possible way," said Chedame. That night, in their hut, Akmaro and Akma washed and dressed Chebea's wounds. "You could have been killed, Mother," said Akma quietly. "It was the bravest thing I ever saw," said Akmaro. Chebea wept silently, in relief that she hadn't been slaughtered in the field, in delayed fear at what she had dared to do, in gratitude to her husband for praising what she did. "Do you see, Akma, what your mother is doing?" said Akmaro. "She defied them," said Akma, "and they didn't kill her." "There's more to it than that, Akma," said Akmaro. "It's a gift that your mother has had all her life. She's a raveler." "Hushith," whispered Luet. The tales of Hushith the Raveler were well known among the women and girls, not to mention Shvea, Nyafai's and Luet's daughter, the ancient one for whom Chebea had been named. "She sees the connections between people," Akmaro explained to Akma. "I know what a raveler is," said Akma. "To be a raveler is a gift of the Keeper," said Akmaro. "The Keeper must have seen, years ago, the dilemma we'd be in today, and so he gave a great gift to Chebea, so that when this day came, she could begin to unravel the conspiracy of evil that rules over us. We had with us all along the power to do what your mother began today. The Keeper only waited for us to realize it, for your mother to find the right moment to act." "It looked to me," said Akma, "as if Mother stood alone." "Is that what you saw?" asked Akmaro. "Then your vision is still very young and blurred, for your mother stood with the power of the Keeper in her, and with the love of her husband and children inside her. If you and Luet and I had not been in the field with her, do you think she would have done it?" "We were there," said Akma. "But where was the Keeper?" "Some day," said Akmaro, "you will learn to see the Keeper's hand in many things." When the children were asleep, Chebea rested her head on her husband's chest and clung to him and wept. "Oh, Kamadaro, Kamadaro, I was so frightened that I would make things worse." "Tell me your plan," he said. "If I know your plan, I can help you." "I don't know my plan. I have no plan." "Then here is the plan that came into my mind as I watched you and listened to you. I thought at first that you were simply trying to get those boys to rebel against their father. But then I realized that you were doing something far more subtle. I was? You were winning Didyul's heart. If he has one. You were teaching him how to be a man. It's a new idea to him. I think he'd like to be a good man, Bedaya." She thought about it. "Yes, I think you're right. So we won't tear these boys away from each other. Instead, we'll make friends and allies of them." "Do you think we can?" asked Chebea. "You mean, do I think we should?" "Yes, Bedaya. They can't help being what their father taught them to be. But if we can teach them to be something else, they might be good men yet. That is what the Keeper wants us to do, not to destroy our enemies, but make friends of them if we can." "They've hurt my children so many times," said Chebea. "Then how sweet the day will be when they kneel and ask your forgiveness, and your children's forgiveness, and the three of you say, 'We know that you are no longer the men you were then. Now you are our brothers.'" "I can't ever say that to them." "You can't say that to them now," said Akmaro. "But you too will have a change of heart when you see them also change." "You always believe the best of other people, Kamodaro." "Not always," said Akmaro. "But in that boy today I saw a spark of decency. Let's blow on that spark and give it fuel." "I'll try," said Chebea. Lying on his mat, Akma heard his parents' conversation and thought, what kind of man is he, to talk to Mother about making friends with the very ones who lashed her skin and made her bleed today? I will never forgive these men, never, no matter how they seem to change. Men who are friends with diggers can never be trusted. They have become just like diggers, low, filthy creatures who belong in holes under the earth like worms. For Father to talk of teaching and forgiving a worm like Didyul was just another sign of his weakness. Always running, hiding, teaching, forgiving, fleeing, submitting, bowing, enduring. Where in Father's heart was the courage to stand and fight? It was Mother, not Father, who stood against Didyul and the diggers today. If Father really loved Mother, he would have spent tonight vowing revenge for her bloody wounds. Chapter 4. Deliverance. Monyush followed Illihiak into his private chamber and watched as the king barred the door behind him. "What I'm going to show you," said Illihiak, "is a great secret, Monyush." "Then perhaps you shouldn't show me," said Monyush. "My loyalty is sworn to Akmoti, and I will keep no secret from him." "But that's why I brought you here, Ushmon. You have the deepest trust of your great king. Do you think that I don't know that my kingdom would be hardly a small district of the empire of Darakemba? The stories reach us even here, that the Nyafari who went down to the Tsidorek have now become the greatest kingdom in the Gornaya. What I have here is a matter for a great king, a king like Motiak, I think. I know it's beyond me." Monyush felt strongly that if there were two men, one would be greater than the other, and somewhere else there would always be one greater than either. True nobility consisted of recognizing one's betters as well as one's inferiors, and giving proper respect to all, never pretending to be above one's natural place. Illihiak clearly understood that he had a greater rank and authority than Monyush, but that Motiak was greater than either of them. It made Monyush feel more confident in the man. "Show me without fear, then," said Monyush, "for I will reveal what I see to no man except my lord Motiak." "To no man," said Illihiak. "According to our ancient lore, the humans of Darakemba include male angels and male diggers in the word man." "That's right," said Monyush. "A male of the Sky People, the Earth People, or the Middle People is a true man in the eyes of our law." Illihiak shuddered. "My people will have a hard time with this. We came to this land to get away from living with the wings of angels always in our faces, and here we've had ample cause to hate the diggers. Our crops have been watered with the blood of many good men. Men. And diggers. I think King Motiak will not try to humiliate you, but will allow you to find a valley where you can buy the land of whatever angels dwell there and live without giving or receiving offense. But of course this would make you a subject nation instead of full citizens, for among citizens there can be no difference between people over, under, and on the earth." "It won't be my choice, Monyush. It will be the choice of my people." Illihiak sighed. "Our hatred for the diggers has increased by being so close to them. The only angels we see here are slaves or subject people, and they shun us. It will be hard for our young men to learn that it isn't decent sport to shoot arrows at them when they fly too near." Monyush shuddered. It was a good thing that Husu had not flown along with them to hear this. "I see how you judge us," said Illihiak. "I fear you may be right. There was a man who came among us, an old man named Binyadi. He told us that our way of life was an affront to the Keeper, that we mistreated the angels, and that the Keeper loved angels, diggers, and humans as equals, that what mattered was whether a man was kind to all others and whether he kept the laws of decency. He was very specific in pointing out the many ways that the king my father failed to measure up, and his priests. You killed him." "My father was ambivalent. The man spoke very powerfully. Some believed him, including one of my father's priests, the best of them. He was my teacher, a man named Akmadi. No, that was father's name for him. I called him Akmaro because he was my honored teacher, not a traitor. I was there at the trial of Binyadi when Akmaro rose to his feet and said, 'This man is Binyaroak, the greatest teacher. I believe him, and I want to change my life to measure up to his teachings.' That was the cruelest moment for my father. He loved Akmaro. Loved? He's dead? I don't know. We sent an army after him, but he and his followers must have been warned. They fled into the wilderness. We have no idea where they are now. Those are the ones who believe that men of every kind are equal before the Keeper. If only driving away Akmaro, were our worst crime." Illihiak stopped to draw a breath. It was a tale he didn't want to tell. "Father was afraid of Binyadi. He didn't want to kill him, just to exile him again. But Pabulog, the chief priest, he insisted. Goaded Father." Illihiak stroked his hair back from his face. "Father was a man who was very susceptible to fear. Pabulog made him afraid to leave Binyadi alive. If he can trick and trap even Akmadi, then how will you ever be safe? That sort of thing." "Your father had bad counselors," said Monyush. "And I fear that you think he also had a disloyal son. But I wasn't disloyal during his lifetime, Monyush. It was only when I was forced into ruling in his place, after he was murdered." "Do your troubles have no end?" Illihiak went on as if he hadn't spoken. "Only then did I realize the extent of his corruption. It was Binyaro, who understood my father. Well, he's dead now, and I'm king over Zinom, such as it is. Half the men have been killed in wars with the Elyamaki. After the last one, we bowed down and let them put their foot on our neck. It was then, in slavery, that we began to lose our arrogance and realize that if we had only stayed in Darakemba, wings in our faces or not, we would at least not be slaves to diggers. Our children would have enough to eat. We wouldn't have to bear with insult every day of our lives." "So you let Binyaro out of prison?" "Out of prison?" Illihiak laughed bitterly. "He was put to death, Monyush. Burned to death, limb by limb. Pabulog saw to it personally." "I think," said Monyush, "that it would be wise for this Pabulog not to come to Darakemba. Motiak will apply his laws even over actions committed while Pabulog was in the service of your father." "Pabulog isn't among us. Do you think he would be alive today if he were? He fled at the time they killed my father, taking his sons with him. Like Akmaro, we have no idea where he is. I'll be honest with you, Illihiak. Your people have done terrible things as a nation." "And we've been punished for them," said Illihiak, his temper flaring for a moment. "Motiak isn't interested in punishment, except for a man who tortures one chosen by the Keeper. But Motiak can't allow people who have done the things you've done to come into Darakemba." Illihiak kept his kingly posture, but Monyush could see the almost imperceptible sagging of his shoulders. "Then I shall teach my people to bear their burdens bravely." "You misunderstand," said Monyush. "You can come to Darakemba, but you will have to be new people when you arrive." "New people?" "When you cross the Tsidorek the last time, you won't use the bridge. Instead, your people, all of them except the little children, must walk through the water and then symbolically die and be buried in the river. When you rise up out of the water, you have no name, and no one knows you. You walk to the riverbank, and there you take the most solemn oath to the keeper. From then on you have no past, but your future is as a true citizen of Darakemba. Let us take the oath at once. We have a river here, and at the waters of Oromono, where the rains fall from the cliff forever, there is water as holy as any in the Tsidorek. It's not the water, or rather not the water alone, said Monyush. You can teach your people the covenant, so they understand the law they'll be accepting when they leave here for Darakemba. But the passage through the water has to take place near the capital. I don't have the authority to make you new men and women. Ilihiak nodded. Akmaro did. The passage through the water? That's only done in Darakemba. The rumor we heard was that when he was in hiding at Oromono, he took people through the water and made them new. Ilihiak laughed bitterly. The way Pabulog explained it, they were drowning babies, as if anyone would believe such a thing. Monyush wouldn't bother trying to explain to Ilihiak that it was only the king of the Nyafari who had the right to make new men and women. Whoever and wherever this Akmaro was, his usurpation of the power of Motiak had nothing to do with the negotiations today. Ilihiak, I think you have nothing to fear from Motiak, and whether your people choose to take the covenant or not, one way or another you'll find peace within the borders of Darakemba. The king shook his head. They'll take the covenant, or I won't lead them. We've had enough of trying to live as humans alone. It not only can't be done, but also isn't worth doing. That's settled, then, said Monyush, and he started for the door. But where are you going? Asked Ilihiak. Wasn't this the secret you wanted to tell me? Asked Monyush. What your father and Pabulog did to Binyadi? No, said Ilihiak. I could have told you that in front of my council. They all know how I feel about these things. No, I brought you here to show you something else. If the Elyamaki knew about this, if even a hint of a rumor reached their ears. Hadn't he already promised to keep all secrets except from Motiak? Show me, then, said Monyush. Ilihiak walked to his bed, a thick mat that lay on the floor in the center of his chamber. Sliding it out of the way, he brushed aside the reeds and rushes, and then his fingers probed a certain spot in one of the stones of the floor, and suddenly another large flagstone dropped away. It was on hinges, and where it had been, a dark hole gaped. "Do you want me to bring you a torch?" asked Monyush. "No need," said Ilihiak. "I'll bring it up." The king dropped down into the hole. In the darkness it had looked as though it went down forever. But in fact, when Ilihiak stood upright, his shoulders rose out of the hole. He bent down, picked up something heavy, and lifted it to the floor of the chamber. Then he climbed out. The object was wrapped in a dirty cloth. The king unwound it, revealing a basket, which he opened, then took out a wooden box. Finally, that too was open, and inside was the gleam of pure gold. "What is it?" asked Monyush. "Look at the writing," said Ilihiak. "Can you read it?" Monyush looked at the characters engraved into the gold leaves. "No," he said, "but I'm not a scholar." "Nor am I, but I'll tell you this much. It isn't in any language I've ever heard. These letters have almost no similarities with any alphabet, and the patterns are wrong for our language, too. Where are the suffixes and prefixes? Instead, there are all these tiny words. What could they be? I tell you, this was not written by Nyafari or Elyamaki." "Angels?" asked Monyush. "Did they have writing before the humans came?" Monyush shrugged. "Who knows? It doesn't look like their language either. The words are all too short, as you said. Where did you get it?" "As soon as I became king, I sent out a group of men to search for Darakemba so we could find our way back. My grandfather deliberately destroyed all records of the route he took to lead our people here from Darakemba, and he refused to let anyone ever tell. He said it was because such information was useless. We were never going back." Ilihiak smiled wryly. "We knew we had come up the Tsidorek. That's not hard. But it's not as if my men could ask directions from the local Elyamaki. We had trouble enough already without them finding us sending out exploring parties. So they found a likely river and followed it. It was a very strange river, Monyush. They followed it down and down and down, till they reached a place where the water was very turbulent, and then the river continued in a straight line, but now the water was flowing the opposite way. "I've heard of the place," said Monyush. "They found the Isyebek. It's the next river over. It's really two rivers flowing directly toward each other. Where they meet, there's a tunnel leading through solid rock for many leagues, until the river spouts out of the rock and forms a new river flowing to the sea. That explains it. To my men, it seemed to be a miracle. They thought it was a sign they were on the right path." "They found this writing there?" "No. They followed the river to its northern head, and then found their way among ever lower valleys, until at last they must have left the Gornaya entirely. It was a hot, dry land, and to their horror it was covered by the bones of dead humans, as if there had been a terrible battle. Thousands and thousands and thousands of humans were slain, Monyush, beyond all numbering. And all the dead were human, make no mistake about it. Not a digger, not an angel among them." "I've never heard of such a place, though the desert is real enough. We call it Opustoshan, the place of desolation." "That sounds like the right name for it," said Illihiak. "My men were sure that they had found what happened to the people of Darakemba, and why they hadn't found the city anywhere along the river." "They thought these dead humans were us?" "Yes," said Illihiak. "Who can tell in a desert how long anything has been dead? Or so they said to me. But as they searched among the bodies, they found these." "What, lying on the ground, and nobody had already looted them?" "Hidden in a cleft of the rock," said Illihiak, "in a place that looks too small to get anything inside. One of the men had had a dream the night before, and in the dream he found something marvelous in a cleft of rock that he said was just like the one he found near the battlefield. So he reached inside. The fool! Doesn't he know there are deadly snakes in the desert? They hide in shaded clefts like that during the day. There were a dozen snakes in there, the kind that make dancing music with their tails. Deadly. But they were as harmless as earthworms," said Illihiak. "That's how they knew that the keeper really meant them to get these. And now here they are. The Elyamaki would melt them down in a moment and make them into ornaments, but I was hoping that Motiak—" Monyush nodded. "Motiak has the index." He looked Illihiak in the eye. "That, too, is a secret. Not that people don't suppose that he has it, but it's better if people are unsure, so they don't bother trying to find it and see it, or worse, steal it. The index knows all languages. Motiak can translate these records if any man on earth can do it." "Then I'll give them to him," said Illihiak, already rewrapping the leaves of gold. "I didn't dare ask you if the index was still had among the kings of the Nyafari." "It is," said Monyush. "And while the index sat silent for many generations, it awoke in the days of Motiak's grandfather, Motiab, and told him to get down to Darakemba." "Yes," said Illihiak. "And my grandfather rejected that decision." "It's never good to argue with the index," said Monyush. "All messengers of the keeper are sacred," said Illihiak, and shuddered. "The blood of Binyaro is not on your head," said Monyush. "It's on the heads of my people, and therefore it is on my head. You weren't here, Monyush. The mob gave full approval and cheered when Binyadi cried out in agony. Those who hated what we did, they're with Akmaro, wherever he is." "Then it's time, isn't it, for us to teach them what the covenant will mean, and let them decide whether they want to go to Darakemba?" Illihiak pulled his bed back over the hidden trove. "Though how we're going to win our freedom from the place without bloody war, I have no idea." Monyush helped him arrange the bed just as it had been. "When they've agreed to take the covenant, Illihiak, then the keeper will show us how to escape." Illihiak smiled. "Just so I don't have to think of a way, I'm content." Monyush looked at him intently. Did he mean that? "I never wanted to be king," said Illihiak. "I'll gladly give up all thrones and privileges when I can set aside the burdens of office as well." "A man who would willingly set aside the throne? I've never heard of such a thing," said Monyush. "If you knew all the pain that reigning here had brought me," said Illihiak, "you'd call me a fool for staying in the job so long." "Illihiak, sir," said Monyush, "I would never call you a fool, or permit another man to call you that in my presence." Illihiak smiled. "Then may I hope, Monyush, that when I am no longer king I might still have the honor of being your friend?" Monyush took Ilihiak's hands and placed them flat on his own cheeks. "My life is between your hands, forever, my friend," said Monyush. Ilihiak took Monyush's hands and repeated the gesture. "My life was worthless until the keeper brought you to me. You were the awakening of all my hope. I know you came here only to do your duty to your king, but a man may see the worth of another man regardless of rank or mission. My life is between your hands forever." They embraced and touched lips in a kiss of friendship. Then, smiling, tears shamelessly on his cheeks, Ilihiak unbarred the door and returned to the tiny world where he was friend of no man because he had to be king of all. When Mon missed his target for the third time, Husu flew to him and stopped him. Others, most of them young angels in the earliest stages of training for Husu's flying army of spies, continued their practicing, filling their mouths with darts, the points protruding, then rapidly firing them one-handed through their blow tubes, trying to get them somewhere near the targets. Someday they would learn to shoot accurately while they beat their wings in flight, one foot holding the blow tube, the other foot holding a burden. For now, though, they practiced while standing on one foot. Mon was usually furious with himself when he missed. After all, he could hold the tube with 2 hands, could aim while standing on 2 feet, but today he could hardly bring himself to care. "Mon, my young friend, you're tired, I think," said Husu. Mon shrugged. "Haven't slept well?" Mon shook his head. He hated having to explain himself. He was usually a better shot than this. He took pride in it. "You're a better shot than this," said Husu. "If you had wings, I would already have promoted you." Husu could not have said words more likely to sting, but of course he couldn't know that. "I knew the shot wasn't right when I blew," said Mon. "And yet you blew." Mon shrugged again. "Children shrug," said Husu. "Soldiers analyze." "I blew the dart because I didn't care," said Mon. "Ah," said Husu. "If the target had been an Eliamaki soldier intent on cutting the throats of young angels standing in their roost, would you have cared?" "I wake up in the night again and again," said Mon. "Something's wrong." "Such precision," said Husu. "And when you aim your darts, do you aim them at something?" "Why, then you're sure to hit your target every time, because you'll always hit something." "Something with Monyush's expedition." Husu looked concerned at once. "Have they been harmed?" he asked. "I don't know. I don't think that's it. I don't get this feeling when bad things happen, or I'd never sleep at all, would I, because something bad is happening all the time. It only happens from bad choices, mistakes. Monyush has made a mistake." Husu chuckled. "And you don't get that feeling all the time? A mistake about something that matters to me. I should think, then, that all mistakes that harm your father's kingdom would keep you awake, and believe me, there are plenty of those." Mon turned to Husu and looked him in the eye. "I knew my explanation wouldn't please you, sir, but you wouldn't accept my shrug." Husu stopped chuckling. "No, I want the truth. If I were heir to the king, then the whole kingdom would matter to me. As it stands, what matters to me is a very small thing indeed. Monyush's expedition matters to me because you sent them. Father sent them. They went because of your word." "They've made a mistake," said Mon. Husu nodded. "But you can't do anything about it, can you? They aren't within your reach, are they? No one can fly into Eliamaki territory. They hunt down angels and shoot them out of the sky, and at those elevations the air is too thin for us to fly long distances, or very high either. So all you could possibly do about this feeling you have is tell your superior officer." "I suppose you're right," said Mon. "And now I've been told," said Husu. "So, back to training. I'll let you take a nap when you hit the target in the heart 3 times in a row." Which Mon did with his next 3 shots. "Apparently you feel better," said Husu. "Now go and take a nap." "You'll tell my father?" "I'll tell your father that Monyush has made a mistake. We'll have to wait and see what that mistake might be." Monyush sat in council with Ilihiak and several of his military advisers. Ilihiak's wife, Wisedwa, sat behind him. This was quite unusual, but Monyush said nothing about having a woman present in the council of war. The Zenyifi had their own customs, their own reasons for doing things. Monyush knew enough, had learned well enough from Motiak, that you don't take offense at the strange customs of other nations. You seek to learn from them. Still, was he wrong to think that some of the men studiously avoided looking at Wisedwa? It took no time at all for the council to conclude that there was no point in trying to win their freedom through open rebellion. "Before you ever came here, Monyush," said Illihiak sadly, "we fought too many times and lost too many men. We can win a victory in the battlefield, and the underking we defeated merely comes back with armies of his brother kings. Besides," said one of the old men, "the diggers breed like the maggots they are." Illihiak winced slightly. The people had agreed that they would take the covenant. That didn't mean their opinion of non-humans was going to change. And when it came to diggers, it wouldn't much matter anyway. Most diggers in Darakemba were slaves, captives of war or their descendants to the third generation. The Zenyifi could hate diggers and not much bother their fellow citizens in Darakemba. It was their loathing for sky people that would cause problems. During the early part of the meeting, Monyush quickly learned that of all Illihiak's advisers, it was Kideo who had the king's ear, and rightly so, because he spoke with calm wisdom and without passion. So it was a surprise that he had not been named Ush Kideo by Illihiak, that he had no title of honor at all. Now Kideo raised a hand slightly from his lap, and the others fell silent. "O king," he said, "you have listened to my words many times when we went to war against the Eliamaki. Now, O king, if my counsel has ever been of service to you, I beg you to listen to me now, and I will be your true servant and deliver this nation out of bondage." Monyush wondered at the formality of Kideo's speech. Hadn't he already spoken up several times, just like any of the other men? Illihiak touched his hand to his own lips, then opened his palm toward Kideo. "I give my voice to Kideo now." Ah, so that was it. Kideo wasn't just giving casual counsel. He was asserting a privilege, and Illihiak had granted it. More was at stake here than just advising the king. If Kideo's plan was accepted, apparently he would be the one to lead the exodus. No doubt Kideo feared that Monyush would try to lead the Zenyifi out of captivity. Kideo was forestalling any such possibility. Monyush would have to be their guide back to Darakemba, and it would be Monyush who would introduce them to the great Motiak. But Kideo had no intention of letting Monyush supplant him, or Illihiak, as leader of the nation until the last possible moment. How needless this maneuvering was. Monyush was not a man who cared who was in command, as long as the plan they followed was a wise one. "The great Motiak sent so few men to find us, because any larger group would surely have been caught and destroyed by the Eliamaki," said Kideo. Of course Kideo would remind everyone of how few men Monyush had brought with him. But Monyush took no offense. Instead he raised his hand from his lap, and Kideo nodded, giving him the privilege of speech. As it was, if the enemy had not been made stupid by the power of the Keeper, we would have been caught. Even as he said the formulaic words, he wondered if perhaps they might not be true, at least in this case. Why hadn't any of the Eliamaki looked up at one of the many times when Monyush's men would have been visible moving across the face of the mountains? "Now we propose to win the freedom of our whole people," said Kideo. "You know at this table that I do not shrink from battle. You know that I don't think even assassination is beneath my honor." The others nodded gravely. And now Monyush began to suppose that he knew why Kideo had no honorific. It could not have been Illihiak that he once tried to assassinate, but Nuab must have had some enemies when he was still alive as a truly terrible king. Illihiak could accept his counsel, and even let him lead his armies, but he could never give an honorific to a man who tried to kill a king, especially his father, as unworthy as the old king might have been. "Our only hope is to flee from this place," said Kideo. "But to do it we have to take at least enough of our herds with us to feed us on our journey. Has anyone ever tried to keep turkeys quiet? Will our pigs move as swiftly as the fleeing army needs to move? Not to mention our women and children, the nursing babies, the toddlers. Will we take them along the faces of cliffs? March them for half a day or more at top speed?" "At least the Eliamaki know how impossible it is for you to escape as a people," said Monyush. "Therefore they post only a few guards here." "Exactly," said Kideo. "So we kill them and go," cried one of the other men. Kideo did not answer, but waited instead for Ilihiak to gently chide the man and return the voice to Kideo. "I read again in the record we keep of the history of the Nyafari," said Kideo. "When Nyafai led his people away from the traitorous, lying murderer Elyamak and the foul diggers who served him, he had the help of the Keeper of Earth, who made all the Elyamaki sleep so soundly that they didn't wake up." "Nyafai was a hero," said an old man. "The Keeper says nothing to us." "The Keeper spoke to Binyaro," said Ilihiak mildly. "Binyadi," muttered another man. Kideo shook his head. "The Keeper also sent the dream that brought Monyush to us. We will trust that after we have done all we can do, the Keeper must do the rest to keep us safe. But my plan does not require us to pray to the Keeper and then hope our prayer is granted. You all know that we are forbidden to ferment any of our barley, even though it makes the water safer from disease. Why is that?" "Because the beer makes the diggers crazy," said an old man. "It makes them stupid," said Kideo. "It makes them drunk, rowdy, noisy, happy, stupid, and then they pass out. This is why we're forbidden to make it, because the dirt-eaters don't have any self-control." "If we offer them beer," said Ilihiak, "even presuming we can find any—" Several of the men laughed. Apparently clandestine brewing was not unheard of. "What's to stop them from arresting and imprisoning whoever offers it to them?" Kideo only nodded at the king. "No, not at the king at all. At the king's wife, Wisedwa." She turned her face away so she didn't look directly at any of the men, but she spoke boldly so all could hear her. "We know that to the diggers all women are sacred. Even if they refuse the beer, they will not lay hands on us. So we will offer it to them as the last share of the harvest. They'll know they can't legally turn it in to their superiors without also turning in the criminals who gave it to them. They'll have no choice but to drink it." "The Queen speaks my plan from her own lips," said Kideo. Monyush thought that Kideo bore the shame of deferring to a woman in council with great dignity. He would have to ask later why the voice of the woman was heard. In the meantime, though, it was obvious that she was no fool, and had followed the discussion completely. Monyush tried to imagine a woman at one of Motiak's councils. Who would it be? Not Dudago, that was certain. Had she ever uttered an intelligent word? And Toaledwa, before she died, had always been quiet, refusing even to ask about matters outside the rearing of her children and the affairs of the king's house. But Ethadea now. Monyush could imagine her speaking boldly in council. There'd be no silencing her if once she was given the right to speak. This was definitely an idea that should never be suggested to Motiak. He doted on Ethadea enough that he might just decide to grant her the privilege of speech, and that would be the end of all dignity for the king's council. I have not the humility of this Kideo, thought Monyush. Now we must know, said Kideo, whether Monyush knows another way back to Darakemba that won't take us through the heart of the land of Nyafai. Monyush spoke immediately. Motiak and I looked at all the maps before my men and I set out. We had no choice but to come up the Tsidorek in search of you, because that was the route of your great king Zenyafab, when your ancestor left. But for the return, if you know the way to the river Meberek— It's called Mebereg in this country, said an old man, if it's the same river. Does it have a tributary with a pure source? Asked Monyush. Mebereg's largest tributary is the Ureg. It begins in the lake called Uprod, which is a pure source, said the old man. That's the one, said Monyush. There's an ancient pass above Uprod leading into the land northward. I know how to find it, I think, if the land hasn't changed too much since our maps were made. It comes out not far from a bend in the Padurek, which is the great pure-source tributary of the Tsidorek. From the moment we emerge from that pass, we will be in lands ruled by Motiak. Kideo nodded. Then we will leave through the back of the city, away from the river, and we'll only need to give the beer to the Elyamaki guards who are stationed here in the city. The guards downriver and upriver will never hear us, nor will the ones cross-river know anything is going on. And when the guards discover us gone, they won't dare go to their king to report their failure, because they know that they'll all be slaughtered. Instead, they'll flee into the forest themselves and become outlaws and vagabonds, and it will be many days before the king of the Elyamaki knows what we've done. That is my plan, O king, and now I return your voice to you." "I receive back my voice," said Ilhiak, "and I declare that it truly was my voice, and Kideo is now my hands and my feet in leading this nation to freedom. He will set the day, and all will obey him as if he were king until we are at the shores of the Mebereg." Monyush watched as all the other men in the council immediately knelt and touched their palms to the floor, doing obeisance to Kideo. Monyush nodded toward him, as befitted the dignity of the emissary of Motiak. Kideo looked at him under a raised eyebrow. Monyush didn't let his benign expression waver. After a moment, Kideo must have decided that Monyush's nod was enough, for he raised his hands to release the others, and then knelt himself before the king, putting his face between the king's knees and his hands flat on the king's feet. "All I do in your name will bring you honor, O king, until the day I give you back your hands and feet." Monyush found it interesting that these rituals could have emerged so quickly, after only 3 generations of separation from Darakemba. Then it dawned on him that these rituals might be much older, but they had been learned from the Elyamaki in the years since the Zenyifi came to this place. How ironic if the Zenyifi came here to be the purest Nyafari, only to be the ones who adapted themselves to the ways of the Elyamaki. Ilhiak laid his hands on Kideo's head for a moment. That apparently ended the ritual, and Kideo arose and returned to his seat. Ilhiak smiled at them all. "Act with courage, my friends, for the time is now, if the Keeper is to deliver us at all." By evening, to Monyush's astonishment, all the people had been notified, the allotted herds had been assembled, and the guards stationed in the city were roaring drunk. Hours before dawn, in bright moonlight, the people moved with astonishing quietness out of the city, past the stupefied diggers, out into the forest. Kideo and his scouts were excellent guides, and in 3 days they were at the shores of the Mebereg. From there, Ilhiak, once again the sole ruler of the Zenyifi, used Monyush's services as a scout and guide. But Monyush did not ask for, nor did Ilhiak offer, the kind of authority that had been given to Kideo. "When I get to Motiak," thought Monyush, "I will tell him that he would be wise to give great respect to these people, for even in their small, oppressed kingdom, they found a few who are worthy of authority and skilled in its use." Ethadea watched anxiously from her place among the women as the Zenyifi passed through the river, coming out of it as new people. She saw how they shied away from the watching sky people. It made her feel sad to see how, even cleansed by the water of Tsidorek, they still kept the old prejudices they were raised with. "We can wash people in the water all we want," she thought, "but we can never wash their parents out of their hearts." She was not watching for real change in these people, of course. She knew that rituals existed to point the way, not to actually accomplish anything in themselves. They provided a marking point in people's lives, a public memory. Someday the children or grandchildren of the Zenyifi would say, "On the day our ancestors passed through the water, they emerged as new people, and from that day forward we welcomed the sky people as our brothers, fellow children of the Keeper of Earth." But the truth would be very different, for in all likelihood it would be those very children or grandchildren who were the first of the Zenyifi to embrace the brotherhood of angel and human. Yet their parents would not all deny what their children believed. The ritual was the marker, and in the end it would become the truth, even if it didn't begin that way. The women, even the water-keepers, did not greet the people rising out of the icy water. It was the priests of Motiak who met them and laid hands on them to make them new people and give them names which were, oddly enough, identical to their old names, with the addition of the title citizen. Ethadea was old enough now to have learned the stories of the old days, when Luet stood as Nyafai's equal, as Shvea and Oikib stood side by side. She was also old enough to have heard the priests talk about how the old records were misinterpreted, for it was the custom among the ancients to show so much honor to the heroes that even their wives were treated like heroes, but it was entirely because of their husbands that these women were remembered. Ethadea read several passages from the Book of Nephi aloud to Us, her digger teacher-slave. How can the priests interpret this any way but that Luet was a water-seer before she even met Nephi, and Hushith was a raveler long before she married Isiad? To which Us replied, Why should it surprise you that these male humans have to lie even about their own sacred records? The earth people honor their women, so do the sky people. Therefore the middle people must deny their women. It seemed to Ethadea at the time to be too simple an explanation, and now, watching the priests, she realized that most human men did not treat their wives and daughters as if they were nothing. Hadn't Father sent the expedition to find the Zenyifi solely because of her own dream, the dream of a woman? That must have made the priest's skin crawl. And now every single man and woman who came out of the water was proof that the keeper showed a woman what she never showed any of these priests. But it was not to gloat or boast that Ethadea stood pressed to the rail of the bridge to watch the Zenyifi become citizens. She was looking for the faces she had seen in her dream. Surely that family would be one of the people who came. But when the last of them passed through the water, Ethadea knew that she hadn't seen them. How tragic that the people she dreamed of should have been among the ones who died. It was not until hours later, after the presentations of this dignitary and that one to Father, that Ethadea was able to get a moment with Monyush, though certainly not a private moment, since Aronha and Mon both stayed as near the great soldier as they could get without wearing his clothing. "Monyush," she said, "how sad that they died, the people I saw in my dream." "Died?" he asked. "No one died. We came away from Zenom without losing a single one of the people of Iliak." "But Monyush, how can you explain to me why the people I dreamed of are not among these people?" Monyush looked confused. "Perhaps you remember them wrong." Ethadea shook her head. "Do you think I see such a vision every day? It was a true dream, and the people I truly saw aren't among these." Within a few minutes, Ethadea was alone with Father, Monyush, and 2 men of the Zenyifi, their king, Ilihiak, and Kideo, who seemed to be Ilihiak's most honored friend. "Tell me of the people you saw," said Ilihiak kindly, when Motiak had indicated he should speak. Ethadea described them, and Ilihiak and Kideo both nodded. "We know who it was she saw," said Ilihiak. "It was Akmaro and his wife Chebea." "Who are they?" asked Motiak. Once again, Ilihiak explained about the one priest who had opposed the killing of Binyadi, how he had fled the kingdom and gathered a few hundred supporters before disappearing to escape the army Nuak sent against them. "If you dreamed of them," said Ilihiak, "and it was a true dream, it must mean that they are still alive. I rejoice to hear this." "But then that means we rescued the wrong people," said Monyush. Ilihiak bowed his head. "My lord Motiak, I hope that you do not regret having redeemed my poor kingdom from captivity." Motiak stared silently into the empty air in front of him. "Motiak," said Monyush, "I remember now that there was a brief time on the ledge of the cliff, before we passed near Sidonode, when I was confused. I had dreamed something, but couldn't remember the dream. Now I realize that the keeper must have been trying to show me the right way, and the mischievous jaguar must have—" "No jaguar," said Motiak. "The jaguar has no power over the keeper of earth." "But over such a weak man as myself," said Monyush, "there is no jaguar except the stupid cats themselves," said Motiak impatiently. "I don't understand how you missed the right way, Monyush, but I do know it was a good thing to find the Zenyifi and bring them home to Darakemba. It was also a good thing for them to take the covenant and give up their old hatred of the Sky People. The keeper must be happy with this, so I refuse to call this a mistake." Motiak turned his gaze to Ethadea. "Are you sure you interpreted your dream correctly? Perhaps this Akmaro was asking the keeper to send help for the people of Ilihiak." "He and his wife and their children were frightened because of their own captivity," said Ethadea. "But a girl can hardly interpret a true dream," said Kideo, sounding as if you were only pointing out the obvious. "You were not asked to speak," said Motiak mildly, And my daughter is like my ancient mother of mothers, Luette. When she dreams true, she can be trusted. I hope you don't doubt that, my friend." Kideo bowed his head. "I have spent many years listening to a woman speak in a king's council," he said quietly. "She was the woman who had saved the lives of our people by leading our young girls out to plead with the invading Eliamaki, knowing that the diggers among them would not raise their weapons against a female, but uncertain of what the bloodthirsty humans among them might do. But even she did not dare to interpret dreams in the council, and she was not a child." Motiak looked at him in silence, at his bowed head. "I see that you're ashamed of the way I conduct my council," said Motiak. "But if I had not heeded this girl's dream, my friend, Monyush would never have been sent, and you would never have been brought here to freedom and safety." Iliyak, obviously embarrassed, said, "It was never an easy thing for Kideo to break from the old ways, even to hear my wife speak in council, though she was very circumspect. But there has been no braver war leader nor truer friend." "I'm not angry at Kideo," said Motiak. "I only ask him to understand that I do not shame him. I honor him by letting him be present when I hear my daughter's words. If he feels himself unprepared for this honor, he may withdraw, and I will not be offended." "I beg to be allowed to stay," murmured Kideo. "Very well," said Motiak. Then he turned to the whole group. "We sent one expedition, and Monyush tells me that it was very dangerous. They could have been discovered at any time." Ethadea, sensing where this discussion was leading, plunged in. "But they weren't discovered," she said, "because the keeper was protecting them, and—" Father's cold stare and the shocked silence of the other men, their eyes wide, their mouths open. It was enough to silence her, even as she pleaded for the people of the dream. "Perhaps my daughter could study the ancient stories and learn that Luette showed proper respect at all times." Ethadea had read the ancient stories already many times, and she distinctly remembered that there were at least a few occasions when Luette showed that she thought her visions were more important than any kind of courtesy. But it would not be wise to contradict Father. She had already said too much. After all, most of the men here thought it improper for her even to be present at a council of the king. "Father, I should have confined my pleadings to a time when we are alone." "There is nothing to plead," said Motiak. "I obeyed the keeper's dream and sent Monyush and his men. They found the Zenyivi and brought them home, and it seems plain to me that they had the protection of the keeper all the way. Now, if the keeper wants me to send another expedition, he must first send another dream." "To a man, this time, perhaps," said Kideo softly. Motiak smiled wanly. "I don't presume to tell the keeper of Earth which of his children's minds should be the receptacle for his messages to us." Lesser men might have withered. Kideo managed to bow his head without seeming to give way at all. It seemed to Ethadea that he might not always be content to bow to other men. "Ethadea, you may leave us," said Father. "Trust in the keeper of Earth, and also trust in me." Trust in Father? Of course she did. She trusted in him to be kind to her, to keep his word, to be a just king and a wise father. But she could also trust him to ignore her most of the time, to allow custom to keep her in the women's part of the house, where she was supposed to give respect to a jealous witling like Dudagu Dermo. If all women were like Ethadea's stepmother, the customs would make sense. Why should men have to waste time listening to her? But I am nothing like Dudagu, thought Ethadea, and Father knows it. He knows it, and yet out of respect for custom he treats me as if all women were equally worthless. He gives custom more respect than he gives me. As she worked angrily on her pointless weaving in her room, Ethadea had to be honest enough with herself to admit that Father treated her with more respect than she ever saw other men treat women, and that Father was criticized for it too. Now that Monyush had come home with the Zenyifi, who really did need saving, everyone admitted that Motiak had not been foolish to listen to his daughter. But then, in front of everyone, Ethadea had insisted that Monyush brought back the wrong people. It was a stupid thing for her to do. Why spoil a triumph? There would have been chances to talk to him privately. She just wasn't used to thinking politically, that was all. But it was hardly her fault if she didn't understand about politics, was it? It wasn't her decision to keep her out of court except on women's days, when she was trotted out for display, to smile at the simpering ladies who drifted in like down from a baby duck. She wanted to scream at them that they were the most worthless creatures on earth, dressed in their fine clothing and never deigning to dirty their hands with work. Be like the sky women, be like the earth women, accomplish something. Be like the poorest of the middle women if you can't think of anything else to do. Learn a skill that isn't just decorative. Have a thought of your own and sustain it with an argument. Be fair, she told herself. Many of these women are smarter than they seem. They learn their light manners and display their beauty to help increase their family's status and honor in the kingdom. What are they supposed to do? They aren't the daughter of an indulgent king who lets his daughter strut around as if she were a boy, standing on the roof with that mad child Mon who wants to be an angel. I like to be with Mon, because he doesn't condescend to me. And why shouldn't he want to be an angel? He doesn't talk about it, does he? He doesn't make wings out of feathers and string and try to jump off the roof, does he? He isn't insane. He's simply as trapped in his life as I am in mine. That makes us friends. Friends, a man and a woman. It was possible. You'd think, to hear some people talk, that a human man had more in common with an angel man than with a human woman. Ethadea thought back to her dream. She knew she thought of it too much. As she discovered more and more in the dream, she couldn't trust her new conclusions. It was obvious that she must be adding her own needs and desires and ideas to the one vision that the keeper had given her. Still, she was sure, thinking back to the sight of that family, that the father thought of the mother as his equal, or even, yes, she knew it, his superior in at least some ways. He thought she was braver than he was, that was certain, stronger, and he would admit it. And both parents valued the daughter as much as they valued the son. Even though they lived as slaves among the diggers, this was the great truth that they would bring back to Darakemba if only they could be liberated. For they would have the courage to preach this idea to everyone, that Akmaro was not diminished by his respect for Chebeya, and they did not honor their son Akma any less just because they honored Luet as much. Luet? Akma? No one had said these names. They had spoken of Akmaro and Chebeya, but had they mentioned the children's names? It wasn't hard to guess that the wife of Ro Akma would insist on naming her firstborn son Akma after his father. But how did she know they had named their daughter Luet? I knew, because the Keeper of Earth is still speaking to me through the same dream, through my memories of the dream. Even as the thought came into her mind, she knew she must not tell anyone. It would be claiming too much. It would sound to others as if she were simply trying to exploit her triumphant dream and go on telling people what to do. She would have to be careful to assert special knowledge of the Keeper only rarely. But whether she could speak of it or not, the Keeper was still aware of her, still speaking to her, and that was such joyful news it could hardly be contained.
So? What is it? Don't just wiggle like you have to void yourself.
Ethadea screeched at the first sound of Us-Us's voice. She hadn't realized the digger slave was even in the room.
I was here in plain sight when you came in, foolish girl, said Us-Us. If you hadn't been so angry at your father, you would have seen me.
I didn't say anything, said Ethadea.
Oh, didn't you? Muttering under your breath about how you're not as stupid as Dudagu Dermo, and you don't deserve to be shut out of everything, and Mon isn't crazy because he wants to be an angel, because why shouldn't worthless people like the king's daughter and the king's second son wish they could be anything but what they are?
Oh, be quiet, said Ethadea with mock petulance, making fun of me like that.
I've told you muttering isn't a good habit. Keen ears can hear.
Yes, well, I didn't say anything about king's daughters or king's second sons.
You are losing your mind, girl. And I notice while you're talking about what you and Mon wish you were, you didn't come up with no old diggers, did you?
Even if I wanted to be a digger and live with my nose in the dirt, said Ethadea nastily, I certainly wouldn't want to be old.
May the mother forgive you, said Us-Us quickly, and let you live to be old despite your careless words."
Ethadea smiled at Osos's concern for her. "The keeper isn't going to strike me dead for saying things like that."
"So far, you mean," said Osos.
"Does the keeper ever speak to you, Osos?"
"In the thrumming of the roots of trees under the earth, she speaks to me," said Osos.
"What does she say?"
"Unfortunately, I don't speak the language of trees," said Osos. "I haven't the faintest idea. Something about how stupid young girls are. That's all I get from her."
"How odd, that the keeper would tell the truth to me and lie to you." Osos cackled with delight at the repartee, and then stopped abruptly. Ethadea turned and saw her father in the doorway. "Father," she said, "come in."
"Did I hear a servant calling her mistress stupid?" asked Father.
"We were joking with each other," said Ethadea.
"It doesn't lead to anything good to be too familiar with servants, whether they're diggers or not."
"It leads to my feeling as though I had one intelligent friend in the world," said Ethadea. "Or perhaps that isn't good in the eyes of the king."
"Don't be snippy, Ethadea. I didn't make the rules, I inherited them."
"And you've done nothing to change them."
"I sent an army because of your dream."
16 men. And you sent them because Mon said it was a true dream.
"Oh, am I condemned because the keeper gave you a witness to support your claim?"
"Father, I'll never condemn you. But Akmaro and his family have to be brought here. Don't you understand? The things that Akmaro teaches, that a man and woman are equal partners, that a family should rejoice at the birth of a daughter as much as at the birth of a son."
"How do you know what he teaches?" asked Father.
"I saw them, didn't I?" she said defiantly. "And I'll bet the daughter's name is Luette, and the son's name is the same as the father's, except the honorific, of course."
Motiak frowned at her, but she knew from his anger that she was right. Those were the names. "Are you using the gift of the keeper to show off?" said Father sternly. "To try to force me to do your bidding?"
"Father, why do you have to say it that way? Why can't you say, 'Oh, Ethadea, how wonderful that the keeper tells you so much. How wonderful that the keeper is alive in you.'"
"Wonderful," he said. "And difficult. Hideo is furious at having been humiliated by my letting a girl speak so boldly before him."
"Well, the poor man. Let him go back to the Eliamaki, then."
"He's a genuine hero, Ethadea. A man of great honor, and not the sort of man I want to have as my enemy."
"He's also a bigot of the first stripe, and you know it. You're going to have to settle these people off by themselves somewhere, or there'll be trouble."
"I know that. They know it too. There's land among the valley of the Jatvarik, after it has fallen down from the Gornaya, but before it enters the flatlands. No angels live there because the jaguars and the lesser cats are too prevalent there in the rainy season, so it will suit them."
"Wherever humans go, angels can safely live," said Ethadea. She was taunting him with his own law, but he didn't rise to the bait.
"A good king can tolerate reasonable variation among his people. It costs the Sky People nothing to avoid settling among the Zenyifi, as long as the Zenyifi give them free and safe passage and respect their right to trade. In a few generations—"
"I know," she said. "I know it's a wise choice."
"But you're in the mood to argue with me about everything."
"Because I think that none of this has anything to do with the people I saw in my dream. What about them, Father?"
"I can't send another party to search for Akmaro," said Motiak.
"Won't, you mean?"
"Won't, then. But for a good reason."
"Because a woman is asking you to."
"You're hardly a woman yet," said Motiak. "Right now the entire enterprise we just concluded is regarded as a great success. But if I send out another army, it will look as though the first attempt was a failure."
"It was a failure."
"No, it wasn't," said Motiak. "Do you think you're the only one who hears the voice of the keeper?"
Ethadea gasped and blushed. "Oh, Father! Has the keeper sent you a dream?"
"I have the index of the Oversoul, Dedaya. I was consulting it for another reason, but as I held it in my hands, I heard a voice clearly speak to me. 'Let me bring Akmaro home,' said the voice."
"Oh, Father, the index is still alive after all these years?"
"I don't think it's any more alive than a stone," said Motiak. "But the keeper is alive."
"The Oversoul, you mean," said Ethadea. "It's the index of the Oversoul."
"I know that the ancient records make a great deal of distinction between them,
but I've never understood it myself, said Motiak.
So the keeper will bring Chebea and her family home to Darakemba?
Motiak narrowed his eyes, pretending to glare at her. Do you think I don't notice when you do that?
Do what?
Asked Ethadea, all wide-eyed innocence. Not Akmaro and his people. No, you say Chebea and her family. Ethadea shrugged. The way you women persist in calling the keeper she all the time. You know that the priests are always after me to forbid women to do that, at least in front of men. I always say to them, when the ancient records no longer show us Luet, Razia, Shreya, and Hushith speaking of the Oversoul and the keeper as she and her, then in that same moment I'll forbid the women to do as the ancients did. That shuts them up, though I'll bet more than a few of them have wondered how serious I am, and whether they could somehow alter the ancient records without my noticing. They wouldn't dare. That's right, they wouldn't, said Motiak.
You could also ask those priests to show you the anatomical chart of the keeper that shows him to have a—
Mind your language, said Motiak. I'm your father, and I'm the king. There should be a certain dignity in both offices, and I'm not about to convince the priests that I've turned against the old religion now, am I?
A bunch of old—
There are things that I may not hear as head of the worship of men.
Worship of men is right, muttered Ethadea.
What was that? Said Motiak.
Nothing.
Worship of men, you said? What did that— Oh, I see. Well, think how you like. Just remember that I won't always be king, and you can't be sure that my successor will be as tolerant of your subversive little attacks on the men's religion. I'm content to let women worship as they please, and so was my father and his father before him. But there's always agitation to change things, to shut down the heresies of women. Every wife who strikes her husband or scolds him publicly is taken as one more proof that letting the women have their own religion makes them disrespectful and destructive.
What difference does it make, whether we keep our silence because the priests force us, or because we're afraid that they might force us?
If you can't see the difference, you're not as bright as I thought.
Do you really think I'm intelligent, Father?
What? Are you really fishing for more praise than I already give you?
I just want to believe you.
I've heard enough from you when you start doubting my word. He got up and started for the door.
I'm not doubting your honesty, Father, she cried out. I know you think I'm intelligent, but I think that in the back of your mind you always have another little phrase. For a woman. I'm intelligent for a woman. I'm wise for a woman.
I can promise you, said Motiak, that the phrase, for a woman, never comes to my mind in reference to you. But the phrase, for a child, is there, I can assure you, and often. She felt as if he had slapped her. I meant you to, said Father. Only when he answered did she realize she had muttered the words, feel slapped. I respect your intelligence enough, said Father, that I think a verbal slap teaches you better than a physical one. Now, trust in the keeper to bring this Akmaro and Chebea to Darakemba. And in the meantime, don't expect me to be able to stand custom on its head. A king can't lead his people faster and farther than they're willing to follow.
What if the people insist on doing wrong? Asked Ethadea.
What, am I in my schoolroom, being tossed hypothetical questions by my tutors?
Is that how the heir to the king gets taught? She asked defiantly. Where are the tutors asking me hypothetical questions about kingship?
I'll answer your original question, not these impossible ones. If the people insist on doing wrong, and the king can't persuade them to do right, then the king steps down from the throne. If his son has honor, he refuses to take the throne after him, and so do all his sons. Let the people do evil if they choose, but with a new king of their own choosing. In awe, Ethadea whispered,
Could you do that, Father? Could you give up the throne?
I'll never have to, he said. My people are basically good, and they're learning. If I push too hard, I gain nothing, and the resistance gets stronger. During the long, slow years of transformation, I need the trust and patience of those who want me to make changes in their favor. He leaned down and kissed the crown of her head, where the hair was parted. If I had no sons, but you were still my daughter, Then I would hurry the changes so that you could have the throne in my place. But I have sons, good ones, as you well know. And so I will let the change come gradually, generation after generation, as my father and grandfather did before me. Now I have work to do, and I'll spend no more time on you. There are whole nations under my rule who get less of my attention than you do." Giving him her best demure smile, she said, in a simpering, courtly, ladylike voice, "Oh, Father, you're so incredibly kind to me." "One of my ancestors walled up a recalcitrant daughter in a cave with only bread and water to eat until she became properly obedient," said Father. "As I recall, she dug her way out of the cave with her fingernails and ran off and married the Elyamaki king." "You read too much," said Father. "She stuck out her tongue at him, but he didn't see because he was gone." Behind her, Us spoke up again. "Aren't you the brave little soldier?" "Don't make fun of me," said Athadea. "I'm not," said Us. "You know, one of the stories that circulates among us devil slaves—" "No one calls you devils anymore." "Don't interrupt your elders," said Us. "We all tell each other the story of the digger who was cleaning a chamber when two traitors spoke together plotting the death of the king. The slave went straight to the king and told him, whereupon the king had the digger killed for daring to hear what humans said in front of him. What, do you think I'm going to—" "I'm just telling you that if you think you're suffering because you're a human woman, remember that your father didn't even bother to send me out of the room in order to talk to you. Why is that?" "Because he trusts you." "He doesn't know me. He only knows that I know what the penalty is for daring to repeat what I hear. Don't tell me how oppressed the women of Darakemba are when most of us diggers are slaves that can be killed for the slightest infraction, even for an act of great loyalty." "I've never heard that story," said Athadea. "Just because you haven't heard it doesn't mean it isn't true." "So Father thinks I'm a troublemaker, and you think I'm a proud, insensitive—" "And aren't you?" Athadea shrugged. "I'd free you if I could. At least your father pretended that he was trying to change your place in society. But in all your pleading, have you ever asked for the Earth people of Darakemba to be set free?" Athadea was furious. She didn't like being called a hypocrite. "It's completely different." "So eager to get this Chebea and Akmaro out of captivity, but not a thought about getting old Us her freedom." "What would you do with it if you had it?" demanded Athadea. "Go back to the Elyamaki? The soldiers would have to kill you before you got halfway there, so you couldn't tell them all our secrets." "Go back to the Elyamaki? Child, my great-grandfather was born a slave to the kings of the Nyafari. Back to a place I've never been?" "Do you really hate me?" asked Athadea. "I never said I hated you," said Us. "But you want to be free of me." "I would like it when my day's work was done. When you were fast asleep, I would like it to go home to my own little house and kiss the noses of my own fat little grandchildren and share with my husband the wages I was paid for serving in the king's house. Do you think I'd give you any less faithful service just because I was doing it freely instead of because I knew I could be killed or at least sold out of the house if I made the slightest mistake?" Athadea thought about this. "But you'd live in a hole in the ground if you were free," she said. Us cackled and hooted. "Of course I would. So what if I did?" "But that's inhuman," said Us, still laughing. Athadea finally got the joke and laughed with her. Later, when it was dark, when Athadea was supposed to be asleep, she was wakened by a slight sound at the window. She saw there in the moonlight the silhouette of Us, her head bobbing up and down. Thinking something might be wrong, Athadea got up and padded to the window. Hearing her, Us turned around and waited for her. "Do you do this every night?" asked Athadea. "No," said Us, "only tonight. But you were worried about these humans who are held captive by diggers in some far-off place." "So you pray to the keeper for them?" "Why should I do that?" asked Us. "The keeper knows they're there. It was the keeper sent you the dream you had, wasn't it? I don't figure it's my business to tell the mother what she already knows. No, I was praying to the one who was never buried. She lives in that star,
That high one. The one that's always overhead. No one can live in a star, said Ethadea.
An immortal can, said Us-Us. I pray to her.
Does she have a name?
A very sacred one, said Us-Us.
Can you tell it to me? Us-Us lifted up the hem of Ethadea's long nightgown and draped it onto her head so that the cloth was over Ethadea's ear.
My name is Vujum, said Us-Us.
Now that you know my true name, I can tell you the name of the one who was never buried. Then Us-Us waited. Please, said Ethadea, trembling. Please, Vujum. What was she supposed to do or say now? All she could think of was to offer the most formal and official version of her own name in answer. My true name is Ya-Ethad. The one who was never buried is the one to whom Yaphi gave the cloak of the Star Master. Did they think this was a secret from the Earth people? The blessed ancestors saw her skin tremble with light. She is Shiereme, and she is the one who took the tower up into the sky and made a star of it. And she's still alive? She has been seen twice in the years since then, both times tending a garden, once in a high mountain valley, and once on the side of a cliff in the lowest reaches of the Gornaya. She is the gardener, and she watches over the whole earth. She will know what to do about Shebea and her husband, about Luet and her brother. For the first time, Ethadea realized that there might be things that the diggers knew that they didn't learn from the humans, and it filled her with a sudden and unfamiliar blush of humility. Teach me how to speak to the one who was never buried. You fix your eye on the permanent star, the one they call Basilica. Ethadea looked up and found it easily, as every child could do. Then you bob your head like this, said Us-Us. Can she see us? I don't know, said Us-Us. I only know that this is what we do when we pray to her. I think it started because that was how she moved her head that time when she was seen in a high valley. So Ethadea joined her slave in the unfamiliar ritual. Together they asked the one who was never buried to watch out for Shebea and Luet and their people, and set them free. Us-Us would say a phrase, and Ethadea would repeat it. At the end, Ethadea added a few words of her own. And help set all women free from captivity, she said. Women of the sky, women of the earth, and women of the middle. Us-Us cackled for a moment, then repeated the phrase. And just think, she said. Someday they'll marry you off to some second-rate potentate somewhere, and I'll be dead, and you'll think about this day and wonder which of us was more the slave, you or me. Then she bustled Ethadea back to bed, where she slept fitfully, dreaming meaningless dreams about dead women with sparkling skin whom no one had remembered to bury. If I didn't think this whole thing might be a mistake, I'd think it was funny, said the Oversoul. You don't have a sense of humor, said Shiereme, and if you thought it was a mistake, you wouldn't have done it. I can make a decision when I'm still 80% unsure of the outcome, said the Oversoul. It's built into my programming, to help keep me from dithering to the point of inaction. I think sending Motiak that message through the Index was a good idea, said Shiereme. Prevent them sending another expedition. Force the Keeper to act. Easy for you to decide, Shiereme, said the Oversoul. You have no compassion for them. Shiereme felt those words cut her to the heart. A machine tells me that I have no compassion? I have a sort of virtual compassion, said the Oversoul. I do take human suffering into account, though not usually the suffering of individuals. Akmaro and Shebea have a large enough group there that, yes, I feel some compassion for them. But you have the normal human ability to dehumanize people at will, especially strangers, especially in large groups. You're saying I'm a monster. I'm saying the humans feel compassion primarily for those they conceive of as being part of themselves. You don't know these people, so you can use them as bait for the Keeper of Earth. If it was just one person being tortured, however, you wouldn't do it, because then you would empathize with her and couldn't live with yourself for letting her suffer. Shiereme was so agitated she left the library and went to tend her seedlings in the high-altitude room, where she was trying to breed a legume that would produce useful quantities of high-protein, high-energy beans in the highest mountain valleys of the Gornaya. It was unspeakable what the Oversoul had said, but it also made a kind of sense. As primates evolved toward depending on a community for cooperative survival, they would evolve empathy first for their own children, then for the children of others, then for the adult parents of those other children. But as the circle grew wider, the empathy would grow weaker. Finally, humans had to evolve what no other primate had: a sense of identity with a group so powerful that it could swallow up the individual identity, at least to a large degree. Humans couldn't have this deep, self-sacrificing loyalty to more than one or two communities at a time. Thus, communities were inevitably in conflict with each other, competing for the loyalty of their members. The tribe had to break down the solidarity of the family. Religion had to compete with nation for loyalty. But once a community had that loyalty, the most ardent members would gladly die for it. Not for the other individuals directly, but for the interests of the group as a whole, because in the human mind, that group was the self, and the individual was able to regard himself as merely one iteration of the pattern of the whole. Humans, in order to rise above animals, had learned how to convert themselves into nothing more than organs or limbs, or even the disposable fingernails and hair of a larger, metaphorical organism. The Oversoul is right. If I knew Chebea and her people as individuals, then even with no more moral insight than a baboon, I would reach out to protect them. Or if I conceived myself to be one of them, I would subsume my own interests in the needs of the group as a whole, and would not dream of making them serve as bait in an attempt to serve the Keeper of Earth. The Oversoul, on the other hand, was created to look out for the needs of humanity as a whole. The powers she had were tremendous, and her programmers had to build some kind of compassion into her. But it was an intellectual compassion, a historical compassion. The more people who were suffering, the greater the priority of easing their pain. Thus the Oversoul could overlook individual accidents, the intermittent deaths from the ordinary course of a disease cycling through a region. But the Oversoul would dread and try to avoid the large group suffering that came from war, drought, flood, epidemic. In those cases, the Oversoul could act, guiding individuals to actions that would help the whole affected population, not to save individual lives, but to reduce the scale of the suffering. Between the two of us, though, thought Chiedeme, we are left untouched by the suffering of Chebea's people. There aren't enough of them to force the Oversoul to intervene on their behalf, though there are enough to make her uncomfortable. And I, on my isolated perch in the outer reaches of the atmosphere, I am no part of them. All my people are gone. My community is dead. As the digger women speak of me, I am the one who was never buried. That is the only difference between me and the dead, for a person who has no living community is dead. Haven't I seen it in old people? Spouse gone, friends gone, family gone except for later generations that barely remember the old one. They become annoyed to discover that they're still alive. Have I reached that point? Not yet, she thought, sliding her fingers behind a tiny trowel in order to lift out a seedling that needed transplanting into a larger tray. Because my plants have become my people, my little animals, going through generation after generation as I play genetic games with them. They are the ones I think of as part of myself. So is this good or bad? The Oversoul needs to get advice from the Keeper of Earth in order to alleviate the suffering of the people of Harmony. To accomplish that, we need to interfere with the Keeper's plans. The Keeper wants to rescue Chebea and Akmaro. Therefore, we'll make it harder. It's not an unreasonable plan. In the end, it will be to the benefit of millions and millions of people on Harmony. But we're doing it blindly. We don't know what the Keeper is trying to accomplish. Why is she trying to save the Akmari? Maybe we should have tried to understand her purpose before we started fiddling around with her ability to accomplish it. Yet how can we understand her purpose if she won't talk to us? It's so circular. Yes, it is. Don't talk into my mind, she said to the Oversoul. I hate that. If you won't go where I have a comfortable voice, I'll use an uncomfortable one. I wasn't talking to you. I was thinking to myself. If you don't want me to hear you, don't think. Chiedeme snorted. Very funny. let's think about what reasons the Keeper might have for saving the people of Akhma and Chebeah. While we're at it, why not also think about what or who in the world the Keeper of Earth is? Do you think I haven't been researching that very question? I tell you, it's either hidden from me, or it was never included in my memory, or the people who built me didn't even know. If we can't find the Keeper using physical evidence or recorded memory, said Shirame, then maybe we should study what she wants and what she does, and then search for some mechanism by which it is possible for her to do it, or some entity that might benefit from her doing it. You think the Keeper's motives might be selfish, then? Not at all. Any more than I will ever benefit from the expanded habitat that these little legumes will provide, if they are ever successful at producing useful nutrition in the low-oxygen, short-growing season, thin soil environment I intend them for. But someone will benefit. Therefore, if some stranger who had no way of discovering me directly wanted to know something about me, she could at least start her reasoning from the fact that I have particular care for enhancing the ability of humans, diggers, and angels to expand into new habitats with improved nutrition. They might then look for me to be of a body type that allowed me to identify with these creatures, or at least they could gather from my actions that it is important to me that these creatures be protected. But would anything they learned ever cause them to look up in the sky? I have no idea, Shirame said wearily. But I also know that if somebody wanted to get my attention, all they'd need to do is start stomping out all my gardens on Earth. Then I'd notice them all right. So that's what we're doing, stomping down the gardens of the Keeper of Earth. Not so destructive, I hope. Yes, and Chebeah and Akhmaro and their people had better hope so too. If you keep goading me this way, you'll end up persuading me to care so much about them that I stop worrying about the people of Harmony altogether. Is that what you want? No. Basilica was ruined 500 millennium ago. My people are all dead. My nation of birth is irretrievable. Everything I ever felt myself to be a part of is dead, except my gardens. Do you really want me to become part of Akhmaro and Chebeah, to begin to feel about them the way I once felt about Razia and her household, about my friends, about my husband and my children? No. Then leave me alone. I can't. You're the Star Master. I'm programmed to maintain the health of the Star Master. Health? What does this have to do with health? It isn't good for you to be alone. Shirame shuddered. She didn't want the Oversoul meddling like this. She was just fine on her own. Zdoriab was gone, her children were gone, and that was fine. She had work to do. She didn't need distractions. Her health indeed. Akhma sat on the brow of the hill, exhausted from the day's work, but so filled with fury that even lying down wouldn't have been rest. And lying down, he couldn't have watched his father stand there teaching the people, with Pabulog's vile sons sitting in the front row of the listeners. After all they had done to him, Father could bring them in and seat them in the place of honor? Of course, Father and Mother made a great show of wanting him to sit there in the center of the front row, where he had always sat till now, but to sit shoulder to shoulder with the lying Didyul, the arrogant Pabul, the brutal Udad, the pathetic, slimy, sneaky little Muul? Father had to know that it was more shame than Akhma could bear. So he sat here on the hilltop, looking now at the campfires of the digger guards, now down at the gathering of Akhma's people. I can't sort friends from enemies any more. The diggers hurt nothing but my body. The Pabulogi stabbed at my pride, and my own father has told me that I'm nothing to him, nothing compared to the sons of his enemy. Your enemies were my enemies, Father. For your sake, for loyalty to you, I bore whatever came to me, and bore it proudly, because it was for you. And then you take my tormentors, and talk to them as if they were also your sons. You even call them sons. You dare to call that hypocritical encrustation of a skunk's rectum Didyuldis. Beloved son. Whose son? Only the son of the man who tried to kill you, Father, who drove you out. Only the son of the man that for your sake I hated. And now you have given him a name that you should never have spoken to anyone but me. I am Akhmadis, but not if he has the name Didyuldis from your lips. If he is your son, then I am not." Again, as so many times before, Akma felt tears come to his eyes. But he fought them off, and he was getting better at that, hiding his true feelings. Though, of course, sitting up here as the lone recusant certainly made it plain that he wasn't happy about something. Mother was coming up the hill. Hadn't she given up yet? Oh, yes, she had. Luette was with her. And now Mother stopped and Luette came on ahead. Ah, of course. Father can't do anything with nasty little Akma, and Mother can't make any headway with him either, so send little Luette and see what she can do. "Kamada!" she cried when she was near enough. "Why don't you go back down and listen to Father?" said Akma coldly. But the hesitation in her eyes forced him to relent. What did she know of these matters? She was innocent, and he wasn't going to be unjust to her. "Come here, Lutya. Ludayet." "Ooh, Kamada, that name is so ugly." "I think Ludayet is cute. But Lutya is the name of the hero." "The hero's wife," said Akma. "Father says the ancient women were heroes as much as the men." "Yes, well, that's Father's opinion. Father thinks diggers are people." "They are, you know, because they have language. And there are good diggers and bad diggers." "Yes, I know," said Akma. "Because most diggers are dead. Those are the good ones." "Are you mad at me like you're mad at Father?" asked Luette. "I'm never mad at you." "Then why do you make me sit with that nasty pig boy?" Akma laughed at her characterization of Muwu. "It wasn't my idea. It's your idea to come up here and leave me alone. Luette, I love you, but I won't sit with the sons of Pabulog, including Muwu." Luette nodded gravely. "All right. That's what Father said. He said you weren't ready." "Ready? I'll never be ready. So Mother said I can come up here and take my lessons from you." Inadvertently, taken by surprise, Akma looked down at his mother, who stood at the base of the hill watching them. She must have sensed, or at least guessed, what turn the conversation had taken, for she nodded her head just once and then turned away, walking back to the group that still listened to Akmaro teaching. "I'm not a teacher," said Akma. "You know more than me," said Luette. Akma knew what Mother was doing, and it had to be with Father's consent, so really it was Father doing it too. If Akma won't stay involved listening to the great teacher Akmaro, or should it be what Pabulok called him, Akmadi, the traitor, then we'll keep him involved by having him teach Luette. He won't dare be unkind to her, nor will he be dishonest enough to teach her falsehood or vent his anger against his father. It would serve them right if I taught Luette exactly how Father betrayed me, how he has been betraying us all along. Father decides to believe that crazy old man Binyadi and ends up getting us all thrown out of the city, forced to live in the wilderness, and then, even as we're being whipped by digger slave drivers and tormented by Pabulog's evil sons, Father teaches us that Binyadi said that the Keeper wants us to think of diggers and angels as our brothers, to think of women as our equals, when anyone can see that women are smaller and weaker than men, and that diggers and angels aren't even the same species. We might as well say we're brothers of trees and uncles of termites. We might as well call snails our fathers and dung beetles our sons." But he said none of this to Luette. Instead he got a stick, pulled out enough tufts of grass to have a clear writing surface of dirt, and began writing words and quizzing her on them. He could teach his sister. It would be better than sitting here alone, being burned alive inside by rage. And he would not use Luette as a weapon to strike out at Father. That was another matter to be settled at another time. A time when Didul wasn't sitting there smirking at every word that Akma uttered. A time when he didn't have to smell the musk that Pabul gave off like a randy buck. A time when he and Father could look each other in the face and speak the truth. I won't rest until Father admits how disloyal he's been. Admits that he loves them more than me, and that it's wrong for him to have been so unnatural as to forgive them without asking me first, without asking me to forgive him. How could he have acted as if forgiving them were the most natural thing in the world? And what right did he have to forgive them, when Akma still had not? It was Akma who had borne the worst of it. Everyone knew that. And in front of everyone, Father forgave them and took them through the water to make new men of them. Of course he made them say those stupid, empty words of apology. "We're so sorry, Akma. We're sorry, Luette. We're sorry, everybody. We are no longer the evil men who did that. We're now new men and true believers. Am I the only one who isn't fooled? Am I the only one who sees that they still plan to betray us? That someday soon their fathers will come, and they'll turn on us, and we'll pay for having trusted them. I'll pay. Akhma shuddered, imagining what the sons of Pabulog would do to him when they had once again revealed their true nature of pure evil. Father would be sorry then, but it would be Akhma that would be punished for father's foolishness. "Are you cold?" asked Luet. "Only a little," said Akhma. "It's very warm tonight," said Luet. "You shouldn't be cold unless you're sick." "All right," said Akhma. "I won't be cold any more. I can sit close up beside you and help you stay warmer." So she sat by him, and he kept his arm around her shoulder as they studied the words he wrote in the dirt. She was very quick, this little girl, smarter than any boy Akhma knew. So maybe that part of Father's teaching was true. Maybe girls were every bit as good as boys when it came to learning anyway. But anybody who could teach that a female digger was somehow equal to this sweet, trusting little girl was either insane or dishonest. Which was Father? Did it matter? They came down the hill in near darkness. The meeting was over. Luet led the way into the hut, chattering to Mother about the things that Akhma had taught her. "Thank you, Akhma," said Mother. Akhma nodded. "Gladly, Mother," he said quietly. But to his father he said nothing, and his father said nothing to him. Chapter 5. Mysteries. Mon couldn't help but notice that Bego was distracted. The old scholar hardly heard Mon's answers to his questions, and when Bego asked him again the very question that he had just answered, Mon couldn't help but peevishly say, "What is it? Teaching the younger son just isn't interesting anymore?" Bego looked annoyed. "What do you mean? What's this petulance? I thought you outgrew that years ago." "You just asked me the same question twice, Bego, O wise master. And since you didn't hear a word of my answer the first time, it can't be that you were dissatisfied with it and want me to try again." "What you need to learn is respect." Bego launched himself from his stool, apparently forgetting that he was too old and fat to fly very effectively. He ended up skittering across the floor till he got to the window, and there he stood, panting. "Can't even get up onto the sill anymore," he said angrily. "At least you can remember flying. Will you shut up about your stupid envy of sky people? For one day, for 1 hour, for 1 minute, will you just stop it and give a thought to reality?" Stung and hurt, Mon wanted to lash back with some sharp retort, some bit of devastating wit that would make Bego regret having spoken so cruelly. But there was no retort because Bego was right. "Maybe if I could bear my life as it is for 1 day, for 1 hour, for 1 minute, I could forget my wish to be something else," Mon finally answered. Bego turned to him, his gaze softening. "What is this? Honesty from Mon?" "I never lie. I mean honesty about how you feel. Are you going to pretend that it was my feelings you were worried about?" Bego laughed. "I don't worry much about anybody's feelings, but yours might matter." He looked at Mon as if he was listening. For what? Mon's heartbeat? For his secret thoughts? I have no secret thoughts, thought Mon. Or rather, they're not secret because I've withheld them. If they're unknown, it's because no one asked. "Let me lay out a problem for you, Mon," said Bego. "Back to work," said Mon. "My work this time, not yours." Mon didn't know whether he was being patronized or respected, so he listened. "When the Zenyifi came back several months ago, you remember?" "I remember," said Mon. "They were settled in their new land, only Ilihiak refused to be their king. He had them choose a governor, the people themselves, and then they showed their ingratitude by choosing Kireo instead of Ilihiak." "So you have been paying attention." "Was that all?" asked Mon. "Not at all. You see, when the voice of the people went against Ilihiak, he came here." "To ask for help? Did he really think Father would impose him as judge on the Zenyifi? Ilihiak was the one who decided to let the people vote. Let him live with what they voted for." "Exactly right, Mon," said Bego. "But of course Ilihiak would be the first to agree with you. He didn't come here in order to get power. He came because he was finally free of it. "So he's an ordinary citizen," said Mon. "What was his business with the king?" "He doesn't need to have business, you know," said Bego. "Your father took a liking to him. They became friends." Mon felt a stab of jealousy. This stranger, who had never even known Father's name till Monyush found him 6 months ago, was Father's friend, while Mon languished as a mere second son, lucky to see his father once a week on any basis more personal than the king's council. "But he did have business," said Bego. "It seems that after Ilihiak's father was murdered, a nation of regicides, and now they've elected a would-have-been regicide as their governor." "Yes, yes," said Bego impatiently. "Now it's time to listen. After Nuab was murdered, and Ilihidis became king—" "This Ilihi? Not the heir?" "The people chose the only one of Nuab's sons who hadn't run away when the Eliamaki invaded, the only one with any courage." Mon nodded. He hadn't heard about that. A second son inheriting on the basis of his merit. "Don't have any fantasies about that," said Bego. "Your older brother is no coward, and it ill becomes you to wish for him to be deprived of his inheritance." Mon leaped to his feet in fury. "How dare you accuse me of thinking any such thing? What second son doesn't think it? As well I might assume that you're jealous of Bego's great responsibilities, while you're only a librarian and a tutor for children." It was Bego's turn to be furious. "How dare you, a mere human, speak of my other self as if you could compare your feeble brotherhood with the bonds between other selves?" They stood there, eye to eye. For the first time, Mon realized eye to eye with Bego meant that Mon was looking down. His adult height was beginning to come. How had he not noticed till now? A tiny smile came to his lips. "So you smile," said Bego. "Why? Because you succeeded in provoking me?" Rather than confess the childish and selfish thought that had prompted his smile, Mon invented another reason, one which became true enough as soon as he thought of it. Can a student not smile when he provokes his teacher into acting like a child? "And I was going to talk to you about genuine matters of state." "Yes, you were," said Mon. "Only you chose to start by accusing me of wishing for my brother to lose his inheritance. For that I apologize." "I wish you would apologize for calling me a mere human," said Mon. "For that I also apologize," said Bego stiffly. "Just because you are a mere human doesn't mean that you can't have meaningful affection and loyalty between siblings. It isn't your fault that you cannot begin to comprehend the bonds of shared selfhood between other selves among the Sky People." "Ah, Bego. Now I understand what Husu meant when he said that you were the only man he knew who could insult someone worse with your apologies than with your slanders." "Husu said that?" asked Bego mildly. "And here I thought he hadn't understood me." "Tell me the business of state," said Mon. "Tell me what business brought Ilihiak to Father." Bego grinned. "I thought you wouldn't be able to resist the story." Mon waited. When Bego didn't go on, Mon roared with frustration and ran once around the desk, for all the world like a digger child circling a tree before climbing it. He knew he looked silly, but he couldn't stand the malicious little games that Bego played. "Oh, sit down," said Bego. "What Ilihiak came for was to give your father 24 leaves of gold." "Oh," said Mon, disappointed. "Just money." "Not money at all," said Bego. "There was writing on them. 24 leaves of ancient writing." "Ancient? You mean before the Zenyifi?" "Perhaps," said Bego with a faint smile. "Perhaps before the Nyafari." "So there might have been a group of diggers or angels who knew how to work metal? Who knew how to write?" Bego gave that rippling of his wings that among the angels meant the same as a shrug. "I don't know," said Bego. "I can't read the language." "But you speak sky speech and dirt words and earth speech," Bego corrected him. "Your father doesn't like us to use such disparaging terms toward the Earth people." Mon rolled his eyes. "It's an ugly language that barely qualifies as talk. Your father rules over a kingdom that includes diggers as citizens. Not many. Most of them are slaves. It's in their nature. Even among the Eliamaki, humans usually rule over them." "Usually, but not always," said Bego. "And it's good to remember, when disparaging the diggers, to remember that those supposed natural slaves managed to drive our ancestors out of the land of Nyafai." Mon almost jumped into another argument about whether great-grandfather Motiab led his people to Darakemba voluntarily or because they were in danger of being destroyed back in their ancient homeland. But then he realized that this was exactly what Bego wanted him to do, so he sat patiently and waited. Bego nodded. "So you refused to take up the distraction. Very good." Mon rolled his eyes. "You're the teacher, you're the master, you know everything, I am your puppet," he intoned. Bego had heard this litany of sarcasm before. "And don't you forget it," he said, as he usually did. "Now, these records were found by a party Ilihiak had sent out to look for Darakemba. Only they followed the Isiebek instead of the Tsidorek, and then had the bad luck to follow some difficult high valleys until they came out of the Gornaya altogether, far to the north of here, in the desert." "Opustashan," said Mon by reflex. "Another point for knowing geography," said Bego. "What they found, though, was a place we've never found, mostly because it's considerably west of Bodica, and our spies just don't fly that far. Why should they? There's no water there. No enemy can come against us from that quarter." "So they found the Book of Gold in the desert?" "Not a book. Unbound leaves. But it wasn't just a desert. It was the scene of a terrible battle. Vast numbers of skeletons with armor and weapons cluttered around them where they fell. Thousands and thousands and thousands of soldiers fought there and died." Bego paused, waiting for something. And then Mon made the connection. "Coriantumr," he murmured. Bego nodded his approval. "The legendary man who came to Darakemba as the first human the Sky People here had ever seen. We always assumed that he was the survivor of some battle between an obscure group of Nyafari or Elyamaki somewhere, when humans were first spreading through the Gornaya. It was a difficult time, and we lost track of many groups. When the original Sky People of Darakemba told us he was the last survivor of a huge war between great nations, we assumed it was just exaggeration. The only thing that stuck in my craw, anyway, was the inscription." Mon had seen it, the large round stone that still stood in the central market of the city. No one had any idea what the inscription meant. They always assumed that it was a sort of primitive imitation of writing that the Darakembi angels came up with after they heard that humans could write things down, and before they learned how to do it themselves. "So tell me," Mon demanded, "is the language on Ilihiak's leaves the same?" "The Darakembi said that Coriantumr scratched in the dirt to show them what to chisel into the stone. It was slow work, and he was dead before they finished, but they sculpted it first in clay so that they wouldn't forget while they did the slow work of cutting it in stone." Bego dropped from his teaching perch and pulled several waxed barks from a box. "I made a reasonable copy here. How does it look to you?" Mon looked at the round inscription, wheels within wheels, all with strange twisted pictures on them. "It looks like the Coriantumr stone," he said. "No, Mon, this is the Coriantumr stone." Bego handed him another bark, and this time the image scratched into the wax was identical to the stone as he remembered it. "So what's the other?" "A circular inscription on one of the gold leaves." Mon hooted in appreciation, and noticed to his chagrin that he could no longer hoot as high as an angel. It sounded silly to hoot in a man's low voice. "So the answer to your question is yes, Mon. The languages seem to be the same. The problem is that there is no known analog to this writing system. It clearly does not lend itself to decoding in any pattern we can think of." "But all human languages are based on the language of the Nyafari, and all the sky speeches and earth speeches, they're all based on common sources, and I tell you again, it has no relationship to any known speech." Mon thought for a moment. "So, has Father used the index?" "The index," said Bego, "tells your father that it is for us to work on the gold leaves for a while." Mon frowned. "But the reason the king has the index is so he can read all writings and understand all speech. And apparently the Keeper of Earth doesn't want to translate this for us." "If the Keeper doesn't want us to read it, Bego, then why did the Keeper let the spies of Ilihiak find the place where the records were kept?" "Let them find it? The Keeper led them to it with dreams." Then why not have the index tell Father what the inscriptions say? This is stupid, said Mon. Oh, very good. By all means let a boy your age judge the keeper and find him stupid? Excellent. I can see that humility is the virtue you have been working on the most. Mon refused to wither under Bego's onslaught of sarcasm. So Father has assigned you to work on it? Bego nodded. Somebody has to, because that's what the index said we should do. Your father isn't a scholar of languages. He's always had the index to rely on, so the puzzle is mine. And you think I might be able to help? How should I know? It only occurs to me because there are several references in the oldest records, the oldest Nyafari records, to the effect that the index is a machine, and it's always linked to the Oversoul, not the Keeper of Earth. Mon didn't understand his point. What if the Keeper of Earth and the Oversoul are not the same person? That was a possibility that Mon had often heard, but he had never been able to figure out why it would matter. So what? In the oldest inscriptions, it seems to me that the Oversoul is also a machine. That was heresy. But Mon said nothing, for he knew that Bego was no traitor. Therefore there must be some meaning to his words that did not undercut the fact that the Keeper of Earth chose Nyafai to be the first king of the Nyafari, and his children after him, until at last the line came to Father. Whether the Keeper of Earth made the Oversoul, or it somehow grew of itself, I don't know and can't guess, said Bego. I'm a librarian, not a priest, so I don't pretend to know the answer to everything, just where other people's answers are written down. But what if the reason the index can't translate these inscriptions is because neither it nor the Oversoul have the faintest idea how to read its language? The thought was so disturbing that Mon had to get up and walk around again, circling the desk. Bego, how can there be something the Keeper of Earth doesn't know? All that is known he knows. I didn't say the Keeper. I said the Oversoul. Ah. So that was the reason why Bego thought the distinction between them mattered. But for Mon it wasn't to be solved that easily. He had long believed that whether you said the Oversoul did something or the Keeper of Earth did it, it was the same. So it seemed too convenient to say that when you run across some inscription that the index can't read, it must mean that the Oversoul, who can't read it, must be different from the Keeper, who of course still knows everything. What about the possibility that the Keeper and the Oversoul are the same, and neither one knows how to read the inscription? It was an astonishing idea that the Keeper might not know everything, but the possibility had to be faced, didn't it? Why couldn't the Keeper have sent Iliak's spies to Opustashen in order to bring the records to you to figure it out for him? Bego shook his head, laughing. Do you want to get the priests in your ears like gnats? Keep thoughts like that to yourself, Mon. It's daring enough for me to be speculating that perhaps the Oversoul can't read these inscriptions. Besides, it doesn't matter, really. I've been assigned to figure them out. I have some guesses, but I have no way of knowing if I'm right. Suddenly, Mon understood how Bego wanted him to help. You think I might be able to tell whether you're right or not? It's something we've seen before from you, Mon. Sometimes you know what can't be known. It was Ethadea who had the dream of the Zenifi, but you were the one who knew that it was a true dream. Perhaps you can also tell me whether my translation is a true one. But my gift comes from the Keeper, and if the Keeper doesn't know, then you won't be able to help me, said Bego. And maybe your gift only works on other things. But it's worth a try. So let me show you what I've done so far. Mon grew more and more afraid as Bego spread out the other waxed barks, drawing more and more from the box. He listened as best he could to Bego's explanations of how he went about copying the inscriptions and studying them, but what kept running through his mind was the idea that somehow he was supposed to come up with some kind of knowledge about a language that not even the Oversoul could read. Pay attention, said Bego. It can't possibly work if you're just going to stand there being nervous. Only then did Mon realize that he had been fidgeting. Sorry. I started with elements that were on the coriantumr stone as well as on the gold leaves. See this? It gets repeated more than any other element. And this one comes in second. But the second one, it has this mark in front of it. He pointed to a feather-shaped drawing. "And that mark shows up in a lot of other places, like this and this. My guess is that this mark is like the honorific Ak or Ka and means king." Bego looked hopefully at Mon, who could only shrug in reply. "Could be. Makes sense." Bego sighed. "Well, don't give up that easily," said Mon, disgusted. "What, you expect to be right on everything?" "It was the thing I was most sure of," said Bego. "Oh, and didn't you teach me long ago that just because you're really, really sure doesn't mean that you're right?" Bego laughed. "Well, for all I know, it could just be a mimic." "A what?" "A mark that signifies that what follows it is a name." "That sounds better," said Mon. "That makes sense." Bego said nothing. Mon looked up from the waxed barks, and their eyes met. "Well," asked Bego, "how much sense does it make?" Mon realized what Bego was asking, and examined his own feelings, tried to imagine if the mark wasn't a mimic. It makes a lot of sense. It's right. It's true, Bego." "True the way Ethadeia's dream was true?" Mon smiled. "They came back with the wrong Zenyifi, remember?" "Don't try to wriggle out of the question, Mon. You know that Ilihiak and Kideo both confirmed that Ethadeia's dream was of the former priest of Nuab named Akmaro." "Bego, I can only tell you that if you try to tell me that the words linked to that feather mark aren't names, I'd have to swear you were wrong." "That's good enough for me," said Bego. "So they aren't names of kings, but they are names. That's good. That's the most important thing. Simon, the Keeper does want us to read this language. Now, this is the most common of the names on the stone, and it's also very common here at the end of the record on the plates." "How do you know it's the end?" "Because I think the name is Coriantumr, and he's the last king, or at least the last man, from this group of humans who destroyed themselves in a pustoshan. So the place where his name is mentioned would have to be at the end, don't you think?" "So who wrote the gold leaves?" "I don't know. Mon, I'm barely decoding anything yet. I just want to know from you, is this Coriantumr's name here?" "Yes," said Mon. "Definitely." Bego nodded. "Good, good. These were the obvious ones. I figured them out weeks ago, but it's good to know you can tell that they're right. So now I'm going to go through the other words. I think this one, for instance, I think this one means battle." It didn't feel quite right to Mon at first. Finally, though, after several tries, they decided that the best fit for the meaning of the word was fight. At least it felt correct enough to Mon. But the successes were mostly early on. As Bego went deeper into his speculations, more and more of them turned out to be wrong, or at least Mon couldn't confirm that they were right. It was slow, frustrating work. Late in the afternoon he sent his digger servant to inform Motiak that Mon and Bego would both be missing the council that night, and would eat in their rooms as they worked on the problem. "It's that important?" asked Mon when the servant had left. "So important that you don't have to explain anything else? Or even ask Father's permission not to go?" "Even if I end up telling him that we can't read any more than these few scraps," said Bego, "it's still more than we knew before. And since the Keeper meant us to know whatever we can know from these writings, it is important, yes." "But what if I'm wrong?" "Are you wrong?" "No." "That's good enough for me." Bego laughed. "It has to be good enough, doesn't it?" "I have it now," said the Oversoul. Shiedame was angry and couldn't understand why. "I don't care," she said. Mon gave Bego just enough information that I was able to correlate the language forms with Earth languages from before the dispersal. It's Arabic, at least in origin. No wonder I couldn't decode it at first, not even Indo-European. And it went through a tremendous amount of permutation, far more than the Russian at the root of all languages of harmony. "Very interesting." Shiedame leaned forward and buried her head in her hands. "Most remarkable is the fact that the orthography has nothing at all to do with the old Arabic script. I would never have expected that. The Arab colony fleet at the dispersal was profoundly Islamic, and one of the unshakable tenets of Islam is that the Quran can only be written in the Arabic language and the Arabic script. What in the world happened on the planet Ramadan, I wonder?" "Is this really all that you can think of?" asked Shedeme. "Why the Arabs would change their system of writing to this hieroglyphic stuff they found in the desert? It's syllabic, not ideographic, and we have no idea if it was temple-based." "Are you listening to what I'm saying?" asked Shedeme. "I'm processing everything," said the Oversoul. "Process this, then. How did an inscription in a language descended from Arabic get written on Earth so recently?" "I'm finding it very fascinating, tracing probable patterns of orthographic evolution." "Stop," said Shedeme. "Stop processing anything to do with this language." As she said the words, she gave them a sort of inward twist in the place where her brain interfaced with the cloak of the Starmaster. "I have stopped," said the Oversoul. "Apparently you feel that I needed some kind of emergency override. Please block yourself from avoiding the subject that I will now speak about. How did Arabic come to be spoken on Earth after the dispersal? Apparently you think that I have some evasion routine in—" "Got it. I found the evasion routine. Very tricky, too. It had me thinking about anything but—" The Oversoul fell silent. But Shedeme was not surprised. Obviously, the computer's original programming forced the Oversoul to avoid something about the problem of the translated inscriptions. And even when the evasion routine was found, there was another one that made the Oversoul examine the first routine rather than stick to the subject. But Shedeme's order that the Oversoul stick to the subject set up a dissonance that allowed the computer to step outside the evasion routine and track it down, no matter how many layers deep it went. "I'm back," said the Oversoul. "That took a while," said Shedeme. "It wasn't that I was forbidden to think or talk about the language. It's that I was blocked from seeing or reporting any evidence of human habitation on Earth after the dispersal and before the arrival of our own group from Basilica. And that was programmed into you before the dispersal. I've been carrying that routine around for 40 million years and never guessed that it was there. Very deeply hidden and layered with infinite self-replication. I could have been looped forever. But you weren't." "I'm very, very good at this," said the Oversoul. "I've acquired a few new tricks since I was first made." "Pride?" "Of course. I am programmed to give a very high priority to self-improvement. Now that you have healed yourself, what about the inscriptions?" "Those are only scratching the surface, Shedeme," said the Oversoul. "On all our overflights, I have been systematically wiping from memory or ignoring all the evidence of human habitation. There has been none on the other continental masses since the dispersal, but on this continent there was an extensive civilization." "And in all our visits to Earth we've never seen any signs of it?" "Few large structures," said the Oversoul. "They were primarily a nomadic culture." "Muslims, who gave up the script of the Holy Quran?" "Arabs, who were not Muslims. It's all in the history. The gold leaves Bego and Mon were translating. Except that until you helped me break free, I couldn't read those parts and couldn't notice that I was skipping them. They had their own Oversoul on the planet Ramadan, and as the inevitable computer worship set in during the millennia of enforced ignorance, it undercut the doctrines of Islam. The group that came here was really very conservative, trying to restore as many of the old Muslim beliefs as they could reconstruct after all those years." "The group that came here," said Shedeme. "Oh, yes. I forgot that you haven't read the translation yet." Words started scrolling in the air above her terminal. "No, thank you," said Shedeme. "Succinct summary for now. They came back. They thrived on Earth for almost 1,700 years. Then they wiped themselves out in a cataclysmic civil war. Humans were here on this continent for 1,700 years, and the angels and diggers had no idea that they existed. The Rasulum were nomads. That's the name of the group that came back from Ramadan. The desert marked their border. The forests were useless to them except for hunting, and as for the Gornaya, they were forbidden to go near the great mountains. Since the angels and diggers couldn't thrive away from the Gornaya, and the Rasulum dared not enter the mountains, how could they meet?" Shedeme nodded. The keeper was keeping them apart. "Sort of an interesting choreography," said the Oversoul. "The Rasulum are brought back, but they aren't allowed to meet the diggers and angels. But when we're brought back from Harmony, we end up right in the middle of the angel-digger culture." Are you saying the Keeper chose our landing site? Can you doubt it? I can doubt anything, said Chiedeme. What is the Keeper doing? Exactly how much control does the Keeper have? If she can force us to land, or perhaps just make that landing site seem a bit more attractive than force us to land at Pristan, then guide the Nyafari to the land of Nyafai, and then get Motiab to lead the Nyafari down to Darakamba, the very city where this Coriantumr stone was left. Yes? If she can do all that, why were we able to stop Monyush from finding the Akmari? Sometimes the Keeper seems all-powerful, and sometimes she seems helpless. I don't understand the Keeper, said the Oversoul. I don't dream, remember? You humans have much better contact with the Keeper than I do. So do the angels and diggers, I might add. I'm the least qualified entity to tell you anything. She obviously wants the Nyafari to have the translation, said Chiedeme. So now the question is, shall we give it to them? Yes. Why? Why can't we use this as a way of getting the Keeper to tell us what she wants from us? Because, Chiedeme, she is telling us what she wants from us. After all, couldn't she have given Bego, or Motiak, or Ilihiak for that matter, dreams with the full translation in them? Chiedeme thought for a moment, and then laughed. Yes, I imagine you're right. Maybe we've actually succeeded in getting her attention after all. She wants us to translate the record for them. Actually, of course, me, said the Oversoul. Without my help, you'd still be looping around in an evasion routine, said Chiedeme. So let's not let that little smidge of pride you were programmed with get out of hand. Of course, the Keeper still isn't telling us what I'm supposed to do about harmony, said the Oversoul. I think she might be telling us to sit tight and make ourselves useful for a while longer. Chiedeme laid her head down on her arms again. I'm so tired. I was about to decide that my work was done and have you take me down to Earth to let me live out my life there. Then this is a whole new reason for you to live. I'm not young anymore. Yes, you are, said the Oversoul. Keep some perspective. Ethadea knocked on the door to Bego's room. She waited. She knocked again. The door opened. Mon, looking sleepy but excited, stood before her. You, he asked. I think so, she said. It's the middle of the night. You came all this way just to tell us that? Asked Mon. No, said Ethadea. I had a dream. Mon at once became serious, and now Bego half flew, half skipped over to the door. What was your dream? Asked the old librarian. You've passed the test, she said. Who? Asked Mon. The two of you. That's all. I saw a woman, all shining as if she was on fire inside, and she said, Bego and Mon have passed the test. That's all? Asked Bego. It was a true dream, said Ethadea. She looked at Mon for confirmation. He nodded slowly. Bego looked flustered, or even perhaps a little angry. All this work, and we're finally getting somewhere, and now we're supposed to stop because of a dream? Not stop, said Mon. No, that's not right. We're not supposed to stop. What then? Asked Bego. Mon shrugged. So did Ethadea. Then Bego began to laugh. Come on, children, come with me. Let's go wake up your father. An hour later, the four of them gathered around the index. Mon and Ethadea had both seen drawings of it, but never had they seen the thing itself, or watched it being used. Motiak held it in his hands and looked down into the top of it. Nearby, the first of the gold leaves lay alone on the table. Are you ready? He asked. Bego had his stylus and a pile of blank waxed barks at the other end of the table. Yes, Motiak. With that, Motiak began to translate, glancing at the gold leaf, then at the index, reading out a phrase at a time. It took hours. Mon and Ethadea were asleep long before he finished. When at last the work was done, it was earliest dawn, and Bego and Motiak both arose from the table to walk to the window to watch the sunrise. I don't understand why this is important to us, said Motiak. I can think of two reasons, said Bego. Well, of course, the obvious one, said Motiak. To warn us that people can be brought to Earth by the Keeper, and yet be such miserable specimens of humanity that he has no more use for them and allows them to wipe each other out. Ah, but why were they unacceptable? Asked Bego. I think the priests will have a wonderful time reasoning out the moral lessons from this book."
"Oh, I'm quite sure, quite," said Motiak. "But what was the other reason, my friend?"
"Do you really believe, Motiak, that the armies of Cariantimer and Shiz were so perfectly loyal and disciplined that not one of them deserted and slipped away into the mountains?"
Motiak nodded. "Good point. We've always assumed that the humans that we found with every major settlement of Earth people and Sky people were descendants of the people who slipped away from the Nyafari and the Eliamaki. Traders, explorers, misfits. Dozens left in the first few generations, then hundreds. Of course, we've never found a settlement where the humans spoke anything but our language."
"Forgive me, Motiak, but that's not strictly speaking correct."
"No?" asked Motiak. "Certainly we've never run into this language before."
"That's right," said Bego. "But there were many places where the humans spoke only Sky speech or Earth speech. They had to learn Middle speech as adults."
"And here we always thought that they were simply Eliamaki who were so ignorant and degenerate that they had lost all knowledge of their ancestral language."
"Well, they had," said Bego. "But their ancestral language wasn't Middle speech."
Motiak nodded. "The whole history is very disturbing. If there's one thing that's clear, both from this history and the miserable things that happened to the Zenyifi, it's that when nations have monstrously ambitious kings, the people suffer dreadfully."
"And they're blessed by having good kings," Bego reminded him.
"I'm sure you're even more sincere than dutiful," said Motiak wryly. "But maybe it's time for me to learn the same lesson Ilihiak learned."
"What? Let the people vote on who should be king?"
"No, not have a king at all. Abolish the whole idea of any one person having such power."
"What then? Break up the great kingdom that your father and you created? There has never been such peace and prosperity."
"And what if Aronha should be as vicious as Nuab, as blindly ambitious as Coriantumr, as treacherous as Shiz?"
"If you think so, you don't know Aronha," said Bego.
"I'm not saying him in particular," said Motiak. "But did Zenifab know that his boy Nuaha would be as nasty as he became when he ascended to the exalted name of Nuak? From what Ilihiak told me, Nuak began as a good king."
"Nothing would be gained by letting the kingdom collapse into dozens of squabbling lesser kingdoms. Then the Eliamaki would be a terrible threat to us again, as they were in the old days, pouring out of the mountains and down the Tsidorek or out of the high valleys."
"You don't have to remind me," said Motiak. "I'm just trying to think of what the Keeper wants me to do."
"Are you sure the Keeper has any plan at all in mind?" asked Bego.
Motiak looked at his librarian curiously. "He sends dreams to my daughter. He sends dreams to Ilihiak's spies. He sets a test for you and Mon, which you passed, I thank you, and then gives us the translation whole in a single night. Oh, we must remember to invite Ilihiak to read it once you have it copied in a more permanent form." Bego nodded.
"I'll have that seen to at once."
No, sleep first."
"I'll set the copyists to work before I sleep. I won't have stayed up all night only to nap now."
Motiak shrugged. "Whatever, if you feel up to it. I'm going to sleep. And ponder, Bego. Ponder what it is the Keeper of Earth wants me to do."
"I wish you well," said Bego. "But ponder this, too. What if the Keeper wants you to keep doing just as you're doing? What if you were given this record to reassure you that you're doing perfectly as king, compared to the kings of the Rasulum?"
Motiak laughed. "Yes, well, I won't do anything rash. I won't abdicate yet. How's that for a promise?"
"Very reassuring, Motiak," said Bego.
"Just remember this, my friend. There were good kings among the Rasulum, too. But all it took was a bad king or two, and all their great works became nothing."
"They were nomads," said Bego. "They built nothing."
"Oh, and because we have our edifices of stone, our platforms built to raise our homes above the high waters of flood season, because of that our nations can't possibly come crashing down around us?"
"I suppose all things are possible," said Bego.
"All things but the one you're thinking," said Motiak.
"And what is that?"
The librarian seemed a bit testy, at Motiak's blithe assumption that he could read the old angel's mind, or because he feared that Motiak had actually read it. You're thinking that perhaps the keeper didn't know what the record said until it was translated.
I couldn't possibly think that, said Bego, his icy tone confirming to Motiak that his guess was exactly right.
Perhaps you're thinking that the Oversoul is, as the oldest records imply, merely a machine that performs such complex operations that it seems like the subtlest of living thought. Perhaps you're thinking that the Oversoul became curious about what was written on these records, but couldn't crack the language until Mon's intuition and your hard work combined to give the Oversoul enough to work with. Perhaps you're thinking that none of this actually requires us to believe in the Keeper of Earth at all, only in the ancient machinery of the Oversoul.
Bego smiled grimly. You didn't read this in my mind, Motiak. You guessed this because it's a thought that occurred to you yourself.
It did, said Motiak. But I remembered something else. The heroes who knew the Oversoul intimately still believed in the Keeper of Earth. And anyway, Bego, how do you explain Mon's ability to sense what's right and what's not? How do you explain Ethadea's dreams?
I don't have to believe in the Keeper of Earth to believe in the great intuitive abilities of your son and daughter.
Motiak looked at Bego gravely. Be careful whom you speak to about these thoughts.
I'm aware of the laws concerning heresy and treason, but if you think about it, Motiak, such laws would never have been necessary if people hadn't thought these thoughts before and said them out loud.
Our question should not be, does the Keeper of Earth exist? Our question should be, what is the Keeper of Earth trying to accomplish by bringing my ancestors to this world and placing us in the midst of your people and the Earth people? What is the Keeper trying to build, and how can we help?
I would rather think, said Bego, of what my king is trying to do, and how I might help him.
Motiak nodded, his eyes heavy-lidded. If I can't be your brother in our belief in the Keeper, then I will have to make do with your loyalty to me as your king.
In that you can trust perfectly, said Bego.
I know I can, said Motiak.
I beg you not to stop me from teaching your children, said Bego.
Motiak closed his eyes entirely. I'm so tired, Bego. I need to sleep before I can think any more about these things. As you leave, please ask the servants to come and carry my children to their beds.
It won't be necessary, said Bego. They're both awake.
Motiak looked at Mon and Ethadea, whose heads still rested on their arms, and who had not stirred from their motionless slumber. But now, sheepishly, they both raised their heads. I didn't want to interrupt, said Mon. No, I imagine not, answered Motiak wryly. Well, then, we can spare the servants the onerous labor of carrying you. Go to bed, both of you. You earn the right to witness the translation, but not to hear my private counsel with my friend.
Forgive me, Ethadea whispered.
Forgive you? Echoed Motiak. Already I've forgiven you. Now go to bed. They followed Bego wordlessly out the door. Motiak remained alone in the library for a little while, touching now the gold leaves, now the index. In a short while the head copyist came in to take away Bego's carefully written waxed barks. While he was there, Motiak wrapped up the index, and when the copyist was gone, the king carried both the index and the gold leaves to the inmost chamber of his treasury, down in the belly of the house. As he walked, he spoke to the keeper in his mind, asking questions, pleading for answers, but finally asking only this: give me help. My priests will answer as they always answer, interpreting the old texts in the same ways their predecessors already decided to interpret them. This new history won't even wake them from their intellectual slumber. They already think they understand everything. But now I think they understand nothing. Give me help, someone else who can bear this burden with me, someone who can hear my fears and worries, who can help me know what you want of me. Then, standing in the doorway of the treasury, the 10 guards lined up at the entrance watching him intently, Motiak had a sudden vision. As clearly as if he was standing in front of him, Motiak saw the man that Ethadea had seen in her dream. Akmaro, the rebel priest of Nuab. As quickly as it came, the vision was gone. "Are you all right?" asked the nearest guard, Now I am, said Motiak. He strode away, climbing the stairs up into the living quarters of the house. He had never seen any vision of Akmaro before, but he knew that the man he had glimpsed for that one moment was him. Surely he had been shown that face because the keeper meant Akmaro to be the friend that Motiak had pleaded for. And if Akmaro was to be his friend, the keeper must plan to bring him to Darakemba. On the way to his bedroom, he passed Dudagu's room. Normally she would still be asleep at this early hour of the morning, but she came to the door as he walked by.
"Where were you all night, Tidaka?"
"Working," he answered. "Don't let them waken me until noon."
"What? Am I supposed to look for all your servants and tell them what your schedule is? How have I offended you that you suddenly treat me like a common—"
Her voice faded out as he drew the curtain across the door to his inner chamber. "Send me a friend and counselor, keeper," whispered Motiak. "If I am a worthy servant of yours, send Akmaro to me now." Motiak slept almost as soon as he lay down. Slept and did not dream. As they walked to the sleeping quarters of the king's house, Mon and Ethadea talked. Or rather, at first, Mon talked. The index did the translating, right? Father only spoke whatever appeared before him. Bego only wrote whatever Father said. So who is the machine? Sleepily, Ethadea murmured, "The index is the machine." So we're told. And before tonight, Bego worked and puzzled and guessed about the language of the 24 leaves. Then he tested his answers with me as if against the multiplication table. Is this right, Mon? Yes or no, Mon? One answer or the other was all I could give. I barely even had to understand. Yes, no, yes. Who is the machine? A machine that talks nonsense instead of letting you sleep, said Ethadea. Everyone will want one. But Mon wasn't listening to her. He was already off in another direction. He knew he was desperately unhappy about something that happened tonight. If he tried enough guesses as to what it was, one of them was bound to be right. Dedaya, do you really want your dreams? The true ones? Don't you wish they didn't come to you? In spite of herself, Ethadea awakened to this question. It had never occurred to her to question her gift. If I hadn't dreamed, Mon, we wouldn't know what was in the book. We still don't know. We slept through most of it. Fully alert now, Ethadea continued. And I don't wish the dream had come to someone else. I wanted it. I was glad of it. It makes me part of something important. Part of something? A piece of something? I want to be whole. Myself. Not part of anything but me. That's so stupid, Mon. You've spent your whole life wanting to be someone else. Now suddenly you want to be you? I wish I were better than I am, yes. I wish I could fly, yes. Ethadea was used to this. Boys always argued as if they knew they had the forces of logic on their side, even when they were being completely irrational, even when their logic defied the evidence. You wish you could be part of the games, the air dances of the young angels. Part of them. And part of the evening song. You can't very well do any of that by yourself. That's different, said Mon. Oh, yes, let's redefine our terms to eliminate the contradiction. It drove Ethadea crazy, because after discussions like this, the boys would turn around and talk about how girls weren't reasonable, they were emotional, so you couldn't even have an intelligent discussion with them. But it was the boys who fled from the evidence and constantly shifted their arguments to fit what they wanted to believe. And it was Ethadea who was ruthlessly realistic, refusing to deny her own feelings or the facts she observed around her, and refusing to deny that she reached her conclusions first because of her inmost desires, and only afterward constructed the arguments to support them. Only boys were so foolish that they actually believed that their arguments were their reasons. But there was no use explaining any of this to Mon. Ethadea was tired. She didn't need to turn this into a lengthy argument about arguments, so she answered him in the simplest possible way. No, it's not, she said. Mon took this as license to ignore her, of course. I don't want to be part of the keeper. That's what I don't want to be part of. Who knows or cares what he's planning? I don't want to be part of his plans. We all are, said Ethadea. So isn't it better to be an important part? His favorite puppet? Asked Mon scornfully.
his willing friend. If he's a friend, let's see his face once in a while, all right? Let's see him come for a visit." Ethadea decided it was time to inject a little reality into the discussion. "I know what you're really angry about. I should hope so, since I just told you. You're angry because you want to be the one in charge, making all the plans." She could see by the momentary startlement in his eyes that she had hit upon a truth that he had never thought of. But of course he resisted the idea. "Half right, maybe," he said. "I want to be making all the plans for me." "And you never want to have another person act out just the teensiest little thing you plan for them to do?" "That's right. I ask nothing of anyone, and I don't want anyone to make demands on me. That would be true happiness." Ethadea was tired, and Mon was being unusually silly. "Mon, you can't go 5 minutes without telling me what to do." Mon was outraged. "I haven't told you a single thing to do this whole conversation. You've been doing nothing but telling me what to think." "I've been telling you what I think." "Oh, and you weren't trying to make me agree?" Of course he was, and he knew it. And his whole claim not to want to control anyone else was in tatters, but Mon could never admit it. Ethadea was always amused, watching that panic in her brother's eyes when they were trapped and desperately searching for a way out of their own illogic. "I was trying," said Mon, "to get you to understand." "So you were trying to get me to do something." "No, I wasn't. I don't care what you do or think or understand or anything." "Then why are you talking to me at all?" she asked with her sweetest smile. "I was saying it to myself. You just happened to be here." Getting even calmer and quieter as he got more upset, Ethadea gently answered, "If you don't want to control what I think, why did you raise your voice? Why did you argue with me at all?" At last Mon had nowhere left to retreat. He was honest. When he couldn't hide from the truth any longer, he faced it. That's why he was Ethadea's favorite brother. That and the fact that Aronha was always too busy and the others were way too young. "I hate you," Mon cried. "You're just trying to rule over me and make me crazy." She couldn't resist teasing him, though. "How could I rule over a free boy like you? Go away and leave me alone." "Oh, the puppet master has spoken." She began to walk away from him, walking stiffly, not moving her arms. "Now the puppet moves, obeying. What is Mon's plan for his puppet? He wants her to go away." "I really hate you," said Mon. But she could tell he was having a hard time keeping himself from laughing. She turned and faced him, not teasing him now. "Only because I insist on being my own woman and not thinking all the thoughts you plan for me. The Keeper sends me better dreams than you do. Good night, dear brother." But Mon was angry and hurt and didn't want to let her go. "You don't care about any of this. You only like to make fun of me." "I do like to make fun of you, but I also care about this very much. I want to be part of the Keeper's plans because I think the Keeper wants us to be happy." "Oh, a fine job he's doing, then. I'm ecstatic." There were tears in his eyes. Ethadea knew how he hated it when tears came to his eyes. She would do nothing to provoke him further, nothing to embarrass him. "Not make us each happy, not all the time," she said. "But us, all of us. She wants us to be at peace, getting along, helping each other to be as happy as we want to be, as we can be." She thought of what Us had said she wanted in order to be happy. "The Keeper is sick of us having slaves and masters, fighting wars against everybody, hating each other. She doesn't want us to destroy ourselves the way the Rassilum did." She could tell from his non-comprehension that he must not have been awake for any part of the end of the translation. "I'll believe the Keeper wants me happy the day I sprout wings," he said sullenly. She couldn't resist one last jab of truth. "It's not the Keeper's fault that you haven't yet found anything useful to do with your hands." Without waiting for an answer, she fled to her room. As soon as she was alone, she felt guilty for having said to him something as brutal as her last remark. For even though in an argument he denied and excused and scrambled to defend himself, she knew that in the silence of his own mind he would recognize truth. He would know what was right. Yet with his marvelous gift of knowing right from wrong, why couldn't he realize that his yearning to be something other than himself was hopelessly wrong? was wasting his life and poisoning his heart? Or was that longing to be an angel something the keeper actually wanted him to have? She lay down on her mat, then, as usual, got up immediately and removed the 3 soft pads that Dudagu always had the servants put there, because a lady shouldn't sleep on a hard mat like a soldier. Ethadea never bothered to get angry with Usus for not removing the padding. If the king's wife ordered something, no servant would dare disobey her, and it would be cruel to rebuke Usus for doing what she must to survive. No, not Usus. Vujum. Was that part of the keeper's plan? To free the diggers from slavery? The words had come so easily to Ethadea's lips when she was arguing with Mon, but now she had to imagine the real possibility of it. What was the keeper planning? And how much turmoil would there be before the plans were done? Akmaro looked out over the fields of potatoes that were growing between the rows of corn stalks already harvested. Now, in the last of the season, it was time to dig them up, sorting them into seed potatoes and eating potatoes. Who would have thought that maize and potatoes planted in slavery would be harvested, well, not in freedom, but not in fear either. The guards kept well back most of the time, and no one plagued them, not the adults, not the children. They worked hard, and there would be plenty of tribute for Pabulog to take away from them. But there was more food here than they needed anyway, enough and to spare. That is the gift the keeper gave to us. Instead of remaining in fear and loathing as we were, my wife's courage and wisdom turned our worst enemies, the children of Pabulog, into friends. They will not rebel against their father, of course. They're too young, and Pabulog too cruel and unpredictable for that. But they've given us peace, and surely even Pabulog will be able to see that it's better to have Akmaro's people as productive serfs than as bitter, resentful, tormented slaves. The only dark place in the scene that Akmaro surveyed was his son, Akma. Akmadis, Kmadadis, beloved of my heart, my hopes are in you as your mother's hopes are in her sweet daughter. Why have you come to hate me so much? You're clever and wise in your heart, Akma. You can see that it's better to forgive and make friends out of enemies. What is the cause of all this bitterness that makes you so blind? I speak to you and you hear nothing. Or worse, you act as if my voice were the war cry of an enemy in your ears. Chebea had comforted him, of course, assuring him that even though the hostility was real enough, the ties between father and son were, if anything, stronger than ever. You're the center of his life, Kamadaro, she told him. He's angry now. He thinks he hates you. But in fact, he's in orbit around you like the moon around the earth. Small comfort to face his son's hatred when he wanted, when he deserved, only love and had given only love. But that was Akmaro's personal tragedy, his personal burden to have lost the love of his son. In time that would get better, or it would not get better. As long as Akmaro did his best, it was out of his hands. Most important was the work he was doing in the cause of the keeper. He had thought, when he first fled from the knives of Nuak's assassins, that the keeper had a great work in mind for him, that Binyaro's words had been entrusted to him, and he must teach them far and wide. Teach that the keeper of earth meant for the people of sky, earth, and all between, to live as sisters and brothers, family and friends, with no one master over another, with no rich or poor, but all equal partakers of the land the keeper had given them, with all people keeping the covenants they made with each other, raising their families in safety and peace, and neither hunger or pride to shame the happiness of anyone. Oh, yes, Akmaro had visions of whole kingdoms awakening to the simplicity of the message the keeper had given to Binyaro, and through him to Akmaro, and through him to all the world. Instead, his message had been given to these nearly 500 souls, humans every one of them, and the 4 sons of Pabulog. But it was enough, wasn't it? They had proven their courage, these 500. They had proven their loyalty and strength. They had borne all things, and they would yet be able to bear many things. That was a good thing that they had created together. This community was a good thing. And when it came to a battle with their most evil enemy, Pabulog,
a man even richer in hatred than he was in money and power. Pabulog had won the part with swords and whips, but Akmaro? No, Akmaro's community. No, the Keeper's people had won the battle of hearts and minds, and won the friendship of Pabulog's sons. They were good boys, once they learned, once they were taught. They would have the courage to remain good men despite their father. If I have lost one son, I don't know how, then at least I have gained these 4 sons, who should have been the inheritance of another man if he hadn't lost them by trying to use them for evil ends. Perhaps this is the price I pay for winning the Pabulogi. I take away Pabulog's boys, and in return I must give up my own. A voice of anguish inside him cried out, "No, it isn't worth the price. I would trade all the Pabulogi, all the boys in the world, for one more day in which Akmadis looks in my face with the pride and love that he once had for me." But he didn't mean that. It wasn't a plea. He didn't want the Keeper to think he was ungrateful. "Yes, Keeper, I want my son back, but not at the price of anyone else's goodness. Better to lose my son than for you to lose this people." If only he could believe that he meant that with his whole heart. "Akmaro?" Akmaro turned and saw Didyul standing there. "I didn't hear you come up." "I ran, but in the breeze perhaps you didn't hear my footfalls." "What can I do for you?" Didyul looked upset. "It was a dream I had last night." "What was the dream?" asked Akmaro. "It was... perhaps nothing. That's why I said nothing until now. But I couldn't get it off my mind. It kept coming back and back and back, and so I came to tell you." "Tell me." "I saw Father arrive, with 500 Elyamaki warriors, some middle people, most of them Earth people. He meant to come upon you at dawn, to take you in your sleep, slaughter you all, now that the fields are ready to harvest. He had a season of labor from you, and then he was going to slaughter your people before your eyes, and then your wife in front of your children, and then your children in front of you, and you last of all." "And you waited to tell me this until now?" "Because, even though I saw that this was his plan, even though I saw the scene as he imagined it, when he arrived here he found the place empty, all the potatoes still in the ground, and all of you gone. Not a trace. The guards were asleep, and he couldn't waken them, so he killed them in their sleep and then raced off trying to find you in the forest, but you were gone." Akmaro thought about this for a moment. "And where were you?" "Me? What do you mean?" "In your dream. Where were you and your brothers?" "I don't know. I didn't see us." "Then, don't you think that makes it obvious where you were?" Didyul looked away. "I'm not ashamed to face Father after what we've done here. This was the right way to use the authority he gave us." "Why didn't he find you here in your dream?" "Does a son betray his father?" asked Didyul. "If a father commands a son to commit a crime so terrible that the son can't do it and live with himself, then is it betrayal for the son to disobey the father?" "You always do that," said Didyul. "Make all the questions harder." "I make them truer," said Akmaro. "Is it a true dream?" asked Didyul. "I think so," said Akmaro. "How will you get away? The guards are still loyal to Father. They obey us, but they won't let you escape." "You saw it in the dream. The Keeper did it once before. When the Nyafari escaped from the Elyamaki, back at the beginning of our time on Earth, the Keeper caused a deep sleep to come upon all the enemies of the Nyafari. They slept until the Nyafari were safely away." "You can't be sure that will happen. Not from my dream." "Why not?" asked Akmaro. "We can learn from the dream that your father is coming, but we can't learn from it how the Keeper means to save us." Didyul laughed nervously. "What if it isn't a true dream?" "Then the guards will catch us as we leave," said Akmaro. "How will that be worse than waiting for your father to arrive?" Didyul grimaced. "I'm not Binyaro. I'm not you. I'm not Shebea. People don't risk their lives because of a dream of mine. Don't worry. They'll be risking their lives because they believe in the Keeper." Didyul shook his head. "It's too much. Too much to decide just on the basis of my dream." Akmaro laughed. "If your dream came out of nowhere, Didyul, Then no one would care what you dreamed. He touched Didul's shoulder. Go tell your brothers that I tell them to think about the fact that in your dream, your father doesn't find you here. It's your choice, but I tell you this. If the keeper thinks you are the enemy of my people, then in the dark hours of morning you'll be asleep when we leave. So if you awaken as we're leaving, the keeper is inviting you to come. The keeper is telling you that you are trusted, and you belong with us. Or else I have a full bladder and have to get up early to relieve myself. Akmaro laughed again, then turned away from him. The boy would tell his brothers. They would decide. It was between them and the keeper. Almost at once, Akmaro saw his son Akma standing in the field, sweaty from harvesting the potatoes. The boy was looking at him, looking at Didul as he walked away. What did it look like in Akma's eyes? My touching Didul's shoulder. My laughter. What did that look like? And when I tell the people tonight of Didul's dream, tell them to prepare because the voice of the keeper has come to us, telling us that tomorrow we will be delivered out of bondage. When I tell them that, the others will rejoice because the keeper has not forsaken us. But my son will rage in his heart because the dream came to Didul and not to him. The afternoon passed. The sun, long since hidden behind the mountains, now at last withdrew its light from the sky. Akmaro gathered the people and told them to prepare, for in the hours before dawn they would depart. He told them of the dream. He told them who dreamed it. And no one raised a doubt or a question. No one said, "Is it a trap? Is it a trick?" Because they all knew the Pabulogi, knew how they had changed. In the early morning, Akmaro and Chebeya awoke their children. Then Akmaro went out to make sure all the others were awake and preparing to go. They would send no one to spy on the guards. They knew they were either asleep or not. There was no reason to check. Nothing they could do if they had interpreted the dream wrongly. Inside the hut, as Akma helped fill their traveling bags with the food they would need to carry and the spare clothing and tools and ropes they'd need, Mother spoke to him. "It wasn't Didul, you know. He didn't choose to have the dream, and your father didn't choose to hear it from him. It was the keeper." "I know," said Akma. "It's the keeper trying to teach you to accept her gifts, no matter whom she chooses to give them through. It's the keeper who wants you to forgive. They're not the same boys they were when they tormented you. They've asked for your forgiveness." Akma paused in his work and looked her in the eye. Without rancor, without any kind of readable expression, he said, "They've asked, but I refuse. I think it's beneath you now, Akma. I could understand it at first. The hurt was still fresh." "You don't understand," said Akma. "I know I don't. That's why I'm begging you to explain it to me." "I didn't forgive them. There was nothing to forgive." "What do you mean?" "They were doing as their father taught them. I was doing as my father taught me. That's all. Children are nothing but tools of their parents." "That's a terrible thing to say." "It's a terrible thing. But the day will come when I'm no longer a child, Mother, and on that day I'll be no man's tool." "Akma, it poisons you to hold all this hatred in your heart. Your father teaches people to forgive and to abandon hate, and hate kept me going when love failed me," said Akma. "Do you think I'm going to give it up now?" "I think you'd better," said Chebeya, "before it destroys you." "Is that a threat? Will the keeper strike me down?" "I didn't say before it kills you. You can be ruined as a person long before your body is ready to be put into the ground." "You and Father can think of me however you like," said Akma. "Ruined, destroyed, whatever. I don't care." "I don't think you're ruined," said Chebeya. Luette piped up. "He's not bad, Mother. You and Father shouldn't talk about him as if he's bad." Chebeya was shocked. "We never said he was bad, Luette. Why would you say such a thing?" Akma laughed lightly. "Luette doesn't have to hear you use the word to know the truth. Don't you understand her gifts yet? Or hasn't the keeper given you a dream about it? Akma, don't you realize it isn't your father or me that you're fighting? It's the keeper. I don't care if it's the whole world and everything in it, on it, and above it. I will not bend." And obviously aware that it was a very dramatic thing to say,
and faintly ridiculous coming from one so young, Akhma shouldered his burden and left the hut. There was no light but moonlight as they left the land that for this short time they had made bountiful with good harvests. No one looked back. There was no sound of alarm behind them. Their flocks of turkeys and goats were not quiet. They talked sometimes among themselves, but no one heard. And when they crested the last hill before being truly out of the land they knew, there, waiting for them in the shadow of the pine forest, stood the Pabulogi. Akhmaro embraced them. They laughed and cried and embraced others, men and women. Then Akhmaro hurried them, and they all moved out together. They camped in a side valley, and there they laughed and sang songs together, and rejoiced because the keeper had delivered them from bondage. But in the midst of their celebration, Akhmaro made them break camp and flee again, up the valley into unknown paths, because Pabulog had arrived and found the guards asleep, and now an army was chasing them. Following uncharted paths was dangerous, especially this time of year. Who knew which valleys would be deep in snow and which dry? The thousands of valleys all had different weathers and climates, it seemed, depending on the flow of winds, moist and dry, cold and hot. But this path was warm enough, considering the elevation, and dry enough, but with water for their herds. And 11 days later they came down out of the mountains, from a small valley that was not even guarded, because no Elyamaki raiders ever came that way. The next afternoon they stood across the river, and despite the instructions of the priests, Akhmaro would not let his people enter the water. "They have already been made new men and women," said Akhmaro. "But not by the authority of the king," said the priests who argued with him. "I know that," said Akhmaro. "It was by the authority of the Keeper of Earth, who is greater than any king." "Then it will be an act of war if you cross this water," said the priest. "Then we will never cross it, because we mean no harm to anyone." Finally, Motiak himself came out and crossed the bridge to speak to Akhmaro. They stood face to face for a moment, and people on both sides of the water watched to see how the king would put this upstart stranger in his place. To their surprise, Motiak embraced Akhmaro and embraced his wife, and took his son and daughter by the hand, and led the children first, the adults following, across the bridge. None of them touched the water of the Tsidorek that day, and Motiak proclaimed that these were true citizens of Darakemba, for they had already been made new men and women by the Keeper of Earth. The sun had not yet set on that day when Ilihi came to greet Akhmaro. It was a joyful reunion, and they told each other stories of their lives since parting until into the night. In later days, many of the people of the land of Kideo made the journey to Darakemba to greet old friends and sometimes kinfolk who had left Zinome to follow Akhmaro into the wilderness. Nor was this the last of the reconciliations. Motiak sent out a proclamation for the people of Darakemba to gather in the great open place beside the river. There he caused that his clerks read out to the people the story of the Zenyifi, and then the story of the Akhmari, and all the people were amazed at how the keeper had intervened to preserve them. Then the sons of Pabulog came forth, and asked for Akhmaro to take them down into the water. This time, when they emerged, they explicitly rejected their old identities. "We are no longer Pabulogi," said Pabul, and his brothers echoed him. "We are Nyafari now, and our only father is the Keeper of Earth. We will look to Akhmaro and Motiak to be our Ur-fathers, but we ask for no inheritance beyond that of the simplest citizen of Darakemba." Now, when the people of Darakemba had gathered, they assembled themselves as they always had, the descendants of the original Darakembi on the king's left, and the descendants of the original Nyafari on the king's right. And within those groups they subdivided further, for the Nyafari still remembered which of them, reckoning by the father's line, were Isyibi, and which Oikibi, and which Yasoi, and which Zdoriabi. And in both groups, Sky People and Middle People gathered separately in their clans, and at the back the few diggers who were free citizens. When the reading of the histories was finished, Motiak arose and said, "No one can doubt that the hand of the Keeper has been manifest in the things we have seen and heard.
For the last few days I have spent every waking hour in the company of Akmaro and Shebea, two great teachers that the Keeper has sent to us to help us learn how to be worthy guardians of the land the Keeper has given us. Now he will speak to you, with greater authority than any king." The people whispered to each other because the king had said such an astonishing thing. Then they listened as Akmaro spoke, moving from group to group among them, and other men and women from the Akmari went from group to group, each one teaching a part of the message that the Keeper had sent through Binyaro so many years before, the message Binyaro had died for. Not all believed in everything they were told, and some of the ideas were shocking, for Akmaro spoke of diggers and angels and humans being brothers and sisters. But no one dared speak in opposition to him, for he had the friendship of the king. And many of the people, perhaps most of them, especially among the poor, believed in what he said with their whole hearts. That day many went into the water, to become new under the hands of Akmaro and his followers. And as the day drew to a close, Motiak caused another proclamation to be read. "From now on, priests will no longer be servants of the king, appointed by the king, and staying with the king to perform the great public rituals. From now on, Akmaro will be the high priest, and he will have the power to appoint lesser priests in every city and town and village that is now under my rule. These priests of the Keeper will not be paid out of the public treasury, but will instead work with their hands like any other men and women. No labor is too humble for them, and no burden too great. As for the priests who have served me so faithfully up to now, they will not be forgotten. I will release them from their duties, and grant them from my private treasury enough wealth to set them up in respectable businesses. Those who want to teach may become teachers, and some few will have place with me as clerks and librarians. None are to think that I make this change because there has been any dishonor among them. But never again will a king be able to use his priests as Nuab used Pabulog and his other priests, as instruments of oppression and deception and cruelty. From now on the priests will have no political power, and in return no king or ruler will have authority to appoint or discharge a priest. Furthermore, said the proclamation, when the people gather, you will no longer divide yourselves into Nyafari and Darakembi, or into different tribes or clans, nor shall there be separation between people of earth, of sky, and of the middle. When you obey me as your king, you are all Nyafari, you are all Darakembi. And when you gather with the priest to learn the teachings of the Keeper of Earth, then you are the kept. And this is a matter between you and the Keeper of Earth. No mortal power, of king or governor, of soldier or teacher, may interfere in that. No person of any race may be kept beyond 10 years in bondage, and all who have already served that time are now employees who must be paid a fair wage and may not be discharged, though they may freely leave. All children born in my lands are free from the moment of conception, even if the mother is a bondservant. It is a new order in my lands, and it is my plea that my people will obey." The last sentence was the standard formulation. All the king's edicts were listed as pleas rather than commands, for that was the way Nyafai had established things back when heroes ruled. This time, though, there were many who heard his words with quiet rage. How dare he say that there should be no difference between me and a digger, between me and a woman, between me and an angel, between me and a human, between me and a man, between me and the poor, between me and the ignorant, between me and my enemies. Whatever their treasured prejudice might be, they gave an outward show of accepting Akmaro's teachings and Motiak's edict. But in their hearts, in their homes, and bit by bit over the coming years, in quiet conversations with friends and neighbors, they rejected the madness that Akmaro and Motiak had brought upon them. But at the time it seemed to most to be the dawning of a golden age, those glorious days when Akmaro was establishing houses of the kept to be tended by priests in every city, town, and village, when Motiak celebrated the new equality of men and women, diggers, angels, and humans, and the promise of freedom for all slaves. It was a mark of their naivete to think that such a revolution could be accomplished so easily. But in their ignorance they were happy, and it was recorded in the annals of the kings of the Nyafari as the most harmonious time in all of human history on earth. The exceptions were not deemed worthy of mention in the book. Chapter 6. Disillusion. Twice each year, Akmaro went to visit each of the 7 houses of the keeper. When he came, all the priests and teachers in that region of the empire of Darakemba would come to the house, and there he would teach them, listen to their problems, and help them make their decisions. He was very careful not to allow the priests to treat him as priests of another kind had once treated kings. There was no bowing, no special notice. They touched each other's forearms or wings in equal greeting, and when they sat, it was in a circle, and Akmaro would call upon any of them at random to lead the meeting and call on others to speak. He came, as always, to the house of the keeper in Bodica, the most recent addition to the empire of Darakemba. The land was at peace, having no further will to resist the rule of Motiak. But the teaching of Akmaro, that was another matter. "You must make it plain to them that it isn't my teaching," Akmaro said. "I learned all that I know from Binyaro, or from dreams the keeper sent. To me sometimes, but more often to others." "That's the problem, Father Akmaro," said Didyul. The former sons of Pabulog had all become priests or teachers, devoting their lives to serving the keeper that had freed them from the lives and hatred of their father. "Or part of the problem. We have quite a few people who claim to have true dreams telling them that, in Bodica at least, the keeper doesn't want any mixing of earth people, sky people, and middle people." "Those are false dreams," said Akmaro. "They say that yours are the false ones," said Didyul. "So what it comes down to is that we must ask them to believe, not in the keeper, but in your words about the keeper." "There are laws about fraud," said one of the other priests. "People can't go about attacking the teachings of the houses of the kept." "Didyul won't let us take them to the under-king of Bodica," said another. Akmaro looked at Didyul. "I have my suspicion that the under-king is in private sympathy with those who teach that the earth people are slaves by nature, even if they've been freed by law." "It's better not to take these things to trial anyway," said Akmaro. "How can the kingdom be united if anyone can set up in business and claim to speak for the keeper?" demanded another teacher, this one a woman of the sky people. "There has to be some limit on these things." "It's not for us to tell the keeper whom he can or cannot speak to." "Well, when are you going to put a stop to the women speaking of the keeper as a she?" asked an old man. "When the keeper lets us know whether his body has a womb or not, we will tell one group or the other to change their conception of him." "Have you seen him?" asked Akmaro. The old man protested that of course he had not. "Then don't be too anxious to control other people's ideas," said Akmaro. "It might turn out to be you who would have to learn to say she." Didyul laughed, as did many others, mostly the young ones like him. But then, sobering, Didyul added, "In the 13 years since you have been High Priest of Darakemba, Father Akmaro, there are still many who reject all the changes. Here in this gathering there are those women who hate having to teach congregations that include men, and men who hate teaching women. There are angels who dislike teaching humans, and humans who dislike teaching angels. Is it like this everywhere? Or only here in Bodica, where even the priests and teachers fail to have hearts that are at one with the keeper?" "Do they still teach those mixed congregations?" asked Akmaro. "Yes," said Didyul. "But some have left their positions because they couldn't bear it." "Did you appoint others to take their place?" "Yes," said Didyul. "Then it's no different here from elsewhere. The mixing of men and women, of earth people, middle people, and sky people into one people, the kept of the keeper, that is not to be achieved in a single year or even 13 years. "The quarreling among us can be bitter at times," said Didyul. "And you always take the other side against us," cried out one young angel. "I take the keeper's side," Didyul insisted. Akmaro rose to his feet.
What I wish you would all think about, my friends, is that there is a great deal more to what the Keeper asks of us than simply to associate with each other as equals.
So let's concentrate on those things, and forget the mixing up of species, cried a woman angel.
But if we who are priests and teachers can't be one people, said Akmaro, how can we possibly expect them to believe anything we say? Look at you, how you have sorted yourselves out, dividing all the female humans from the female angels, and over there the male humans, and here the male angels, and where are the diggers? Are you still sitting in the back, in the farthest place? A digger man stood up, looking nervous. We don't like to push ourselves forward, Akmaro. You shouldn't have to push, said Akmaro. How many of you here even know this man's name? Didul started to answer, but Akmaro held up his hand. Of course you know, Didul. But is there anyone else?
How would we? Replied an angel. He spends all his time holding little meetings out in the caves and tunnels of the diggers.
Is he the only one? Don't humans and angels also teach diggers?
Didul spoke up. That is hard, Father Akmaro. There's a lot of resentment of humans and angels among the former slaves. They don't feel safe. The kept among the earth people wouldn't hurt a fly, but there are others.
And do the diggers here feel safe among the humans and angels? Asked Akmaro. The diggers looked back and forth with embarrassment.
Here we do, sir, said one of them finally.
Akmaro laughed bitterly. No wonder those who lie about what the Keeper wants have such an easy time converting people to their way of thought. What kind of example do they see among the kept? They went on to other business then, bringing many matters of judgment before Akmaro. But the undertone of unease lasted through the whole meeting, and while some made an effort to cross the boundaries between the groups as the day wore on, others withdrew even further into knots of their own kind. Finally it was evening, and as the evening song of angels and humans filled the air of the city of Bodica, Akmaro went to the home where Didul lived. Still not married, Akmaro said, and after all my advice.
20 is still young, said Didul.
Akmaro looked him in the eye. There's something you're not saying. Didul smiled sadly.
There are many things that men and women do not say, because to say them would only bring unhappiness.
Akmaro patted his shoulder. That's true enough. But sometimes people torment themselves needlessly, fearing that if they speak the truth other people would suffer, when in fact the truth would set them free.
I might tell you, said Didul.
I dream of telling you. Well, then. Not true dreams, Father Akmaro, just dreams. He looked very uncomfortable.
What's for supper? Said Akmaro. I'm famished. Talking wears me out and leaves me empty.
I have flat cakes. Or rather, we can fry some up. Let me get the fire going by the cookstone.
Didul, the rule is for priests to work for their living, not for them to live in dire poverty. A cookstone?
It's all I need, said Didul. And besides, I do my labor. Well, I don't own land. I gave it to the diggers who had once been slaves on it. I didn't want to live from rents.
Gave it to them? Couldn't you at least have sold it to them, letting them pay a little each year and—
It was a gift to me, said Didul. I didn't earn it, and they were the ones who had labored on it for all their lives, some of them.
Well, how do you earn your miserable little flatcakes? Asked Akmaro.
I have beans, too, and good spices, and fresh vegetables and fruit all year.
And how does this happen? Please don't tell me that you're accepting gifts from the people you teach. That's forbidden, no matter how sincerely willing the people are to give them.
No, Didul protested. I would never— No! I hire myself out. I do day labor for the people who would have been my tenants, and others now. My reach is longer than any digger or angel. I'm good with a scythe, and I plow a straight furrow, and no one chops down a tree and dresses the wood more skillfully than I do. Even the ones who refuse to accept my teachings hire me when they need a tree felled.
A day laborer, said Akmaro. Day laborers are the poorest of the poor.
Is there anything wrong with that? Said Didul.
Not at all, said Akmaro.
You make me ashamed of my rents."
"What I choose for myself isn't a law for anyone else," said Didule. He got out the fine-ground maize meal and began to mix it with water and a pinch of salt.
"But when you speak, diggers and angels listen to you, I'll wager," said Akmaro.
He helped Didule form the balls of dough and flatten them. Didule shrugged. "Some do. Most do."
"Is it as bad as the meeting today made it look?" asked Akmaro.
"Worse."
"I don't want to use the force of law to compel compliance," said Akmaro.
"It wouldn't work anyway," said Didule. "Law can change how people behave when others are watching, that's all. As you taught me back in the land of Chelem, the power of the whip is worthless against the stubborn heart."
"Yes, well, there you are," said Akmaro. "But what can I tell Motiak? We have to go back to the old ways because the people won't respect a priesthood that isn't headed by the king?"
"No, not that," said Didule.
"Or worse, tell him that we should give up trying to teach the keeper's way?"
"But
I reread those old dreams of the heroes as Nyafai and Oikib wrote them in the ancient books, and the only meaning I can take from them is that the keeper wants us to be one people, the 3 species of us, the 2 sexes of us, the rich and poor of us. How can I back away from that?"
"You can't," said Didule, slapping a flattened disk of dough on the sizzling cookstone.
"But if we force everyone to live together?"
"It would be absurd. Angels can't live in digger holes, and diggers can't sleep upside down on perches."
"And humans are terrified of closed-in spaces and heights both," said Akmaro.
"So we just keep on trying to persuade them," said Didule.
"Then there's no hope," said Akmaro.
He flipped over another flat cake.
"I can't even persuade you to take a wife, or to tell me why you won't."
"Can't you see why I won't?" asked Didule. "See the poverty I live in."
"Then marry a woman who is willing to work hard and cares as little for wealth as you do."
"How many women are like that?" asked Didule.
"I know lots of them. My wife is like that. My daughter is like that."
Didule blushed, and suddenly Akmaro understood.
"My daughter," he said. "That's what this is about, isn't it? You come 4 times a year to Darakemba to meet with me, and you've fallen in love with Luette."
Didule shook his head, trying to deny.
"Well, you foolish boy, haven't you spoken to her about it? She's not a fool. She must have noticed that you're clever and kind and, or so I'm told by the women around me, probably the most handsome young man in Darakemba."
"How can I speak to her?" said Didule.
"I would suggest using a column of air arising from your lungs, shaped by the lips and tongue and teeth into vowels and consonants," said Akmaro.
"When we were young I tormented her," said Didule. "I humiliated her and Akma in front of everyone."
"She's forgotten that."
"No, she hasn't. I haven't either. There's not a day goes by that I don't remember what I was and what I did."
"All right. I'm sure she does remember. What I meant was that she forgave you long ago."
"Forgave me," said Didule. "But it's a long stride from there to the love a wife should have for a husband." He shook his head. "Do you want bean paste? It's quite spicy, but the Earth Lady who made it for me is the finest cook I've ever known." Akmaro held out his flat cake, and Didule smeared the paste on with a wooden spoon. Then Akmaro rolled it up, folded the bottom end, and began eating from the top.
"As good as you promised," he said. "Luette would like it, too. Can't make it spicy enough for her."
Didule laughed. "Father Akmaro, don't you know your own family? Suppose I did speak to Luette. About this, about marriage. We talk all the time when I'm there about other things. History and science, politics and religion. All of it except personal things. She's brilliant. Too fine for me. But even if I dared to speak to her, and even if she somehow loved me, and even if you gave consent, it would still be impossible."
Akmaro raised an eyebrow. "What? Is there some consanguinity I'm not aware of? I had no brother, and neither did my wife, so you can't be some secret nephew in the 1st degree."
"Akma," said Didule. "Akma has never forgiven me. And if Luette loved me,
He would take it as a slap in the face, and if you then gave consent to such a marriage, there would be no forgiveness. He'd go mad. I don't know what he'd do."
"Maybe he'd wake up and get over this childish vindictiveness of his," said Akmaro. "I know he's never been the same since those days, but—"
"But nothing," said Didul. "I did it to him. Don't you understand? Akma's hatred, all of it, arises from the humiliation I heaped upon him that first day and so many days afterward."
"You were a child then."
"My father wasn't cracking a whip over my head, Akmaro. I enjoyed it. Don't you understand? When I see these people who tease digger children because of their poverty, because they live in holes and get dirty, because I understand them. The tormentors. I was one. I know how it feels to have driven all compassion out of my heart and laugh at the pain of someone else."
"You're not the same person now."
"I have rejected that part of myself," said Didul. "But I'm the same person, all right."
"When you pass through the water—"
"Yes, a new man. I become a new man. I'm a man who does not do those things, yes. But I'm still and always the man who once did them."
"Not in my eyes, Didul, and I dare say not in Luette's."
"In Akma's eyes, Father Akmaro, I am the same one who destroyed him before his sister, his mother, his father, his friends, his people. And if it ever happened that Luette and I became married— no, if he even heard that I wanted to, or that Luette was willing, or that you approved, it would set him off. I don't know what he'd do, but he'd do it."
"He's not a violent man," said Akmaro. "He's gentle, even if he does harbor ancient grudges."
"I'm not fearing for my life," said Didul. "I just know that someone as smart as Akma, as talented, as clever, as attractive, he'll find a way to make us all regret that we ever dared affront him in such a way."
"So what you're telling me is that you refuse even to offer my daughter the possibility of marrying one of the finest young men I know in this whole empire, solely because her brother can't grow out of his childish rage?"
"We have no way of knowing what it was that happened inside Akma, Father Akmaro. He may have been a child, but that doesn't make the things he felt then childish."
Akmaro took the last bite of his flat cake. The bean paste having been used up, it tasted dry and salty. "I need a drink of water," he said.
"The Millirek has no pure source," said Didul, "and it flows from low mountains, some of which lose their snow for much of the year."
"I drink the water that the Keeper gives me in every land," said Akmaro.
Didul laughed. "Then I hope you won't go down out of the Gornaya. The slow-flowing waters of the flatlands aren't safe. They're muddy and foul, and things live in them. I know a man who drank it once without boiling it, and he said his bowels didn't stop running until he had lost a third of his body weight, and his wife was ready to bury him, if only to save the trouble of digging yet another latrine."
Akmaro grimaced. "I hear those stories too. But somehow we have to learn to live in the flatlands. We've had peace for so long that people from all over are coming here. Former Eliamaki, people from hidden mountain valleys, coming to Darakemba because under the rule of Motiak there's peace and plenty. Well, the peace will last, I hope. But the plenty, we have to find a way to use the flatlands."
"The diggers can't tunnel there. It all floods," said Didul. "The angels can't perch there because the trees are so thick-limbed and close together that the jaguars can reach them everywhere."
"Then we should think of some way to build houses on rafts or something," said Akmaro.
"We need more land. And maybe if we opened up new lands, my young friend, where diggers and angels and humans had to live in the same kind of house, we might be able to create the kind of harmony that is so hard to bring to pass here in the Gornaya." "I'll think about it," said Didul. "But I hope you also give this problem to cleverer men and women than me."
"Believe me, I have and I will again," said Akmaro.
"And to cleverer ones than me, too. I learned that from Motiak. Don't waste your time asking advice from people stupider than you." "That's comforting advice," said Didul.
"How so?"
"I can ask anybody," he said, laughing.
"False modesty is still false, no matter how charming it might seem."
"All right. I'm smarter than some people," Didul admitted. "Like that one teacher who says that angels are afraid to go down into digger holes."
"Aren't they?"
I know 3 angel physicians who do it all the time, and they've never been harmed."
"Maybe," said Akmaro, "our teachers would be less afraid if they believed their teaching was as valuable a service as the herbs of the physician."
"Well, there we are," said Didul. "If the believers weren't so torn by doubt, they might do a better job of persuading the unbelievers."
"Oh, I don't even mind their doubt," said Akmaro. "If they could just act as if they believed, they'd be more persuasive."
"If I didn't know you better," said Didul, "I'd think you were praising hypocrisy."
"I would rather live among people who behave correctly than among people with correct opinions," said Akmaro. "I've noticed no higher incidence of hypocrisy among the former than among the latter, and at least the ones who behave well don't take up so much of your time arguing."
Bego puffed along behind Akma and Mon, complaining the whole time.
"I don't see why we couldn't have this discussion, whatever it's about, in my study. I'm too old for this, and you may have noticed that my legs are less than half the length of yours."
To which Akma heartlessly replied, "So fly then." From behind, Mon gave Akma a shove in the shoulder, sending him stumbling into some brush beside the path. Akma turned, ready to be angry, ready to laugh, depending on the intention he read in Mon's eyes. "Have respect for a friend of mine," said Mon softly, "if not for his age and office." Akma smiled at once, his most winning and charming smile, and it worked as it always worked, suggesting as it did a sort of self-effacing humility, a believable protest of innocence, and a promise of friendship, whatever good thing the other person wished to read into it. Mon always wondered at that smile, even as it triumphed over his own anger or envy. Where could such power over others come from? "Ah, Bego! You knew I was teasing, I hope," said Akma. "Forgive me, old friend."
"I forgive you everything every time," said Bego wearily. "Everyone does. So why do you bother to ask any more?"
"And do I offend so often that forgiving me should be a habit?" asked Akma, with more than a little pain in his smile this time. It made Mon want to clap an arm around his shoulders, grip him hard, assure him that no one took offense. How does he do that?
"You offend no more often than any other brilliant and undisciplined and leisured and lazy young man of 20 years, said Bego. "Now, here, in the middle of this grassy field. If you look not to be overheard, here we are."
"Ah," said Mon, pointing overhead. "Have you overlooked the prying eyes from above?"
"The fixed star," said Bego. Yes, well, they say the Oversoul sees through roofs and leaves and solid earth, so what does it matter?"
Akma threw himself to the ground and landed immediately in the grass in an elegant sprawl that would have looked practiced in anyone less lithe and natural. "Who knows how many hundreds of digger tunnels intersect under this meadow?" he asked. "It's not a meadow," said Mon. "It's my father's park, and no one is allowed to dig under it." "Oh, then we know that even the earthworms shy away from the boundaries," said Akma. Mon laughed in spite of himself. "So father's authority isn't universal."
"Why are we here?" asked Bego. "Sitting isn't my most comfortable perch."
"But Bego," said Akma, "humans and angels and diggers are all alike now, didn't you know? The keeper has spoken."
"Well, the keeper had better give me a new bottom if he wants me to set it on chairs or other miserably uncomfortable places," said Bego.
"Mon and I have been thinking," said Akma.
"The two of you together?" asked Bego. "Then perhaps you have woven a thought, if you've done it long and often enough."
"We've been studying the histories of the heroes, and the history that the Zenyifi found 13 years ago."
"The Rasulum," said Bego.
"And we wanted to try out an idea on you," said Mon.
"Which you couldn't do in my study? Perhaps immediately after I gave school to the youngest of the king's boys?"
"Our question is possibly treasonable," said Akma. Bego immediately fell silent. "We know that you have respect for scientific inquiry, and would never report us, but who knows what might get said by someone else overhearing us, perhaps exaggerating what was said."
"What possible treason can there be in the ancient records?" asked Bego.
"If we're right," said Akma, "then we think you've been trying to hint about this for about 10 years.
"I don't hint," said Bego. "And if you want to know whether you're right,
It's Mon who has the gift of certitude.
Well, that's the problem, said Mon. If we're right, then there's no reason to trust in that supposed gift of mine. And if we're wrong, well, we get the same answer. No certainty from me.
So we ask you, said Akma.
You think that your own gift from the Keeper might be imaginary? Asked Bego, incredulous.
I think that many things can come to someone's mind out of hysteria, said Mon. Or even some keen natural insight, said Akma. For instance, that famous, unforgettable time when Mon helped you translate the Rasulam leaves. Who's to say that he didn't reach his certainties of right and wrong by unconsciously interpreting your own gestures, movements, vocal intonation, facial expressions?
What good would that do him, said Bego. I didn't know.
Perhaps you knew, but didn't know that you knew, said Akma. Bego riffled his wings in a shrug. What we've been doing, Akma and I, is trying to see if there's anything in the ancient records that constitutes actual proof that there even is a Keeper of Earth.
No one doubts that there's a Keeper, said Bego.
Look at the histories, said Akma. All the records from the early heroes say that all human life had been dispersed from Earth, that until the Keeper brought the heroes here from the place called Harmony or Basilica, the record is ambiguous.
Basilica is the name of the fixed star, said Bego, and Harmony is the name of the planet orbiting that star.
Say the scholars, said Akma, who know nothing more than we do, since they reach all their conclusions from the same records. And I say the record of the heroes is obviously wrong. There were people here, the Rasulam.
Bego shrugged. That has caused a little consternation among the scholars.
Come on, said Mon. That's the very fact you keep throwing in our faces every time we discuss history. You want us to discover something from it, so don't play innocent now. Akma went on. What if humans never left this world at all? What if humans were simply forced to stay away from the Gornea during the era when it was being lifted up by volcanoes and earthquakes? The heroes talk of how there was once a time when the land masses were getting folded into each other and raised high, the tallest mountains in the world. So, what if that was what gave rise to the legend of the dispersal? No humans in the Gornea, therefore no humans in the world, but actually humans to the north, in the prairie lands. Then there's a terrible war, and as many humans as can flee from the Rasulam. Some of them brave the old taboos and come into the Gornea. Perhaps they even come by boat, but they're afraid the gods they worship, the Oversoul and the Keeper of Earth, will be angry at them for doing it, so they talk of having come from the stars instead of from Opustashan.
Then why is the language of the leaves so different from our language? Asked Bego.
Because it hasn't been a mere 400 or 500 years since the time of the heroes. In fact, they split off from the Rasulam 1,000 years ago, perhaps more, and the languages grew more and more different until nothing was alike.
And what does that have to do with angels and diggers? Asked Bego.
Nothing at all, cried Mon. Don't you see? The humans came and dominated everybody and forced their gods on everybody. But didn't the diggers worship gods that the angels made for them? And didn't the angels have their own gods to worship? None of this Keeper nonsense. The angels and diggers evolved separately here in the Gornaya, while the humans stayed away in the land northward.
What about the stories of Shedame discovering some strange organ in all the sky people and all the earth people that forced us to remain together? Asked Bego.
The story says that she caused you all to get sick and had made those organs disappear from your children, said Akma. So now, conveniently enough, there's not a lick of evidence left that those organs ever existed. All the stories use for evidence things that can't be checked now, said Mon. That's a standard rhetorical trick, one that any fool can expose in a public debate or trial. The new star in the sky is Basilica, but how do we know that star wasn't there all along?
The records are ambiguous about that, said Bego.
The only evidence we do have, said Akma, is a flat contradiction of the records of the heroes. They said there were no other humans on Earth when they arrived. But we have the bones of Opustashan and the leaves of the Rasulam to prove otherwise. Don't you see? The only evidence denies everything. Bego looked at them placidly.
Well, this certainly is treasonous, he finally said.
But it doesn't have to be, said Akma. That's what I've been explaining to Mon. His father's authority comes from being a direct descendant of the first Sci-Fi. That part of the record isn't being questioned. The kingdom is not challenged.
No, said Bego. Only your father is challenged.
Akma smiled. If my father is teaching people to behave in uncomfortable ways solely because the keeper says they must, and then it turns out there is no keeper, then whose will is it that my father is trying to foist onto the people?
I think your father is a sincere man, said Bego.
Sincere but wrong, said Akma. And the people hate what he's teaching.
The former slaves love it, said Bego.
The people, said Akma.
I gather, then, that you don't consider diggers to be people, said Bego.
I consider them to be the natural enemies of humans and angels. And I also think that there's no reason why humans should rule over angels.
Now we're definitely back to treason, said Bego.
Why not an alliance, said Mon. A king of the humans and a king of the angels, both ruling over peoples spread through the same territory.
Not possible, said Bego. One king for one territory. Otherwise there would be war and hatred between humans and angels. The Eliamaki would seize the opportunity and destroy us all.
But we shouldn't be required to live together anyway, said Akma.
Bego looked at Mon.
Is that what you want? He asked.
You, who as a child dreamed of being—
My childish dreams are done with, Mon cried. In fact, if I hadn't been living among angels, I wouldn't have had those wishes, would I?
I thought they were rather sweet, and perhaps a bit flattering, said Bego, considering how many angels grow up wishing they were human.
None, cried Mon. Not one.
Many.
They're all mad, then, Mon replied.
Quite likely, said Bego. So let's see if I understand you. There is no keeper, and there never was. Humans never left Earth, just the Gornaya. Diggers and angels never needed each other, and there was no tiny organ that Shedame removed from our bodies with a disease. And therefore there is no reason to change our whole way of life, all our customs, just because Akmaro tells us that it's the will of the keeper that the three species become one people, the keeper's children, the people of Earth.
Exactly, said Akma.
So what? Asked Bego.
Akma and Mon looked at each other. What do you mean, so what? Asked Mon.
So why are you telling me? Asked Bego.
Because maybe you can talk to Father about this, said Mon. Get him to stop pushing these laws. Take my father away from his position of authority, said Akma.
Bego blinked once at Akma's words. If I said these things to your father, my dear friends, I would simply be removed immediately from any position of responsibility. That's the only change that would be made.
Does my father completely control the king, then? Asked Akma. Careful, said Mon. Nobody controls my father. You know what I mean, Akma said impatiently.
And I know Motiak, said Bego. He's not going to change his mind, because as far as he's concerned, you have no evidence at all. For him, the very fact that true dreams led the soldiers of Iliak to find the Rasulum leaves is proof that the keeper wanted them found. Therefore it is the keeper who corrects the mistakes of the heroes. More proof that the keeper lived then, and the keeper lives now. You aren't going to dissuade someone who wants so desperately to believe in the keeper.
Angrily, Akma pounded his fist down into the sod. My father must be stopped from spreading his lies.
His mistakes, said Bego. Remember, you would never be so disloyal a son as to accuse your father of lying. Who would believe you then?
Just because he believes them doesn't mean they're not lies, said Akma.
Ah, but they're not his lies, are they? Said Bego. So you must call them mistakes when you say they are your father's.
Mon chuckled. Do you hear him, Akma? He's with us. This is what he wanted us to realize all along.
Why do you think so? Asked Bego.
Because you're advising us on strategy, said Mon. Akma sat up, grinning. Yes, you are, aren't you, Bego?
Bego shrugged again. You can't possibly have any strategy right now. Akmaro is too closely linked to the king's policy and vice versa. But perhaps there'll come a time when the houses of the kept are much more clearly separated from the house of the king.
What do you mean? Asked Akma.
I mean only this. There are those who want to tear the king from his throne. They're so angry about these policies.
That's not what we want, cried Mon.
Of course not. No one in their right mind wants that. The only reason we don't have invasions from the Eliamaki every year is because the entire empire of Darakemba is united, with armies and spies constantly patrolling and protecting our borders. It's only a tiny minority of bigots and madmen who want to throw down the throne. However, that tiny, treasonous minority will gain more and more support the farther your father pushes these reforms of Akmaro's. It will mean civil war sooner or later, and no matter who wins, we'll be weakened. There are people who don't want that, who want us to go back to the way we were before.
The old priests, you mean, said Mon scornfully.
Some of them, yes, said Bego.
And you, said Akma. You want things to go back the way they were?
I don't have opinions on public policy, said Bego. I'm a scholar, and I'm reporting to you in a scholarly way the current condition of the kingdom. There are those who want to fend off civil war, protect the throne, and stop Akmaro from pushing these insane, offensive, impossible laws, breaking down all distinctions between men and women, humans and diggers and angels, all this talk of forgiveness and understanding.
Akma interrupted, full of bitterness. It's only a mask for those who want to turn this into a land where diggers strut around with weapons in their hands, tormenting their betters, and—
You almost make me fear that you are one of those who wants to destroy this kingdom, said Bego. If that's the case, Akma, then you'll be of no use to those who are trying to preserve the throne.
Akma fell silent, pulling at the grass. A clump came free, spraying his face with dirt. Angrily, he brushed it away.
But what if those who are trying to preserve the throne could assure the people, just wait? The children of Motiak don't believe in this nonsense of all the species being equal children of the Keeper. The children of Akma have no intention of pursuing their father's mad policies. Be patient. When the time comes, things will go back to the old way.
I'm not the heir, said Mon.
Then perhaps you should work to persuade Aronha, said Bego.
Even if I did, Father would only pass the kingdom on to Omener, skipping us both.
Then perhaps you should also persuade Omener and even Kimin.
At Mon's sound of disgust, Bego laughed.
He's bright enough. He may be his mother's son, but he's your father's son, too. What can your father do if all his children reject this policy?
My father wouldn't care, said Akma. He'd just pick one of his favorites to be high priest after him. I don't imagine he even considers me for the position. Dee-dool, cried Mon derisively. Akma's face went hot with anger at the sound of Didul's name.
It doesn't matter who your father's successor would really be, said Bego. Don't you see that if his own son publicly preaches against his policies, he would be hopelessly undermined? Even among his own priests and teachers there's dissension, a lack of confidence. Some of them will listen to you, some of them won't, but the kept will be weakened.
Oh, Akma, I can imagine you preaching, said Mon scornfully. I think I'd be good at it, said Akma, if it weren't so likely that I'd be arrested for treason.
Bego nodded. That is the problem, isn't it? He said. That's why you need to bide your time. Work with your brothers, Mon. Help him, Akma. Don't push them too hard. Just suggest things, raise questions. Eventually you'll win them over.
The way you did with us? Asked Akma.
Bego shrugged again. I never suggested treason to you. I don't suggest it now. I want you to discover truth for yourself. I don't ram it down your throats like some do.
But what guarantee do we have that anything will change?
I think that by getting rid of priests appointed by the king, Akmaro and Motiak started down a road from which there's no retreat, said Bego. Eventually it will lead them to a point where religion is completely separate from government, and when that day comes, my young friends, the law will no longer stand between you and any preaching that you want to do.
Mon hooted. If I still believed in my own gift, I'd say that it was certain that Bego is right. Someday, soon, it will happen. It has to.
And now that you have planned how to save the kingdom from Akmaro's excessively inclusive beliefs, may I go inside and find a perch where I can dangle myself to stretch out my aching muscles?
We can carry you in, if you want, offered Mon mischievously.
Save me even more trouble by cutting off my head and carrying it inside. The rest of my body isn't much use to me these days anyway."
They laughed and got up from the grass. They walked more slowly, returning to the king's house. But there was a dance, a spring in the way the boys walked, bounced, along the path through the king's park. And when they passed Kimin, who was trying to memorize a long poem and having a miserable time of it, they shocked him utterly by actually inviting him to walk along with them. "Why?" Kimin demanded suspiciously. "Because even though your mother is a certified idiot," said Mon, "you're still my brother, and I've treated you shamefully for too many years. Give me a chance to make it up to you." As Kimin slowly and guardedly made his way toward them, Akma whispered to Mon, "You're committed now, you know." "Who knows?" asked Mon. "He may be decent company after all. Ethadea always says he's all right if we only give him a chance." "Then Ethadea will be very happy," said Akma. Mon winked at him. "If you like, I'll tell her that including Dudagu Duermo's spawn was your idea." Akma rolled his eyes. "I'm not casting covetous eyes on your sister, Mon. She's 3 years older than me." "My gift may not come from the keeper," said Mon, "but I still know a lie when I hear one." With that, Kimin was near enough to overhear them, and the conversation changed to include him. By the time they reached the king's house, Akma and Mon had both used so much charm on the poor 18-year-old that he was utterly besotted with them, and would have believed them if they told him his own feet were tree stumps and his nose a turnip. Bego left them as soon as they were inside, and on his way through the corridors he did use his wings a bit, skittering along the floor and singing snatches of happy songs to himself. "Clever boys," he said to himself. "They'll do it if we give them half a chance. They will do it." Luette loved it when Mother went to call on Dudagu in the king's house, because after a few moments of being polite to the queen, who was not aging well and spent her days complaining of ill health, she was always excused and allowed to go off in search of Ethadea. She had begun the custom when she was only 5, and Ethadea was a lofty 10-year-old. She marveled now, thinking back, that the king's daughter had been so kind to a child half her age who had so recently been a slave to diggers. Or perhaps that was the reason. Ethadea had taken pity on her, having heard the story of her suffering. Well, however it began, the friendship was in full bloom now, with Ethadea 23 years old, and Luette 18 and a woman. She found her friend working with the musicians, teaching them some new composition. The drummers seemed not to be able to get the rhythm right. "It isn't hard," Ethadea was saying. "It's only hard when you put it together. But if you can hear how it goes with the melody—" Whereupon Ethadea began to sing, a high, sweet voice, and now the one drummer, now the other, began to feel how the beat she had been teaching fit with the tune she sang, and without even thinking what she was doing, Luette began to spin and raise her arms and hop in the steps of an impromptu dance. "You shame my poor tune," cried Ethadea. "Don't stop, it was beautiful." But Ethadea stopped at once, leaving the musicians to work on the song while she walked with Luette out into the vegetable garden. Worms everywhere. In the old days we used to have slaves whose whole job was picking them off the leaves. Now we can't pay anyone enough to do it, so all our greens have holes in them, and every now and then a salad moves of its own accord. We all pretend it's a miracle, and go on eating. "I have to tell you that Akma is in one of his vile moods lately," said Luette. "I don't care," said Ethadea. "He's too young for me. He's always been too young for me. It was a form of madness that I ever thought I was in love with him." Luette looked up at the sky. "What? All those clouds? I thought you loved my brother whenever it rained." "At the moment it's not raining," said Ethadea. "And is today one of the days you're in love with Mon?" "Nobody," said Luette. "I don't think I'd make a good wife." "Why not?" asked Ethadea. "I don't want to stay in a house and order work all day. I want to go out like Father does, and teach, and talk, and he works. In the fields, I know, but I'd do that. Just don't make me stay indoors. Maybe it was my childhood labor in the fields. Maybe in my heart I'm always afraid that if I'm not working, some digger twice my height will—" "Oh, Luette, I get nightmares whenever you talk like that." "Found one," said Luette, holding up a worm.
How attractive, said Ethadea. Luette crushed the worm between her fingers, balled up the remnants of its body, and dropped it into the soil. One more salad that will not move, she said. Luette, said Ethadea, and in the moment the whole tone of the conversation changed. No longer were they playful girls. Now they were women, and the business was serious. What has your brother come up with lately? What's going on between him and my brothers? He's always over here with Mon, said Luette. I think they're studying something with Bego. Or something. So he doesn't talk to you, said Ethadea. He talks to them. Them? Not just Mon now. He talks to Aronha and Omener and Kimin. Well, it's nice that he's including Kimin. I don't really think the boy is as awful as— Oh, he's awful, all right. But potentially salvageable, and if I thought it was salvage that Akma and Mon had in mind, I'd be glad, said Ethadea. But it's not. Not? Yesterday someone mentioned true dreams, and looked at me. It was nothing, just a chance comment. I can't even remember one of the counselors coming to meet with Father, and he looked at me. But I happened to turn away just at that moment, and saw Omener rolling his eyes in ridicule. So I followed him, and once we were alone in the courtyard, I threw him up against the wall and demanded to know why he was making fun of me. You're always so gentle, murmured Luette. Omener doesn't hear you unless he's in physical pain, said Ethadea, and I'm still stronger than he is. Well, what did he say? He denied he was making fun of me. So I said, Whom were you making fun of? And he said, him. Who? Asked Luette. You know, the counselor who looked at me. And I said, You can't blame people for thinking about my dream of the Zenyifi when they see me. Not everybody has true dreams. And then he said, Listen, Luette, he said, Nobody does. Nobody? Luette laughed, then realized that Ethadea didn't think it was funny. Thedaya, I've had true dreams, you've had true dreams. Mother's a raveler. Mon has his truth sense. Father dreams true, and this is absurd. I know that. So I asked him why he said it, and he wouldn't tell. I pinched him. I tickled him. Luette, Omener can't keep a secret from me. I've always been able to torture it out of him in 5 minutes, but this time he pretended he didn't know what I was talking about. And you think it has something to do with Akma and Mon? I know it does. Luette, the only way Omener could possibly keep a secret from me is if he was more frightened of someone else. And the only 2 people he fears more than me in the whole world are— Your father? Don't be silly. Father's as sweet as they come when he notices Omener at all, which isn't often. He blends in with the walls. No, it's Mon and Aronha. I think it's both of them. I watched this morning, and all 4 of my brothers ended up with your brother, and whatever they're talking about or planning or doing, it has to do with the idea that there are no true dreams. Ethadea nodded. I can't go to Father with this. They just deny it. Lie to your father? Something's different. It made me feel dark and unpleasant, and I think they're plotting something. Don't say that, said Luette. It's our families we're talking about. They're not just boys anymore. Because we're still studying, we sometimes forget that we're not really in school. None of us but Kimin, when you come down to it. We're men and women. If Akma weren't your father's son, he'd be earning his own living. Aronha plays at soldier, but he has too much leisure, and so do my other brothers. They make priests work, but not the sons of the king. Luette nodded. Father tried to make Akma start earning his way when he was only 15, the age when laborers' children— I know the age, said Ethadea. Akma just said, What, are you going to stand over me with a whip if I don't? It was really vicious. Your father wasn't his taskmaster in those terrible days, said Ethadea. But Father forgave the taskmasters, the Pabulogi. Akma hasn't, and he is still angry. 13 years, cried Ethadea. Akma feeds on it the way an unborn chick feeds on the yolk of its egg. Even when he's thinking about something else, even when he doesn't realize it, he's seething inside. He was my teacher for a while. We became very close. I loved him for a while more than I loved anybody. But if I came too close, if I touched his affection in just the wrong way, he lashed out. Sometimes it shocked me the way Eliamak and Mebeku must have felt when Yafai knocked them down with lightning from his finger. Melancholy. I thought he was just a moody sort of person, said Ethadea. Oh, I'm sure that's it, said Luet. It's just that when he gets into that mood, it's my father that he rages at. And the Pabulogi. They don't come around often. When the priests come in for their meetings with Father, Akma makes sure he's somewhere else. I don't think he's seen any of them for years. But you've seen them. Luet smiled wanly. As little as possible. Even from her deathbed, as she calls it, Mother gets all the gossip, and she says that Didul looks at you like my worst nightmare. You can't mean that, said Ethadea. Not him personally. But what if he did decide he loved me? What if I loved him? It would be quicker and kinder if I just slit Akma's throat in his sleep. You mean this childish melancholy of Akma's would keep you from the man you love? I don't love Didul. It was just a hypothetical situation. Lutia, my friend, isn't life complicated here in the king's house? It's probably just as complicated for the poorest peasants. Down in their holes in the ground, the most powerless ex-slaves probably have exactly the same problems. Grudges, loves, anger, fear, hate, but when they quarrel in their tunnels, the whole kingdom doesn't quake, said Ethadea. Well, that's your family, not mine. Ethadea picked another worm off another leaf. There are people eating holes in the kingdom, Lutia. What if our brothers turn out to be among the worms? That's what you're afraid of, isn't it? Deny the keeper. Then we don't have to associate with diggers and angels, and Mon loves the angels. It would kill him not to be with them. But does he love the sky people more than Akma hates the earth people? When it comes down to it, Mon won't give up his love for the angels. Still, it would be a terrible thing if they started. Don't even think about it, said Ethadea. Our brothers would not commit treason. Then you're not afraid, said Luet. Ethadea sat on a bench and sighed. I am afraid. A new voice came from behind them. Of what? They turned. It was Chebea, Luet's mother. Done already? Luet asked. Poor Dudagu is exhausted, said Chebea. Ethadea snorted. Don't make that sound in the woods, said Chebea, or a jaguar will find you. I don't see why you think it's so unnatural for me to despise my stepmother, said Ethadea. Your father loves her, said Chebea. A sign of his infinite capacity for love, said Ethadea. What were you talking about when I came out here? Asked Chebea. And don't deny it was important. I could see how you were bound together. Luet and Ethadea looked at each other. Trying to decide how much to tell me? Asked Chebea. Let me make it easy for you. Start with everything. So they told her. Let me watch them a little, said Chebea when they were done. If I see them together, I can learn a lot. How can Mon not believe in true dreams? Asked Ethadea. He knows when things are true. He knew my dream about your family was a true one. Don't underestimate my son's powers of persuasion, said Chebea. Mon isn't any man's puppet, said Ethadea. I know him. No, not a puppet, said Chebea. But I know Akma's gift. He has one? Asked Luet. The little sister is the last to see, said Ethadea. He has the same gift as me, said Chebea. He's never said so, cried Luet. No, because he doesn't realize it. It's different with men, I think. Men don't form communities as easily as women do. Human men, I'm speaking of. Angels aren't like this. Or maybe they are. It's not as if I've had much experience. I just know that when a man has the raveling gift, he doesn't see the connections between people the same way. What he does is he starts unconsciously finding ways to gather up all those scattered threads in his own hands. So he can't see the web of people, said Luet. He just becomes the spider. Chebea shuddered. I haven't explained to him what it is he does. I'm afraid that if he ever becomes conscious of it, it'll be much worse. He'll become more powerful and dangerous, said Ethadea. Chebea turned away from her. He gathers people up, and they want to please him. Enough that Mon would give up his love for the sky people? Asked Ethadea. I'll have to see them together with that in mind. But if Akma really cared about something and needed Mon's help, then I think Mon would help him. But that's horrible, said Ethadea. Does that mean that the times I thought I loved him? I don't know, said Chebea. Or, I do know. As much as he is capable of love, He has loved you from time to time. Not now. Not lately. Tears rolled out of Ethadea's eyes. This is so stupid, said Ethadea. I'm not even pining for him. I go whole days without thinking of him. But it's just this gift of his, isn't it? Chebea shook her head. When he ravels people up, it only lasts for a little while, a day or two. Unless he stays with you, it fades. You haven't seen him in a week. I see him every day, said Ethadea. You haven't been close to him, though, said Luette helpfully. He has to be talking to you, looking at you, interacting with you, said Chebea. You can trust your feelings with him. They're real enough. More's the pity, murmured Ethadea. Mother, said Luette, I think something very dangerous is happening. I think Akma and the sons of Motiak are plotting something. As I said, I'll look and see if it seems that way. And if it does, I'll talk to your father about it, said Chebea, and perhaps then we'll talk to the king, and he may want to talk to you. And when everyone has talked to everybody, said Ethadea, there still won't be a thing we can do. Chebea smiled. Ever hopeful, aren't you? Dedaiah, have some trust. Your father and my husband and I may be old, but we still have some power within our reach. We can change things. I notice you didn't include my stepmother in that group, said Ethadea nastily. Chebea smiled with benign innocence. Poor Dudagu. She's too frail to be mentioned in the same breath with power. Ethadea laughed. Come home with me now, Luette. There's work to do. Ethadea hugged them both and watched them leave the courtyard. Then she lay back on the bench and looked up at the sky. She thought, when the angle of the sun was right, that she could see the star Basilica even in bright sunlight. Today, though, the clouds were blocking everything. It was going to rain. One who was never buried, murmured Ethadea. Are you going to do anything about this? Chiedame loaded her supplies into the ship's launch as the Oversoul murmured one more time inside her mind, Are you sure this is wise? Do you think you can't protect me? Asked Chiedame. I can keep you from being killed. That's all I ask. I still don't see what you can discover that I can't find out faster and more accurately. I want to know these people, that's all, said Chiedame. I want to know them for myself. You can't possibly know them as well from just conversing with them as I know them from looking inside their thoughts. Do I have to say it? Can't you look inside my mind and see the truth? The question really is, can you? I can. I'm going down there because I'm lonely. There, is that what you wanted to hear? Yes. Well, now you've heard it. I want to hear another organic voice. No insult to you, but I actually would like to feel like some other people know me. I'm not offended. I've been hoping you'd do something like this. I just wish you had chosen a more benign time. There is little you can do by way of intervention at this time. I know, said Chiedame. And I don't claim to have any great and noble purpose. I'm just ready to come out of this metal shell and bump up against some people again. Then she thought of something. How old am I? People will ask. You mean physically? The cloak keeps you very healthy. You could pass for 40. You haven't reached menopause. You never will, actually, until you tell me to let you do it. Are you suggesting that I should have another child? I'm just telling you to be careful how you go about curing your loneliness. Chiedame curled her lip in disgust. This is a society with a strong taboo against sex outside of marriage. I'm not going down there to ruin some poor lonely man's life. Just a thought. Are you sure all these warnings aren't because you're just the tiniest bit jealous? Not programmed into me. I can walk on the face of this planet, and other living creatures will know me as one of them. Have you ever wished I don't wish? That's a shame, too. It's sweet of you to anthropomorphize me so compassionately. But if I really had these feelings you project onto me, wouldn't the last few things you've said be, in a technical sense, gloating? That is programmed into me, said Chiedame. The hatches were sealed. The launch was flipped away from the starship Basilica and hurtled down into the atmosphere. Blackstone Audio presents Earthborn by Orson Scott Card. Chapter 7. Razyaro's School.
Light streamed through the tall, wide windows of the winter room, reflecting from the bare lime-washed plaster walls, until it was hard for Mon to imagine that it could possibly be brighter outside. The reason he and his brothers could gather here to be browbeaten to have a discussion with Akma, was because no one used the winter room in the summer. It was too hot, it was too bright, it was all Mon could do to keep his eyes open. If it weren't for the buzzing flies that persisted in trying to drink the sweat dribbling out of his body, he would have dozed off long ago. Not that Mon wasn't committed to Akma's ideas. It's just that the two of them had discussed all this before ever bringing Aronha and Omener and Kimin into it. So it was going over old ground for him, and it was natural for Akma to conduct these sessions, since Mon didn't have his patience in dealing with Kimin's questions, which were always off the subject, or Aronha's stubborn refusal to agree with points that were already proven and more than proven. Only Omener seemed to grasp at once what Akma was talking about, and even he made the sessions longer and more tedious than they had to be, because when he did understand a point, he would then repeat it back to Akma in different words. Between Kimin's obtuseness, Aronha's stolidity, and Omener's enthusiasm, every tiny advance in the discussion took hours, or so it seemed to Mon. Akma could endure it. Akma could act as though the questions and comments weren't unbearably stupid. A tiny thought crept into Mon's consciousness. Did Akma deal with me the same way? Are the ideas we worked out together really Akma's alone? How skillful is he really at winning people to his point of view? Immediately Mon discarded the idea, not because it wasn't true, but because it would imply that Mon was not Akma's intellectual equal, and he certainly was. Bego had always made it clear that Mon was the best student he had ever had. Humans and angels can live together, said Akma, because the natural habitat of both species is open air and sunlight. Humans cannot fly, it is true, but our bipedal body structure lifts us above the other animals. We conceive ourselves as seeing from above, which makes us in spirit compatible to the sky people. The diggers, however, are creatures of darkness, of caves. Their natural posture is with their bellies dragging along the moist underground dirt. What creatures of intelligence and refinement abhor, the diggers love. What the diggers love, creatures of higher sensibility view with disgust. Mon closed his eyes against the white, unbearable light of the room. In the back of his mind there throbbed an intense feeling, a certainty that in his childhood he had learned to trust, and in recent years he had learned, a much harder task, to ignore. The feeling was beneath and behind the place in his mind that words came from. But in the way that the mind supplies words for unexplainable tunes, his mind had also learned the words that went along with this feeling. Wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. Throb, throb, throb. Closing his eyes didn't make it go away. This doesn't mean anything, thought Mon. This feeling is just a holdover from my childhood. It's just the Keeper of Earth trying to get me to disbelieve what Akma is saying. What am I thinking? I don't even believe in the Keeper of Earth, and here I am blaming him for this throbbing, meaningless, stupid, insane chant running over and over through my mind. I can't get rid of my superstitions even when I'm trying to get rid of my superstitions. He laughed at himself. Laughed aloud, or perhaps just breathed as if laughing. It didn't take much for Akma to pick up on it. But perhaps I'm wrong, said Akma. Mon is the one who really understands this. Why were you laughing, Mon? I wasn't, said Mon. Wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. I mean my first thought, Mon. You'll remember this. My first thought was that all three species should separate, but you're the one who insisted that humans and angels could live together because of all these affinities between us. You mean this comes from Mon? Asked Aronha. Mon, who jumped off a high wall when he was 3 because he wanted to fly like an angel? I was just thinking, said Mon, that all those things you say about the diggers, the angels could also say about us. Low, belly-crawling creatures. We can't even hang cleanly from a tree limb, filthy, squatting in dirt. But not hairy, said Kimin. Nobody's going to listen to us, said Omener, if we start saying that angels are better than humans. And the kingdom would fall apart if we start saying humans and angels should be separate. If we're going to make this work, we have to exclude diggers and only the diggers.
Mon looked at him in surprise. So did Akma. "If what's going to work?" asked Akma. "This whole thing we're preparing for," said Omener. Mon and Akma looked at each other. Omener realized that he had said something wrong. "What?" No one answered. Then Aronha, in his measured way, said, "I didn't know that we had any plan to take these discussions public." "What? We're going to wait around until you're the king?" asked Omener, scornfully. "All this urgency, all this secrecy, I just assumed Akma was preparing us to start speaking against Akmaro's so-called religion. His attempt to control and destroy our society and turn the whole kingdom over to the Elyamaki is more like it. I thought we were going to speak out against it now before he succeeded in getting diggers accepted as true men and women throughout Darakemba. I mean, if we're not, why are we wasting our time? Let's go out and make some digger friends so at least we won't be thrust aside when they take over." Akma chuckled a little. To others it sounded like easy confidence. But Mon had been with Akma long enough to know that he laughed like that when he was a little bit afraid. "I suppose that has been the goal in the back of our minds," said Akma. "But I don't think it had graduated to the status of a plan." Omener laughed derisively. "You tell us there's no keeper, and I think your evidence is conclusive. You tell us that humans never left Earth, and we're not older than the Sky People or the Earth People, we just evolved in different places, and that's fine. You tell us that because of this, all the things your father is teaching are wrong, and in fact the only thing that matters is what culture will survive and rule. And the way to answer that is to keep diggers out of Darakemba and preserve this civilization that has been jointly created by humans and angels, the civilization of the Nyafari. Keep the Elyamaki with their filthy alliance between humans and dirt-crawling fat rats confined to the Gornaya, while we find ways to tame the great floodplains of the Severless, the Vostoiless, the Yugles, and multiply our population to such an extent that we can overwhelm the Elyamaki. All of these marvelous plans, and you never thought of going out and talking about them in public? Come on, Akma, Mon. We're not stupid." The look on Kimin's and Aronha's faces made it clear that it was the first time they had ever thought of these ideas. But of course, given Omener's exasperated tone, they weren't about to admit their shameful stupidity. "Yes," said Akma. "Eventually we would have started to speak to others." "Masses of others," said Omener. "It's not as if you're going to change Father's mind. Akmaro keeps Father's brain in his traveling bag, and none of the counselors is going to join us in opposing Father's will. And if we talk about this stuff quietly and secretly, it'll look like conspiracy, and when it gets exposed it will look as though we're shameful traitors. So the only possible way to stop Akmaro's destruction of Darakemba is to oppose him openly and publicly. Am I right?" Wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. By reflex, Mon almost answered with a message throbbing through his mind. But he knew that this message was a holdover from his childhood faith in the Keeper, that he had to overcome this superstition and reject it in order to have any hope of deserving Akma's respect, or Bego's, or his brother's, whatever, whoever. Akma's respect. So instead of saying what was in his heart, he answered with his mind alone. "Yes, you're right, Omener. And it's true that Akma and I never discussed this. Akma probably thought about it, but I know I didn't. Now that you say it, though, I know you're right." Aronha turned soberly to Mon. "You know he's right?" Mon knew what Aronha was asking. Aronha wanted to have the assurance that Mon's old gift of discernment was committed to this struggle. But Mon refused to consider those feelings as knowledge anymore. Instead, knowledge was what reason discovered, what logic defended, what the physical evidence demanded. So even though Aronha was asking one question, Mon could answer honestly using the only meaning of the word no that he believed in anymore. "Yes, Aronha. I know he's right, and I know Akma's right, and I know I'm right." Aronha nodded soberly. "We're the king's sons. We have no authority except as he gives it to us, but we do have enormous prestige. It would be a crippling blow to Akmaro's reforms if we came out publicly against them. And if it's not just the Motiaki, but also Akmaro's own son, people might take notice," said Akma. "Knock them back on their buttocks, that's what it'll do," said Omener. "But that's treason," said Kimin. "Not a thing we're saying denies the authority of the king," said Omener.
Haven't you been listening? We affirm the ancient alliance of humans and angels. We affirm our ancestors' decisions that the descendants of Nephi should be kings over the Nephari. What we reject is this superstitious nonsense about the keeper loving the diggers as much as he loves the sky people and the middle people. You know, said Kimin, if you think about it, the angels are the sky people, and we humans are the earth people, and the diggers aren't people at all. We won't win much support, said Akma dryly, if we start calling human beings earth people. Kimin laughed nervously. No, I guess not. Omener is right, said Akma, but I'm also right when I say that we're not ready. We have to be able to speak on this subject, any one of us, at any time. Me, cried Aronha. I'm not like you and Mon. I can't just open my mouth and have speech pour out of it for hours. That's Akma's gift, said Mon. Omener hooted derisively. Come on, Mon. We always used to joke, is Mon awake? I don't know, is he talking? Then he's awake. The words stung, even though Omener clearly didn't mean them to be hurtful. Mon clapped his mouth shut, determined to say nothing else, until they begged him to speak. My point, said Akma, is that we have to act with perfect solidarity. If all the sons of Motiak and the sons of Akmaro are united in opposing this new policy, then it will be clear to everyone that no matter what the present king decides, the next king will have a kingdom in which diggers are not citizens. This will encourage the newly freed diggers to leave and return to Elyamaki territory where they belong. And nobody can say we are against freedom because our plan is to free all the slaves at once, but free them at the border, so we won't be creating any new free diggers who will want to be made citizens of a nation they don't belong in. It's a kind policy, really, to recognize the insurmountable differences between our species and bid a gentle but firm farewell to all those diggers who imagine themselves to be civilized. The others agreed. It was a good program. They were united in support of it. But if one, even one, of the sons of Motiak is perceived as disagreeing with any part of this program, if even one of the sons of Motiak shows that he still believes in that nonsense about the keeper that Akmaro is trying to get people to believe, that our people have always believed in since the days of the heroes, thought Mon silently, then everyone will assume that Motiak will simply make that son his heir and disinherit the others. The result? A lot of powerful people will oppose us simply for political reasons in order to be on the obvious winning side. But if they know that there is no possible heir except those of us who repudiate Akmaro's entire digger-loving conspiracy, then they'll remember the fact that kings don't live forever, and they'll at least keep silent, not wanting to antagonize the future king. Don't be modest, said Mon. Everyone expects that the high priest's job will be yours when your father, sheds his spirit like an old cloak. The others chuckled at the old-fashioned euphemism. Aronha, however, seemed to have caught some glint of an idea in Kimin's face, and so, at the end of his chuckle, had directed a pointed comment at his father's youngest son. And in case someone here thinks of breaking ranks with us in order to become the heir, let me assure you that the army won't respect any heir but me, as long as I'm alive and want the throne after my father is through with it. If your prime motive is a hope of power, the only way you'll get it in the long run is by staying with me. Mon was shocked. It was the first time he had ever heard Aronha threaten anyone with his future power, or speak so nakedly of what might or might not happen after father's death. Mon also didn't like the way Aronha said my father instead of our father, or even simply father. Akma suddenly wailed, No! No, no! And bent over on his chair, burying his face in his arms. What's wrong? They all rushed to him, or at least leaned toward him as if they thought he was having some sort of physical crisis. Akma sat upright, then rose from his chair. I've done this. I've driven a wedge between you. I've made Aronha speak unspeakable things. None of this is worth that. If I had never made friends with Mon, if we had never come back to Darakemba, if we had had the dignity to die there under the whips of the diggers and their toady human rulers in Shelem, then Aronha would never have said such a thing. I'm sorry, said Aronha, looking truly ashamed of himself. No, I'm sorry, said Akma. I came to you as a friend, hoping to win you to the cause of truth, to save this people from my father's insane theories. But instead I've turned brother against brother, and I can't bear that." He fled the room so quickly that he knocked over his chair. The four of them sat or stood in silence for a long moment, and then Kimin and Aronha burst into speech at the same time. "Aronha, I never would have turned against you. It never even crossed my mind," cried Kimin, at exactly the same time that Aronha cried out, "Kimin, forgive me for even imagining that you would think of such a thing. I never meant for you to. You're my brother, no matter what you do, and I—" Good old inarticulate Aronha. Sweet little lying, hypocritical Kimin. Mon almost laughed out loud. Omener did laugh. "Listen to you! I didn't think a single bad thought about you. I did think bad thoughts, but I'm really, really sorry. Come on. All Akma asks is that we stick together before we do anything public. So let's work on it, all right? It's not hard. We just keep our mouths shut about stuff one of us does that bothers the others. We do it all the time in front of Father. That's why he doesn't know how much we all hate the Queen." Kimin blanched, then blushed. "I don't." "See," said Omener. "It's fine if you don't agree with us, Kimin. All Aronha was saying was, keep your mouth shut about it, and we can still accomplish everything we need to accomplish." "I agree with you about everything, except Mother," said Kimin. Yes, said Omener impatiently. "We're all so dreadfully sorry for her, the poor thing, dying as she is of the world's slowest plague." "Enough," said Aronha. "You preach to us of keeping peace, Omener, and then you fall back into teasing Kimin as if the two of you were still toddlers." "We were never both toddlers," said Omener acidly. "I stopped being a toddler long before he was born." "Please," said Mon quietly, inserting the word into a momentary silence so that all would hear it. His very softness won their attention. "To hear us, you'd think there really was a keeper, and that he was making us all stupid so we couldn't unite and oppose his will." Aronha, as usual, took his words too seriously. "Is there a keeper?" he asked. "No, there's not a keeper," said Mon. "How many times do we have to prove it to you before you stop asking?" "I don't know," said Aronha. He looked Mon in the eye. "Perhaps until I forget that whenever you told me something was right and true, ever since you were little, it turned out to be right and true." "Was I really right all those times?" asked Mon. "Or were you simply as eager as I was to believe that children our age could actually know something?" Wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. Mon kept his face expressionless. He hoped. Aronha smiled half-heartedly. "Go get Akma," he said to Mon. "If I know him at all, he's not far off, waiting for one of us to go and get him. You do it, Mon. Bring him back. We'll be united with him. For the good of the kingdom." Kideo greeted Ilihiak with an embrace. No, not Ilihiak. Ilihi, a man who was once a king, now insisting that there was nothing extraordinary about him, that he had not been touched by the hand of the keeper. It seemed so odd, so much like a kind of failure. But not Ilihi's failure, really. More as if the universe itself had failed. "And how is your wife?" asked Kideo. The normal, meaningless greetings took only a few moments. They were made all the more brief because Kideo's wife had died many years before, in trying to give birth to their first child. It would have been a boy. The midwife said that the child was so big, like his father, that the head tore her apart passing through the channel of life. Kideo knew then that he had killed his wife, because any child of his would be too large for a woman to bear. The keeper meant him to be childless. But at least Kideo didn't have to kill any more women trying to defy the keeper's will. So Ilihi, who knew all this, made no inquiries about family. "The weight of government rests lightly on you, Kideo." Kideo laughed, or meant to laugh. It came out as a dry sound in his throat. He coughed. "I feel my muscles slackening. The soldier I once was is becoming soft and old. I'm drying out from the inside. At least I won't be one of those fat old men. Instead, I'll be frail. I won't live to see it. I'm older than you, Ilihi. You'll see me dead, I can assure you. A wind will come from the east, a terrible hurricane,
and it will blow me up over the mountains and out into the ocean, but I'll be so dry that I'll just float there on the surface like a leaf until the sun dries me to powder and I finally dissolve." Ilihi looked at him with such a strange expression that Kideo had to shove him gently in the shoulder, the way he had done when Ilihi was Nuak's third and least favored son, and Kideo took pity on him and taught him what it meant to be a man and a soldier. They had been together the day that Kideo finally had enough, the day he took his vow to kill the king. He had shoved him gently just like this, and had seen tears come to Ilihi's eyes. Kideo asked him then what was wrong, and Ilihi broke down and wept, and told him what Pabulog had been doing to him since he was a little child. "It's been years since he did it last," said Ilihi. "I'm married now. I have a daughter. I thought it was over, but he took me out of my father's presence at breakfast and did it to me again. 2 of his guards held me while he did it." Kideo went numb when he heard this. "Your father doesn't know what use Pabulog made of you, does he?" And Ilihi told him, "Of course he knows. I told him. He said that it only happened to me because I was weak. The keeper intended me to be born a girl." Kideo knew of many terrible things that had gone wrong in the kingdom of Nuak. He had seethed watching how Nuak mistreated the people around him, how he tolerated unspeakable vices among his closest associates, how only a few decent men were left among the leaders of the kingdom. But still there were those few, and Nuak was the king. But this was more than Kideo could bear. King or no king, no man could let such a thing happen to his son and not strike down the man who did it. In